working now anyway. Put it back up. Thank you for trying to. It was my fault.
That's because I'm Richard. Yeah, well that's
Sophie's got the right coat on for today.
Because I used to be a lawyer. Is this a bit like court where it starts at 10 past 10? Oh, not long, about 5 or 6 years. Yeah. Long time. Yeah. I'm 66 years old. It changes, and especially over the last few weeks, it's changed quite a lot. You know, it's really, you can teach an old dog new tricks, I reckon.
breathe.
This old dog's learning a lot of new tricks. How to Zoom, how to record online. Yes, yeah, we have. On an average Sunday, we have just over 100. And
Hello.
On our pre-recorded online services, we're getting 300 or 400 people.
I'll just keep talking until they can hear me. Kia ora koutou, ka mi nui ki koutou kia ora. It's 5 minutes after the hour of 10. Apologies for the delay, but we're all adjusting to this new way of structuring our meeting. So thank you everyone for your patience. Welcome councillors and staff and members of the public to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. Our meeting will be opened this morning by the Reverend Dr. Kerry Enright from Knox Church.
For those who pray, this is a prayer. For those who don't, this is a meditation. And God is named simply as you. Thank you that we are part of a community where our leaders are elected through trusted processes, where science and expertise are valued, people are cherished, rights are respected, differences are welcomed, and people serve for the common good. Thank you that we can work with others trying to do their best, who want no one to go hungry and everyone to be housed, who want our communities to be safe and healthy, businesses to thrive, people who can to work, services to be accessed, and the environment to flourish. Thank you for brains with which to think, voices that enable us to speak, ears with which to listen, and experience that matures our wisdom. Let us not take any of these things for granted. Thank you for our Chief Executive and her team, and encourage them especially at this time. And we pray for each other here, your peace in their spirit, your courage in their contributions, your service of others to be their call. Be especially with those in our community affected by the impact of COVID-19, those whose businesses have closed or struggling, organisations running out of money, people who have lost work. Guide us in this meeting amid the complexity of issues, the abundance of information, and the challenge of making choices. We pray to you, the one who is over all and through all and in all. Amen.
Thank you. We have a busy public forum. First off, Diane Yeldon is here to address us concerning council meeting processes. And I'd remind people have 5 minutes to speak to the public forum, and I'll take up to 5 minutes of questions for submitters from elected members, should the submitter be of a mind to take them.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
Not particularly well, Ms. Yeldon.
Can I hold this up because I want to stand?
This one?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to warn me at 4:30.
Yes.
Okay, because I'm not prepared. When I say I'm not prepared, I don't have anything written. And the reason I usually write my submissions is because I get really angry. Okay, so it's not a good idea to do public speaking when you're really angry. I'm talking about process, and the first thing I want to endorse is the Reverend Dr. Kerry Enright's referral to processes. We have really excellent local government law in New Zealand. It gives so many opportunities for public participation. The law is wonderful, okay, so we're really blessed with that law. I think under the difficult conditions we're in, the council needs to take a leadership role in this community, and that's putting political factions aside. It's the institution of local government that matters. Okay, so I'm just going to refer to some of the past meetings. I hope you can hear me all right. Yes? Okay. Some of the past meetings I've seen, I'm actually appalled by. Now, there's a few minor things that the council could have done better. The George Street response to level 2 was done at the Planning Environment Committee meeting. I feel there should have been an extraordinary meeting called, because it's debatable whether it's a traffic management issue or a public health management issue, and it probably was both. So probably members of the public weren't expecting to see it with planning and environment. Okay, so they may say we weren't consulted because they didn't know. If you call it an extraordinary meeting, it has to have one agenda item, and that's a provision in the law for an emergency situation like this. And I think, well, it's not a state of emergency, but it's serious enough, it's short enough notice to have made it an extraordinary meeting. Now, just thinking that, oh, that's right. Thank you very much for the effort you made to make the public meetings public under lockdown conditions. Okay, so Zoom is actually better than being here. I've complained to staff. Now, I've complained to staff, I'm always sitting behind a pillar. And also, like, I don't know if you're aware of the way that some councils in the States, they have the council sitting in a U-shape facing the public with the mayor in the middle. That's much more democratic. Our council chamber is not fit for purpose. It's a historic building and it's got historic implications, especially with your throne. Your worship is another issue. You're probably aware that Mayor Goff wants to be addressed as Mr. Mayor, which is the American format. Your worship, well, I mean, you're first among equals. You're one vote. You're not the king. I mean, so sorry, Councillor Hawkins, no. Sorry, Your Worship, I don't mean you personally. I mean the person who holds the office of mayor, okay? So process is really important. Public information direct from the horse's mouth is absolutely vital, because we have a very strange situation for local government here. We have a media monopoly. Now, I'm not going to say that the ODT does a terrible job, but often there's only one reporter covering council meetings. And if that reporter gets it wrong, I will see what happens in Dunedin reflected in Auckland papers, and I was at that meeting and it didn't happen, okay? This is just human error. So their video record is absolutely essential. Just trying to think of something. So yes, so the Zoom, please continue with the Zoom. The live stream is really important. I'm going to run out of time. The live stream is really important, and I understand why you have a delay, just in case somebody says something terrible. But if you have meeting videos that come out days later, you know, they say politics is a big, you know, today's news, tomorrow's fish and chips. Issues come up real fast, then the news media comes out real fast, and people get the wrong impression. Now, one of the impressions about the George Street issue which was dealt with at that meeting, there were 2 votes, one about whether Councillor Raddick could take part, and the vote to actually go ahead. Those were totally confused in the media. So then you get councillors, you're getting printed in the media that you voted one way and you didn't. That affects how your election, it's very important, and that's archived. That stays there for good. So when you do the, continue with the Zoom meetings, and when you do them, I can see all the councillors' faces, right? That's great. That's why I want to be there, because the written word is one thing, but actually being there, you get a feeling of being there, right? You see all the councillors' faces, see reaction shots.
You have 30 seconds, Ms. Yeldon.
Okay, so please enforce standing orders. This is I've never seen such an appalling display of bad behaviour as I saw at that planning environment meeting when Councillor Vanders continually argued with the chair. Now please, Councillor Hawkins, please instruct all your committee chairs to uphold standing orders, and if any councillor doesn't comply with standing orders, it doesn't matter what the original thing is, the chair's ruling is final, please have them ejected. I've seen it done at Auckland. I've seen Sandra Lee as a chair and policemen carry somebody out. Waiheke was a pretty volatile place. You need to have a council that works according to the law here under these crucial times when your decisions must be made rationally and logically without anybody bullying everybody. Okay, got the message.
It's
I'm
5
sure
minutes.
that's 5 minutes.
Perfectly timed.
Thank you.
Are you happy to take questions, Ms. Yeldon? Any questions?
Including from Councillor Vandervis.
Seems perfectly clear.
I've
Thank
got
you
a
for your time.
question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lofisel.
Thank you, Ms. Yeldon, for always turning up and keeping us honest. Are you going to ever run for council?
No.
Oh. Pity. Thank you.
That's what they all say when they're running. Next, Ms. Lucas, addressing the application for extraordinary water supply.
Cleaning.
Sanitising your space.
Thank you, appreciate that.
The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Okay, good morning. My name is Jackie Lucas and Philip Jones is my neighbour. He has asked me to speak on his behalf also. I've lived at Rosebank Cottage, 281 Waipori Fall Road for over 30 years. Philip's property is at 292 Waipori Falls Road next door. My partner and I brought the original homestead block from a larger farm that was subdivided into 7 titles. Before we purchased Rosebank Cottage, was connected to a water line through a connection now on Philip Jones's property, and the water line travels through most of the subdivided titles. For the last 30 years, up to 7 parties from the Waipori Falls community have run a private legacy water scheme drawing out of Mill Creek. This scheme is now defunct and inoperable due to a lack of accessible ponding. Additionally, that catchment is now regularly subjected to ongoing pest control like 1080 and other poison-based toxin programs, making collection potentially problematic and affecting both households. Regarding roof supply, my property was built in 1865 and has its original roofing with lead-based paint. Utilising that would require a complete roof and gutter replacement, and with rainfall becoming unreliable, we both need a better solution than relying on this. Philip has asked me to point out that he is also having difficulty getting trucked water supply due to the steep access of his driveway, of which he's spent thousands to try and rectify. Currently, with both of us trucking in water from other nearby council-owned treatment plants at considerable cost, this arrangement is not efficient or sustainable in the long term. So recently, Philip Jones and I decided to apply to connect to the scheme for our household water. When we looked into local connections, we noted that at least 4 parties around our properties have connections to the old line now being used in reverse, for which exceptions for being out of zone had already been made some time ago. Indeed, the water line travels through Philip's property next door and has an exposed connection point 50 metres from our joint holding tanks, and is likely to be from the original connection to Rosebank Cottage in the past. We are sure there are many reasons why exceptions may have been granted in the past, and I am vaguely aware of an invitation made to us to join many years ago, but unfortunately I was not in a position to resource that decision, so declined. I am hoping that that invitation can now be extended to both properties again. Lastly, and as a point of fairness, it is hard to understand why either of our properties would be denied connection, considering there are connected and also out of zone properties on either sides of us, utilising that line back into the area. We ask that this anomaly of fairness be considered as part of your deliberations today, so that 281 and 292 Waipori Falls Road are treated fairly amidst our neighbours' exceptional connections long held. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lucas. You're happy to take questions?
Yes.
If there are any. Questions, councillors? No? Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Staley. Welcome. The next 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you, Morena. I'm Susie Staley. I'm a lawyer by trade, a business owner and employer, and a tenant in the Octagon for over some 20 years. I address you today on the agenda item Central City Upgrade, and in particular George Street, and in particular with reference to the next steps outlined at numbers 17, 18 and 19 of your paper. I note that using the preliminary design work and baseline studies, which have been done since June 2019, that the next steps include staff continuing with stakeholder and community engagement, and that feedback will inform the detailed design and business case. I am not here to push for a specific view on pedestrianisation or otherwise, but to seek assurances about the process and ongoing engagement going forward, and to ask about specific timeframes for the work and engagement. We are now staring down the barrel of the most significant health and economic disruption of probably all of our lifetimes, and that in itself should, I suggest, create some pause and some consideration of how matters are to be progressed. It seems to me there may be some haste here based on previous consultation. That may not be the case, but I'm here to clarify and seek guidance. No one seems to dispute the fact that the underground work definitely needs to be done in the not too distant future, and of course it would be logical if the overground work was done at the same time. However, the exponential changes to all of our environments as a result of COVID-19, which we are still going through, would place real pressure on those likely to be directly affected by construction. And they are the businesses, retail, hospitality, and even people who live in that area. These businesses are currently in survival mode for both themselves and their staff. Further, the landscape of the CBD in a year's time, and I understand, I think there's been some comment about possibly being shovel-ready by April, will look significantly different than it does now. I don't believe we have yet hit the serious unemployment that is likely in July or later. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I think businesses at the moment are simply hanging on, many of them. I suggest that at that time, businesses, if they survive, may still only just be back on their feet with some semblance of normal. We can't predict the future, but the epidemiologists are suggesting that until we get a vaccine, life will not return to any way normal. Therefore, I believe there is real potential to push business owners over the edge, and I have concerns for their well-being. I did see some of this in the Octagon trial. Now, I understand that the results will be out of that study, so it would be great if that was available to also inform council and your staff on what the look of George Street could be, i.e. some pedestrianisation or not. I note that Richard Thompson and Generation Zero in previous submissions to you just recently have talked about data and information so that you can make informed decisions and real engagement. I certainly support those comments, and I believe that you do need to pause and consider perhaps previous consultation, because it's probably all changed by now. Take time to engage, not just consult. I think they are quite different things. You are our elected representatives. We rely on you, but I urge you to include retailers. Whether we like some of the opinions we hear or not, I think you will get a much better outcome if you bring people with you and you work together. I think people are willing to debate the issue, and I think the outcome would be a great success if we are all included. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This isn't quite the opportunity for you to ask questions of us, but we'll take them as rhetorical and they'll get addressed, I'm sure, when we get to the agenda
I was
item.
not making assumptions, is all that I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Lord?
Yeah, thank you for your submission, Ms. Staley.
You can call me Susie. I don't mind.
Susie. Look, with the recent Octagon closure, did you feel as an Octagon tenant or owner, as perhaps, were you consulted properly at that time, or do you feel you were consulted?
Well, we weren't consulted. Staley Cardoza Lawyers is in the second floor of the Moran building. We often get our Bath Street closed down and our car parks were evicted from our car parks, but in latter years we get a replacement car park. We are not consulted, we are simply told. Someone appeared at my office with a 3-page letter saying what was happening in the Octagon. Someone from the council asked my practice manager if she would sign it, and that was apparently consultation. I simply had no other consultation. I have made an interim submission during the, I was going to say lockdown, sorry, I didn't mean that, during the actual closure of the Octagon, and I've had a response to say it will be considered during the assessment of the period that it was closed down. I've heard nothing else.
Yeah. And you've heard nothing about George Street at all, no consultation or?
No.
And would you expect that you should have?
Well, I don't know as I should have, but I would have thought that we are part of the CBD. I mean, I know there have been workshops, etc., but I think what I'm also trying to say is things has exponentially changed since consultation was done earlier this year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley?
Thank you, Bishop. Thanks, Susie. You mentioned engagement versus consultation, and that's been brought up by other people at other times. Do you think it'd be fair to say that often after a formal consultation period, there often is not a massive amount of engagement in that first phase because people aren't really aware of what the council's plans are, and that really the awareness comes like it is now when the plans are starting to become much more?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult because you have to put up a design proposal, but I think there isn't a view that people see that design proposal and think, well, that's it. So there may be a two-way, excuse the pun, two-way street, but there may be a view that, well, I can't make a submission because it makes no difference, and people do think that. So when I talk about engagement, I would have thought even a working party, and I mean, Councillor Benson Pope and I have been around long enough to know that this went on when George Street was first developed. Surely engagement with those whose livelihoods are directly affected by construction, and believe you me, people don't like it. You know, even a working party, that includes not just community stakeholders, but those businesses who either will be disrupted during construction or indeed may benefit at the end of that when the construction has been completed. But they're not all opposed to I don't think anyone doubts that George Street needs to be refurbished. It's just, what does that refurbishment look like and how do you go about it?
And so would you say the engagement should be continuous and ongoing, potentially throughout the whole process?
Yeah, I didn't come here to talk about other processes, but yes, I would have thought if you bring your citizens with you, and as the Prime Minister says, treat them kindly, you will get a better result.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just picking up on that point, up until this point, or till the end of the last triennium, there was an advisory group that was set up particularly with that purpose, to have input from community representatives and key stakeholders in the city centre. It hasn't been reconstituted in this term, but do you think that would be a helpful
I would have
first
thought
step?
it's imperative because you are going to disrupt people's livelihoods. And I have seen some of the advisory group. You should involve actual retailers, considerable numbers of them. I know Mr Thompson's made a submission. But many of them, like Mr Thompson, have been in business a very long time. They're not opposed to change. They just struggle. It's a very difficult work environment. They are struggling actually to make a living, not to make super profits at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Elder?
Just on that note, who do you see as the important stakeholders if there was such a group formed?
Well, you've had a lot of community engagement with the arts sector, with the environment. You must involve retailers, people who earn their living and try and make a living and employ people. Surely, I mean, that's self-evident to me. If you are affected by the change, you must be included. And I'm sure, I know in the past, Councillor Benson Pope and I will remember that no one made submissions, so it's very hard to get a view. But you will have people who are prepared to do this.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope?
Just on that matter, thanks for your submission, Susie. Some years ago, when the existing work was done, it was much easier to consult with retailers because we had two, perhaps three competing retail organisations fighting over who was going to get their block done first.
Yep.
And paying for the privilege as well,
Yep.
by the way. It's a bit more difficult now because that cohesion in the different blocks has disappeared. They might still have names, but they're not associations as such. And there is really only the Heart of Dunedin group that I'm aware of in terms of formality, with whom we have a memorandum of understanding now. Have you got any suggestions about the best way of identifying the parties so that we get meaningful connection with that sector, as well as all the other players who have to be involved?
I'm not sure it's here to give that guidance, except, well, you've had Brent Weatherall submit, and I think it would seem he's probably willing to lead a group. And again, I don't take it that he's anti-particular development. It's just to get ideas and include him. He may well be someone that would lead a group of people.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Clare? Welcome, sir. The next 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tony Clare and I am a property investor with large holdings in Dunedin. Entities that I either own or have a substantial interest in pay to the Dunedin City Council in excess of $750,000 a year in rates. So obviously I have a significant interest in whatever happens with the future direction of the city. In terms of the proposed central city upgrade, I'm sure we both want the same outcomes. We want to create a vibrant, attractive, commercially successful CBD that is easy and convenient to access. We want to create the best CBD in New Zealand, a place that other cities are envious of. I'm sure we also agree that any upgrade is probably 10 years overdue. George Street is the front door to our city. It is probably the largest provider of rates income by area for the city, so it is worthy of protecting through reinvestment. We have been lucky to date that we have retained the majority of our retail within a very tightly held area. And while there has been some creep, we haven't seen significant dilution through large format retail movement to outer areas. but we need to be careful that this doesn't gain traction. We have an enormous advantage in Dunedin as a starting point over many cities whose CBDs have been decimated and destroyed through poor planning and decision making. We still have a heart to our city. To maintain the central city as the premier retail location, we have to make it accessible and user-friendly. By virtue of this, the area that we probably disagree on is parking. I don't believe you can consider making significant changes to our central city traffic patterns as presently proposed without considering the future parking requirement. The two issues are inextricably linked. They go hand in hand in respect of any decisions affecting George Street. Retail is a highly competitive industry, and we need to make access to our retail as easy and convenient as possible. I'm afraid that no matter what you want to happen, the majority of people are still going to visit the CBD by car for many years to come. In terms of the present proposal the Council are considering, personally, I'm yet to form a firm view on this. At this stage, I'm open-minded. However, to date, I have yet to see any evidence produced from traffic engineers, parking plans or financial modelling that supports the proposal. I'm not saying it hasn't been completed, it just hasn't been provided to the various stakeholder groups to review. I have attended a couple of meetings with council staff. These haven't taken the form of consultation between the parties. They have been more a recital of what is proposed, with little, if any, substantive information provided to support the proposed changes. The only 2 points I came away from these discussions with were, firstly, the previous mayor wanted something bold for George Street, and secondly, there are too many single occupant car movements into the city. At no stage have I heard anyone say that we want to achieve is to cement the CBD as a commercially successful and vibrant shopping, entertainment and business precinct for years to come. Whatever is finally decided will affect the city for the next 20 to 30 years. So we have to make sure that whatever form the decision takes, it is based on fact, not just some utopian wish list. The investment is significant and you only get one shot at getting it right. I heard a quote from a planner a few years ago which I think is applicable to what we want for George Street, which was, successful public spaces are now the new anchor tenants. The retail environment is fragile at the moment, and with the recent COVID crisis, many of the central city business owners are scared. Some don't know what they are scared of, but they are worried about what the future holds. They are scared of the unknown. This is not a time to add to their uncertainty. Now is about holding their hand and supporting and assisting where we can. What I would like to see Council consider is to defer any decisions on the future direction of George Street for up to 12 months. During this time, the city and the various stakeholders can work together, assemble the relevant consultant inputs that can be robustly tested through peer reviews if necessary. This information will then allow a balanced and well-considered decision as to the future direction of George Street and its surrounding areas. By taking time to consider all this information and carrying out the process in an inclusive and transparent manner, the final decision should come naturally with majority support from all parties with a vested interest. This time will also allow, and most importantly, allow the retailers time to regain some momentum for their businesses. It will give them some confidence about their futures, and they will then be far more accepting of change if they are confident their business will survive and hopefully prosper in years to come. While I am aware that this upgrade is certainly well
30
overdue,
seconds, sir.
I'm sure 12 months will make little difference to a decision that is going to affect our city for at least the next 20 to 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clear, and certainly we can arrange to have a copy of the parking study sent to you. It was attached to the agenda, but I appreciate there's volumes that are attached to the agenda for this meeting, but that can easily be done. Questions, councillors? Councillor O'Malley.
Just a quick question on the definition of deferral for 12 months, because I think it might mean different things to different people. Because would you mean that you would want us to defer all the design work and every such thing. So is that your request? Because that would effectively mean 24 months before any work would start. Or
Well,
do you
I'd like
mean
to see-
12 months when any work starts?
Rather than something that looks like it could be cast in stone, I'd rather see a consultative process with that design work. Now, whether it's 12 months, whether it's 6 months, I'm not sure, but we as large property owners, I mean, we've got substantial interests in George Street, don't feel that we've really been involved in the process to date.
So I'm more getting around, rather, that's the engagement component. I'm more like what 12 months actually means.
I wouldn't want to think that there's a decision made within that period that casts it in stone in terms of what form the upgrade takes.
Right.
Councillor Lord.
You think, Tony, you've said that you have had a couple of meetings, but at those stages, at no stage did you really feel it was consultation, rather that you were being informed of what the proposal. So is there anyone, you're in the Heart of Dunedin group?
I am part of it, yes.
And has there been a number of people involved with those? It's not just you going
No,
involved
it's not
those
just me.
boys.
No, there's other parties, but I think that probably the same sentiment would be expressed by the others as well, that we feel that it's the discussions are more like a fait accompli rather than a consultation of what do you think, what's your input as well.
And do you have any proposed solutions to the parking problem? Because I mean, it is
No,
something...
I don't have any bright ideas, but I mean, I'm very happy to sit down and discuss it. I mean, there's more heads around the table, the better the outcome sometimes. But and I don't have a firm view, in all honesty, about the proposed upgrade. I mean, I quite like the idea of the shared streets and everything else, whether it's two-way, one-way, or whatever. But I think they're all got to be considered hand in hand. I don't think you can differentiate the parking from the upgrade or changing the traffic patterns.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. So as a commercial property owner, what sort of percentage of retailers and businesses there are asking you for, reductions in rent or
100.
not? Right, everyone has come, and how's that? What are they saying is the...
We're offering generally we are getting from zero rental through to 50% of what we were getting previously.
That's
But
really tough.
It's not so much, that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a unique situation, 1 in 100 years or whatever, but the couple of months that the lockdown's been in place, that's no issue. It's the going forward, it's the next 6 months. I mean, we will have to hold their hand for that period.
Yes.
And offer further discounts over the next 6-month period. And that may range from 50% to 25% reduction. I don't know. We haven't decided what form that'll take yet.
How do you think businesses would react if we then started doing this work in April next year?
I don't think it's actually starting in April next year. I think it's the fact, the decision, they're scared of any decision.
Yes.
So I think they need to have their hand held and they have to feel that they've been included in the process of the decision making.
And so far, do you think they have been?
No.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you, Mr. Clare. You've said that retailers are hurting and fearful, and that what they need for the next 12 months really is some kind of stability. Are you suggesting that to provide that stability, that we simply freeze the process that we're going down at the moment? How can council best create a stable environment for these businesses to recover?
Well, the businesses need confidence, and as I say, some of them don't even know what they're scared of at the moment. It's the unknown. We've gone through something quite unique. But I think if the council goes through the process that is transparent and inclusive with them in terms of reaching a decision, then I think they'll be more comfortable in terms of moving forward.
But you're suggesting that decision should wait for at least 12 months?
Well, I think it should take that period of time in terms of consultation and input to make the final decision, what form that takes, yes.
And do you think that within 12 months, a lot of these businesses, retail in particular, will have managed to find their feet again?
Well, hopefully. I mean, the retail was tough going into the COVID crisis. It's a lot tougher now. So some of them won't survive, and some of them were never going to survive. But we have to help as much as the George Street situation, and Councillor Pope mentioned before that there was the last time the upgrade was completed, retail was on a high and it was competitive to get premises in George Street. I got the first property I bought in George Street was in 1985, and we were paid $100,000 by a tenant for the right to occupy the premises.
Oh, wow.
Key money.
Key money.
God.
Quite different now then.
Yeah, no, it works the other way now.
Thank you.
I do have one urgent decision to make. I'll move from the chair that we extend the time for public forum beyond half an hour. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Councillor Elder.
My question has been asked.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Clare, for your submission. I have a question around the retailers. In one of the studies which is attached to this agenda, it talks about changes in retail and decline of spending. So some of the issues pre-COVID, and now those are layered on top of it. How adaptive do you feel the retailers that you're involved with have been pre-COVID to the changing situation in retail?
It varies, I think. I mean, some of them are like dinosaurs, and some of them are open-minded and adaptive. You know, there are a number of retailers that just wouldn't survive anyway. I mean, the COVID has brought it to a head. It's just accelerated the process. And I think they have to be more adaptive. There's no question about that. But we do need to nurse the ones through as much as we can that are going to survive. I mean, it is very, very tough out there at the moment. You walk up the street today and come to the meeting. I mean, you could shoot a shotgun down Lower Stewart Street, to be quite honest.
Thank you.
It's not to be encouraged all the same. Councillor Barker.
Told off that could be last year.
Oh, sorry.
Kia ora, Tony. I just have one question. Have you been able to read the Dunedin Central City Upgrade Retail Quarter Economic Resilience Report?
No.
I read over the weekend. It was a lot of reading. There's a whole lot of information in there and suggestions about how to engage with retailers and landowners, etc. And I'm hoping to ask a question later this afternoon about what the timeline will be for that, because I think that will really help inform the decision. So that's not really a question, is it? Oh, have you read it? Thank you.
I will read it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tony.
And finally, Ms. Duncan.
Thank you for your time.
Welcome. The next 5 minutes are yours if you can acquaint yourself with the microphone so that we can hear you.
Cool. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, all good.
Awesome. So, hi, my name's Sky Duncan. I'm actually from Dunedin, and I'm going to see if this works because I wanted to... I'm back in town at the moment, and I just wanted to say congratulations on some of the stuff that I've been seeing happening here. I grew up here in Dunedin, as we used to say. It's all right in Dunedin. That's actually me in the original ad there, but I'm really excited to see that we're looking at how we can actually get things better than all right in Dunedin. And a big part of that is I've seen in the newspaper in the last few days around the rethinking of the urban heart here. So a bit of background I just want to explain. I run a global arm of a nonprofit based in New York City called the Global Designing Cities Initiative. And one thing we do is we live and breathe street design and street transformation. So working on guidance. One in particular is the Global Street Design Guide that was released a couple of years ago. That was created with input from experts all over the world. And we've now had over 100 cities and organizations endorse that, including Dunedin, and working on translating around the world. And what we're really looking at is this premise of how we can transform our streets, where the car has been king, and instead to put people first. When we think about our streets and our cities, they're our largest network of continuous public space, and therefore in cities, one of our biggest assets of how we can help address a number of challenges and restore the role of streets as the lifeblood of our communities. Sadly, at the moment, all around the world, our streets, our decisions around the design are killing people slowly through air pollution. They're killing them slowly through chronic disease, and we're making them too scary for people to go out and be physically active. And we're killing them quickly, with over 1.35 million people dying on traffic fatalities. And sadly, it's now our #1 killer around the world on our streets of ages 5 to 29. In New Zealand, that number is getting close to 400, which is 7 times the number of people who died in the Christchurch mosque attack. And they're dying in our country here in New Zealand every year on our streets. So a lot of our work is looking at how we can help inspire leaders, inform practitioners, and empower communities to transform their streets, to almost put on a set of glasses and think about what's possible, of how we could do that differently. How a single street may need to change design and speeds along the length of it. How the space can be designed for people, for pedestrians and cyclists, for those taking transit and driving and dropping off freight, and of course those doing business. When we look at a lot of the numbers, we see that private automobiles are our least efficient way of moving people through our cities, and we actually get a whole lot more people in our conduits, in our streets, if we focus on more sustainable modes. Similarly, if we think about how we want to move 50 people through our streets, we can very quickly move many more times, 2.5 times the amount of people. So we know that our cars don't shop, but our people do, and so the more people we can get and attract to our spaces, a lot of our work is, as I mentioned, helping to reimagine and look at this type of transformation and then show people real numbers and case studies where we can see that the space is safer, that retails are going up, whether it's in commercial areas, whether it's residential streets, or some of the examples like we've seen here in New Zealand, in Auckland, where shared surfaces can improve the pedestrian volumes and consumer spending. A lot of this work builds off some of the models in Times Square, where that space has been rethought in a short-term, temporary manner, because we know that change can be scary, and sometimes doing these temporary shifts can help us. It doesn't mean that this work is about being anti-car. It's really about being pro-mobility choice and safe public space. As I mentioned, we all know that change is scary, and we know that even when we want to change or we want to see change, none of us are that good at actually changing ourselves. But we have to remind ourselves that once upon a time we thought it was ludicrous to allow women to vote, or to ban smoking in buildings, or to require people to wear seatbelts in cars. So it is hard, but it is necessary, and I think we see a lot of great examples of how we can use temporary processes to refine designs, collect metrics, and see what's possible by shifting a focus of just talking and measuring everything around cars to be more inclusive and equitable and contextual. So we're able to shift from anecdote to analysis. And we're seeing this practice in every corner of the world, from Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, where we can transform spaces, collect metrics, and go back and make change permanent, to roundabouts in Bogota, to corners in the north of Brazil, where a bit of paint can be transformed so that spaces can be safer and bring people together, to give them spaces to sit and wait and enjoy. Where transformations that can be done in a matter of a weekend not only result in safer speeds, but also more people walking, more people sitting and spending time and approving the transformation. Similar examples in Milan. So this temporary change can help lead us towards a permanent transformation of our streets and our commercial corridors and cities that we see in literally every corner, from Helsinki and Geneva to Oslo and Stockholm, to Rotterdam and The Hague, where yes, this is December and people are sitting outside enjoying a cup of coffee. Lisbon, Bandung in Indonesia, Santiago in Chile, closer to our neighbours in Melbourne and Sydney, to even closer at home, where we've seen transformations in Dunedin. And yeah, we always say Dunedin is different. We're not like anywhere else, but I have to tell you, in every continent and every city that we work on, people say the same thing. And you know what? Once upon a time, Copenhagen wasn't Copenhagen, and Amsterdam didn't look like Amsterdam as it is today. So these types of transformations didn't happen by accident. People like you guys chose to do things differently in their cities. So I happened to be in town. This is what I live and breathe, and I just wanted to say congrats and thank you for thinking big and bold, and for being brave to borrow ideas from other places and to build here. And I'm really excited to see the continued progress. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and you're happy to take questions?
Sure, yeah.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Sky. You just made a comment, you said that the private motor vehicle is the least efficient for getting around. And I can understand, for example, the difference between a 5 metre by 2 metre, 10 square metre car compared with a 60 square metre bus. Obviously, I understand that, but for me personally, the efficiency of a car is, I don't believe in the next 10 to 15 years we will ever see it change. In fact, it is efficient. It's the easiest way for me to get up in the morning and come to council or come to town or wherever I need to go. It's cheap. It gets me from A to B. So how do you see that? And I totally get some of the cities you're working in. There's absolutely primo like underground systems, subways, trains. We don't have that here, and it's not going to ever probably be, while we're sitting on 100,000 people, efficient to put those things in. So how do you like, were you here for Mr. Clare's presentation?
Who's Mr. Clare?
Oh, he just spoke before you.
Oh, yes, I was, yeah.
But he made the comment that parking to him is imperative as a owner of Main Street. And that is the problem I have. If I can't get here, I won't shop here. So how do you...
Yeah, look, this is we probably don't have enough time today, and I'd be happy to speak to you afterwards. This is a global challenge, and it's a little bit of a misconception. What we have to do, if we don't have enough space in our cities, quite frankly, to allow every single person to use a car for every single trip that they need to take. So it's not about banning the car. It's not about saying you can't use a car if for some trips it's more, it is more convenient, or if you have accessibility challenges, or you need to deliver or drop something off. But what we really have to do is stop prioritising that as our only mode, and to give people choices that are safer and more convenient and more affordable, because we're not actually paying the real cost with private car ownership. It's hugely subsidised through the oil, through the roads, the infrastructure, and actually it's much more affordable if we could give people choices of being able to get around through cycling, through taking transit, through sometimes driving, but not having to drive on every single trip, because we don't have enough space in our city for people to do that. So if we can balance this act, and it is a challenge, I know, we say that in Dunedin, we say it in other cities in New Zealand, we say it in every corner of the world. But as our city grows and evolves, we have just seen again and again that by having that singular focus and keeping our blinders on, we're really doing a disservice to our local businesses and so forth, because we're never going to fit as many people in our cities if every person comes with a big metal box around them. If that's for some of the people, and at the same time we have things like bike share and convenient bus and transit, then we have a much more holistic approach to being equitable and being fair for everyone in the city. And I'm happy to talk later as well.
A roundtable discussion on this topic would probably be quite fruitful, but would take a considerable amount of time. So I would ask people to focus on questions, and preferably not rhetorical ones. I'm not pointing to you, Councillor, just that we've got a lot to get through on the meeting agenda today. Councillor Walker.
Yes, thank you, Ms Duncan. What a refreshingly progressive submission. Thank you for being, since I've been an elected member, the first person as well for mentioning air pollution, because I, for one, certainly don't like ingesting carbon monoxide when I sup on my cappuccino. My question is, from the submission you made, I guess I've picked up on the fact that you're suggesting that George Street, if it is to survive as the heart of our city, in some way needs to create a new relevance. What, in your mind, in the Dunedin or Taputi example, would be some of those key relevances, if relevances is such a word?
Look, I want to pass on congratulations from the little. I haven't read all the deep reports on the design, but from what I'm seeing, it seems to be going in a direction that I think is very positive. It's starting to shift George Street from a place that you move through to be a place that people want to be. And if we can do that through creating, green spaces and shade, or access for sun and winter days, places to sit and linger. In the urban design world, we talk about sticky spaces, spaces that invite people to linger, not just pass through. And that's where you see the spill-on effect, actually, of people spending more money in the cafes and restaurants because they've got cleaner air, they can sit in the sun, their kids can run, they know they're not going to be hit by high-speed vehicles. So when you couple the speed issue with the spatial approach, and allow vehicles to come in a shared approach like we see in this rendering, it means that the pedestrian is still the king or queen of the space, and the vehicles are allowed to access that, maybe at limited hours for heavy loading and things, but they are kind of respecting the pedestrian. And we, quite frankly, in 99.9% of our streets around the world, that is not the case. Our primary goal has been to move as many cars as quickly as possible, and if you're lucky, you get some leftover space for people. And so we now just have almost limitless examples around the world where a different approach has meant that people are attracted to that space. And I do have to say, you have to get the details right. It really does rely on refined design and really thinking about every little detail of surfaces that people are sitting on to the spaces of what they're facing. But I think in general, yes, my overall submission, I guess, is to say I think it looks like it's going in a great direction, and I know that often when change is proposed, there's a lot of opposition that comes out and doesn't like it, and that's understandable because it's scary. And I've worked in city government myself, and I know it's not often that people come and say positive things, so I just wanted to kind of give a vote of support for this approach of thinking about how we can transform Dunedin and make it the greatest little city in the world. I'm biased, it's my hometown too. But.
Awesome, thank you. Love the passion.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you. Picking up on Councillor Lord's quote where you said, I believe, that cars are the most inefficient mode of getting people into our shopping areas.
They're if you look at the numbers...
Sorry, I had a question.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, that was a correct quote?
Not quite. I was just going to correct you.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
correct it, please.
So if you're looking at the number of people you can move through, say, 3 metres of space, which is the average
your
width
quote,
of
please,
was that cars are one of the most inefficient ways to move people through spaces.
Okay, so
Yeah.
exactly what I said, except through spaces instead of shopping areas.
Yeah.
Why is it then...
Councillor, I prefer
that-
you didn't waste our time hectoring the submitter. If you could get on with the questions, please.
I have simply clarified the quotation, thank you. Why is it then that most people who go shopping do so in a car if it's so inefficient? And why is it that buses are massively subsidised by government and still not used?
So again, I'd be happy to have a longer conversation. It's about how you get all the complex urban systems of transportation working together. So having bus as one option, making sure that spaces are walkable, making sure that the bus network is comprehensive and goes to the places that people need, that the frequency of the service is enough, that the stops are spaced in the right way, that you have alternatives also for cycling as well. We've seen a lot of cities with great transformation, with bike share systems, with e-bike share systems in hilly places like Dunedin. Quite frankly, we don't have a lot of options other than to drive in Dunedin at the moment. And we haven't really, we're starting to see a shift, I think, in Dunedin and other cities around the world where a prioritization on choices, on mobility choices, is people are starting to understand the value of that. And I think that's probably one of the main reasons is right now they don't have as many choices. But if we make it harder, it sounds strange and it's very controversial, I know, but if we make it harder for people to drive and they're paying more of the real costs of what it means to drive, and at the same time we're giving better alternatives or other alternatives to give choices, then we can work towards a city that is equitable and sustainable for everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
How do you... Sorry,
Councillor
I have
Wiley.
one more question.
We don't have time, Councillor. We've got a fairly lengthy speaking list already.
I believe that's unprecedented, Your Worship.
No, I said at the beginning of the meeting that we had limited time to take questions.
Yes, limited at this stage only to myself, Your Worship.
Sorry?
Limited at this stage only to my questioning.
No, we're moving on to other people with questions. Well, you can ask your questions, sir, if it will progress the meeting in a more efficient manner.
Thank you.
As long as it is a question.
The Speaker has just said that we don't have a lot of options in Dunedin and has suggested that we make it harder for people to use cars. You've also said that you want to give people choices. How do you square giving people choices with removing or making it harder for them to choose to use their cars? Are they not contradictory?
No, they're not, actually. So if you're giving people, there are two things that you kind of need to do at the same time, is what we've found globally is the most effective way. So on one hand, if we make sure that spaces like this give alternatives and places for people to feel safe cycling at slow speeds, to be walking, to look at how the public transportation system is working at the same time as making it harder. It sounds counterintuitive, I know it does, but we've seen city after city slowly taking away parking spaces, slowly making it more affordable, slowly making the real cost of driving the reality, and at the same time investing time and energy and money into the alternative modes that are really the way that can help address some of the challenges around air pollution, chronic disease, around road safety. And I'd be happy to have a much longer conversation with you on that.
Thank you. Questions from Councillor Wiley and then Councillor Benson-Pope, and that's probably all we'll have time for. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms Duncan, when you look at processes to get to the end, where do you think we are positioned at the moment? And then on top of that, what have you seen the successes in the work that you've achieved working with communities, how they've got to the end and their levels of engagement and consultation with stakeholders?
Can you just clarify for me what you mean by the end? The end of this project, or
to the end of the finished product?
Yeah, I mean, look, cities are never end, right? It's not like we get a city and we tick a box and we're done and we always go home. They're constantly evolving because we have different challenges that we're being faced with. I think the way you can get to the end of a project or try and get a finished product, it varies a lot depending on the context that you're in. But generally what we're finding is some of what we're seeing, some shorter term temporary trials can be a very effective way to trial things and to see what works and what doesn't work. It's obviously a huge amount of money that's being invested into any form of capital transformation in cities. And so using the moment to see what's possible and to talk to people and understand, okay, what worked, what didn't work, what might we need to refine and change, and to actually get some of the results pretty quickly through a bit of paint and through a bit of geometric transformation while we wait for the more expensive pavers and the bigger trees to be planted. We can actually kind of make a pretty big change and get some of the impacts with quite short-term transformations like we're seeing, and then slowly but surely working with understanding what are the repercussions of that, talking to people. We've heard a lot about consultation and engagement processes, and then using that to get to the kind of finished product.
But consultation and engagement
is part of it, absolutely. But I think we also have to remember is that we will never make 100% of people happy ever. And if we do, we can get paralyzed to the point of inaction. And so many of the global crises and local crises that we're facing, public health-wise, economic-wise, can't afford to have inaction. So we have to be able to move forward and make decisions, and we have to know that we can get as many people and get the input as many people as possible, but that I've never heard of any case where 100% of people are going to always love everything that's proposed. Yeah.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, thank you, Worship. Thanks for your input and welcome home. Two very quick questions. The first one is in relation to the scale issue, which you touched on at the end of your presentation with some slides of lovely big European and international cities. What is your response to the argument that Dunedin doesn't have the population or the critical mass for public spaces of that kind to be successful? Is that true or not?
I don't believe so, no. I believe we in Dunedin are human beings that have the same needs and desires and love of vibrancy and activity as human beings in other parts of the world. I think we're really good in New Zealand at using our small population as an excuse for not being more innovative. I think we do that for public transport and we do it for public space, but ultimately I believe that cities, I mean, if you look at public transportation, a lot of European cities, even very small cities, they have very comprehensive transit systems because public transit and public space is seen as a public good. We don't expect to make money off our schools and our libraries it's invested in to make a better city, to make a better quality of life and a more equitable city for our citizens. I think if we think about our public transit and our public space in the same way, then I really don't think it matters what the population
Thank you.
is.
We certainly have the transportation issues well and truly on our radar. The second one is really in response. I'd just like you brief feedback to the nervousness that Mr. Clear, the previous speaker, talked about on the part of his retailers and their fear of the unknown. Is that an argument for making progress, or is that an argument for not making progress on these sort of designs?
Look, I think absolutely when we look at a consultation process, it's very important to get many different voices in the room or on the paper or whatever the format is, on the Zoom screen perhaps. But it's important that we are fair in where those voices are coming from. So absolutely, I think retailers need to be a part of the conversation. We need to understand, the city needs to understand what some of the specific challenges are. But generally, you can have conversations around, if it's loading and drop-off, there are detailed design or operation and management strategies that can help appease or relieve some of those issues. I do think we're really good at listening to the people in the cars, but I think it's really important that we make a proactive effort to, make an effort to talk to the people who are walking and shopping on the streets, and that we understand where people are coming from and how they got there, and that if they had a choice, would they do things differently? The people who are taking transit, the people who are cycling, the people of different incomes. So I think as long as we're being inclusive in that manner, then absolutely I think the concerns of local retailers are very important to take into account. But I think again we have to remember that you'll never be able to make 100% of people happy, and if we get stuck to inaction in that process, then you risk the danger of not addressing any of the larger crises that our urban environments are facing.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Your Worship, would we be able to have Councillor Lafesso and myself both had questions?
There are a number of people that had questions, Councillor, but as I said at the beginning of the meeting, time for asking questions is somewhat limited for the public forum, given that, particularly on this item, we have an extensive opportunity to canvass the issues on the agenda already.
It is quite prudent, though, given we're discussing things later on George Street.
Councillor, we've come to the end of our public forum. Thank you to all of our submitters. We'll move to the meeting proper. There are no apologies. With regards to that, in terms of confirming the agenda, I would ask for the benefit of getting input from the various consultants who have been engaged to do some of the work for us, and without having them on hold all day, charging us for the privilege, it would be most useful to take that item immediately after lunch at 2 o'clock. The problem is I don't know how far through the meeting we'll be by then. So I'll move that we confirm the agenda with the following additions and alterations. That in regard to Standing Order 21.4, Option C be adopted in relation to moving and seconding and speaking to amendments. That Item 9, Central City Plan George Street Update Report be taken at 2 p.m. immediately after lunch. And that Item 11, Financial Result Period ended 30th of April, be taken before Item 10, Financial Result Period ended 30th of March, given that that supersedes the report. So I'll move that we confirm the agenda with those amendments. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 5, Declarations of Interest. Any amendments to be made to the interest register? Councillor Raddick.
Yes, well,
if you could lean into your microphone, sir.
Microphone? Yes. Can you hear me there now?
Not particularly well.
So, what is it?
We can't hear you, sir.
Yes. The Auditor General has issued a declaration under Section 6.4 of LAMIA, allowing me to participate in the grounds that it's in the interest of the electors and the inhabitants of the area that I'm allowed to do so. And this declaration applies to this council meeting on the 25th, and discussions and deliberations on the annual plan 2021, and up to and including the adoption of the annual plan. So that's a modified statement for the...
But not George Street.
Statement.
And that's specifically with regard to George Street issues, I'm assuming.
Yes.
So you're amending your interest register around that accordingly.
Around financial interest in George Street, yes.
It's fine. Anyone else?
Well, Your Worship, can we just, I'm sorry, I haven't seen what was read and I couldn't hear it actually, but don't we have an issue with the declaration currently says there is an interest and the member will withdraw?
My understanding is that the member is amending
So
that.
we're going to amend that? We're going to remove that?
That's the suggestion, yes.
Absolutely. So you can remove that and replace it with what I've just read.
Yeah.
Any further amendments? No, in that case I'll move that the council amends the elected members' interest register attached as attachment A and amends the proposed management plan for elected members' interests and further notes the executive leadership team's interest register attached as attachment B. Seconded, Councillor Lord. Any discussion?
Yes,
Councillor Raddick.
I'm sure Ms Graham will be happy to send that around. Am I free to speak?
It was more about that we couldn't hear you, but
yes.
you are free to speak.
I'm sure Ms Graham will be happy to send the exact wording around the members. And I'd just like to thank Sandy Graham for the sterling effort that she put in to get that across the line and get the whole issue of my participation in the discussion on George Street resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Vanavis.
I'm concerned that Councillor Raddick was excluded from a very important debate because of a conflict suggestion, which has today been confirmed as not being the case. I'm concerned also that Councillor Raddick has had to expend an extraordinary amount of his own funds to get lawyers to essentially clarify legal advice which has been sought by staff.
Councillor, are you speaking in support or against the amendment to the interest register?
I'm speaking in support of it and expressing my concern that in order to be able to carry out his democratic right to vote.
That's fine. Councillor, it doesn't necessarily match my understanding of the situation, so it's probably helpful at this point before we proceed to get clarification from Ms Graham.
Absolutely.
If you can find a microphone. Thank you.
Can you say what doesn't match?
I just think it would be useful to get advice from staff about the process up until this point.
By way of point of order?
He's the chairman.
I'm asking for staff to give advice and clarification of the process up until this point, Councillor.
So, I'll step you through the process. There were two issues.
Can you pull the microphone a bit closer?
Is that better?
Yep.
There were two issues that needed to be resolved for Councillor Raddick. We had a declaration that from the Office of the Auditor General that he didn't have an interest in common with the public. Thereby, there was a pecuniary interest, which the councillor never disputed. When you have a pecuniary interest, the Local Authority Members Interest Act then comes into play, and there are two processes around that that can happen. You can either get an exemption if your financial interest is seen to be remote, or there's another word, but basically small enough that it doesn't matter. Or if you can't do that, then you can get a declaration that there are other grounds when you might, when it serves the interests of the electors to participate. So that was one arm. Also, Councillor Raddick was involved in the drafting of the Saddle Hill Community Board submission, which asked for certain things to happen with three of the key projects that this council has on its books, including George Street, the Tertiary Precinct and the Waterfront Bridge. Now, there's a common law predetermination matter that then needs to be overcome. So they're two separate processes. The Auditor General will do the Lamia one, which is, so that's our process. The councillor and I worked very closely together to try and put a case together to get the Auditor General to provide that clearance. Until we had that clearance, he had a financial interest that meant he had to sit back. We got the clearance at about 10 to 7 on Friday night, having worked. There was a lot of work went into doing that. We had multiple correspondence with the Auditor General. And so at the time of the Planning and Environment Committee, the councillor did not have in place a clearance from the Office of the Auditor General, so he hadn't cleared the Lamia hurdle. At the same time, we still had to work through the predetermination issue. The councillor took independent advice on the predetermination issue, which was at odds with the council's initial advice. And at the moment, the council lawyers reviewed his independent advice and still believe there is an issue of predetermination, but that it can be managed. And the councillor has, again, worked with the council solicitors to find a pathway through that will enable his participation because of that predetermination issue. He will sit back from the Saddle Hill Community Board submission during the annual plan. He has an agreed statement that he will make that will clear his participation in the George Street matter.
Thank you, that's helpful. Further speakers?
I hadn't finished speaking, Your
fine,
Worship,
carry on.
when you interrupted me.
Sorry, I'm chairing the meeting, Councillor, and I thought it would be useful to get staff advice on what had been canvassed at that point. And I think it has been helpful, but you're free to carry on.
Thank you. My concern is that Councillor Raddick, in order to be able to exercise his democratic right to participate in voting, has had to spend an extraordinary amount of personal money with lawyers in order to get this clearance, which I believe shouldn't have actually been in question in the first place. I agree that it was a complex issue, and I agree that, that Sandy Graham has done a great deal to actually facilitate getting this clearance in the end. But I think that it is unfortunate and a very poor precedent where an elected representative has to spend an awful lot of money with lawyers in order to be able to do their job. I don't think that the situation where Councillor Raddick was prevented from voting was in the interest of democracy. And I think that luckily he's in a financial position to be able to get that independent legal advice. I would like to see the structure of such conflicts changed in future so that councillors are actually able to have their legal advice paid for, especially when ratepayers are paying sometimes for alternative advice. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Councillor. I would remind councillors that a motion was put at the Planning and Environment Committee meeting to defer it further to allow more time for Councillor Raddick to get clarification around these issues, and the motion was lost. Councillor van der Vis, I'm sure you'll recall voting against that motion. Any further speakers? Being none, I'll put it. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Any abstentions? That's agreed. Thank you. Item 6, Part A reports, applications for extraordinary water supply 281 and 292 Waipori Falls Road. Mr. Dyer. Welcome.
Morena. Just introduce Scott Campbell, our policy analyst in Three Waters.
Welcome, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
You happy to take the report as read, gentlemen?
Yes, please.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Lord.
Tom, excuse me, Tom, it's been put to us that there are other people already in that area being supplied off that line that actually runs through one of the properties concerned. So that means that they need to be continually supplied. That's no plan to reduce that line at any stage in the future?
No, that's correct.
And as someone that's been a shareholder in that scheme in days gone by and supplied by it for many, many years, I know that there's no restriction of water at the moment. In fact, when the DCC took over that scheme, they deliberately wanted more water for the airport, and so they took over the scheme and increased the size and the volume. So I assume, I mean, if I want to get more water on the dairy farm, you just write in, you get your extra units, no problem. So
that assumption is not necessarily correct. There are parts of the scheme that are at capacity, and in terms of bulk supply, there are areas that we're in a position now where we assess each application quite carefully, as the volume of water that's available from the treatment plant a capacity point.
And would there be any issue with 2 more units going down that line? Would there be any reason why that line couldn't cope with it?
There may be some technical difficulties. We haven't got right into the detail of exactly what that would look like. What we've said in this report is that if we were, if council were of a mind to select that option, that we'd consider those things in more detail then. But there is likely to be a couple of technical changes required and additional piping required.
But that extra piping is borne by the cost of the person getting the...
Correct.
So no cost to council?
Typically we would aim for that endpoint, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Sorry?
Councillor Vandervis, you indicated a
yes,
question.
thank you. So I didn't hear you correctly. Given that we're in a position where we have to make a black and white decision on this, and given also that we have, certainly in recent years, upheld the hard boundary, rural residential, is this particular case one where you see a significant shade of grey going to white at one end or black at the other end? I mean, is this a case where you feel perhaps a bit more sympathy for a connection than you would have in some of the previous ones that we've considered?
I don't know if it's fair to ask the staff whether they have a greater or lesser degree of sympathy. The paper has been prepared on the basis of interpreting the policy as it stands, would be my
Okay, I apologise.
Sympathy is a
not
political
a fair
decision.
question. What I was trying to get to was there are always shades of grey, and there are rules, and we have to stick to them by and large. But there are some cases, some very rare cases perhaps, in which exceptions might be made. Is this particular case one in which you see an exception as being acceptable, or do you think it's simply like all the other applications that we've seen? It's a clear case of it doesn't conform to the rules, we don't have unlimited capacity, and therefore we simply can't allow it? Is it the latter?
This is a slightly different situation to the previous reports of the last, say, 12 months. The applicant is not seeking to connect to a urban scheme, an urban water supply, rather a rural scheme. However, in this particular case as well, that rural scheme was set up in the early 80s with by a board and a number of farmers funding that supply. They did so with a bit of a runaround at the start to work out who might want to be supplied by that and pay for that privilege. Similar to our other urban schemes, there was a zone boundary drawn. The zone boundary was drawn with a certain capacity in mind, and therefore, and what we are seeking to do with this report and this recommendation is to uphold that zone boundary. However, in the rural space, it is slightly more grey than in the urban.
Thank you very much, and thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Kia ora. I just have a question about on page 24, paragraph 24, about the strategy. It says that there's a work plan for the 10-year plan. So I've got. Can you explain a little bit more about the 10-year plan, 2024 to 34, and how it relates to the Three Waters direction statement? I'm just wondering. We've had a strategy that was written in 2010, and I'm still wondering, is it fit for purpose, and do you foresee any strategic changes? That's a really big question, I guess, probably. But I'm just saying, is it fit for purpose now when we're making this decision on something that's so old?
There are parts of the strategic direction statement that are outdated. However, not particularly relevant to this decision. What we are seeking to do over the near term is review that work and be able to provide clearer guidance on these types of matters. Part of that package of work includes considering supply zone boundaries, growth provisions, and other such work. So that would all be featured together with a suite of options and investment plans, options for investment
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr Dyer, this is always a difficult issue, we know, and we've got a policy. I just wondered if you had any comment on the submitters' comments around drawing from a catchment and the 1080 poisoning measure. And also one of the properties having very steep access to truck and water, because given those two options, it seems the options for the property owners are fairly slim.
With regard to the catchment being having regular pest control activities, that is true. It's a catchment that we sought to disestablish in the 2000s for that very reason. One of those was the driving reason for that, as well as some yield issues with that catchment. Yes, and with regard to that, we also ensure that on the bulk of our catchments, we manage that pest control really carefully, so I can sympathise with the property owner in that regard. I don't know the detail of any access issues or anything within a certain property, but I can relate, and obviously the applicants have determined that on balance a better option for them is to seek a water supply from council and have chosen to go through this process.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Just confirming that it's effectively cumulative impact that is the major driving force for wanting to hold the boundaries where they are.
So I'll just give a quick scenario to clarify that. There are many dairy farms, the airport, and a bunch of other domestic properties within this rural scheme who take water, and they all have a reasonable perception, as Councillor Lord described before, that they would be able to apply for a greater level of units at a certain point in time and be likely to receive that. The ability for those units to be passed on to current recipients of that water or current customers would be reduced if these 2 units, so we would lose 2 units from the scheme. The scheme has 1,300, give or take.
And then I guess the other question is there, as we do reviews in the future, is there any chance that the boundary lines for this scheme could change?
Yes, there's every chance, but what we would do is provide an investment plan that said we'd build a bigger treatment plant, greater storage and greater pipe capacity to cater for that. But that is what the process that I described before, and with regard to the long-term plan in 2024.
So you're thinking around 2024 is when we'd be
It's a really significant piece of work.
Yep.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr Dwyer, on page 25, we've got paragraph 31. It talks about the pipe passing through, or the water connection passing through 292 Waipori Road, Waipori Ford Road. And further down, an estimated 50 to 200 metres of new DCC pipeline would need to be installed. We heard from Ms Lucas that she was talking 50 metres.
Thanks, Councillor. So the pipeline does pass through 292 Waipori Falls Road. That's Mr Jones's property that the Speaker mentioned. Her own property the pipeline does not pass through, and so to facilitate a unique point of supply, which is what the water bylaw requires, you would need to make an extension from that existing pipeline. There would be a few different options for doing that, but that would be something we would have to explore depending on a council decision.
So the things that we consider when looking at options for pipe routes and that sort of thing, which can become quite technical, and we haven't done in this case, we would do it if the council determines that they're of mind to provide these connections. Then we look at routes based on shortest distance being one parameter, but also the ability to access, the ability to provide a safe drinking water supply, so with backflow prevention, etc., etc. All of those things would come into play, and the options range from 50 to 200 metres. In some cases, 200 metres might be a better option in terms of access and accessibility of that pipe for maintenance in the future.
Okay. And then follow up, when we look on page 27 with option 2, it talks about a payment would be required of $5,000 plus other required fees and charges. Would that sort of cover off the costs, or would you anticipate the costs could be higher than that?
I haven't looked at this one in a lot of detail, but I'd anticipate it would be higher.
Okay. You just, in response to, I think, Councillor O'Malley's question, you talked about 1,300 units being the current capacity of what's going out. And you referenced 2 units by these properties, so basically 1,300 cubic metres of water is what I anticipate then the capacity is. And we're looking at, under option 2, paragraph C, it talks about limiting the flow of 1 cubic metre of water per day.
Yes, so one cubic metre of water per day is 1 unit. Sorry, I'll just correct. I believe I made an error before. I said 1,300, I meant 2,300. Sorry.
Okay, 2,300. Okay. Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, I just was willing to move option 2, approve the applications.
I'll second.
Noted, thank you. Councillor Reddick.
Just a question regarding the capacity. What is the amount, do you have any estimate of the number of potential households and farms that might want to connect to this scheme if it was open slather and we set this precedent so that anyone could, come on board?
We haven't done that analysis. We typically receive applications for more water, but sometimes for less water within a given year from members of the scheme. That's quite common practice. The typical trend in the recent term has been to seek more water. In terms of people on the periphery of the scheme who are not currently serviced, there is a significant volume of properties, and that as a precedent, if a number of applications were to come through, I do believe we'd get closer to the capacity of the scheme quite quickly.
Yes, so can I take it, would you agree with this statement, it would be your preference to wait to 2024 till there's a major upgrade of the scheme and you can do it all together?
Yes, in line with the recommendation of the report. That's right.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions about the policy. The paper mentions that there are properties within the boundary that aren't currently connected. Do you have a sense of how many there are? I'm assuming that we have an obligation to connect those should they choose to take that opportunity up.
That is correct. I'm not sure of the exact volume, and it does depend on how much water they would seek. Some properties within the area are serviced by private bores, and if they chose to no longer use those, they would be, under the current policy, they would be entitled to a water supply should they seek it.
For example, were there any future legislation or regulation around the source of drinking water that would make that more challenging? You would expect that they would then come forward to take advantage of the scheme that they are entitled to use?
Correct. So any property owner who holds a rental with a private bore or something similar would be obligated to ensure safe drinking water for their property under the new drinking water legislation as we're seeing it drafted. So that would likely be another pressure on the capacity of the scheme.
But at this stage, we don't know what that would look like, or whether this decision would have any adverse impact on that.
No, that's correct. So we've seen enabling legislation, but not the detail yet in that regard.
And secondly, where it says the approach, and I don't know if it's in the policy itself, but the approach is to allocate water on a first come, first served basis. Is that one of the strategic things that may be up for review?
We are looking to establish a more strategic process through this 2024, through the plan to get to this 2024 work. So it includes review of bylaws, review of application processes, and everything in between.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Looking at this is, as you said, set a precedent for other people. But this is unique because they lost their water supply because of the actions of city forests, I presume, or DOC, 1080 poison. So it's not as if it's anything created by them, it's been created by somebody else. So therefore I would be in support of option 2, giving them the right to take.
We're still on questions, Councillor, but your support for the foreshadowed motion is noted. Are there any further questions of staff? Councillor O'Malley?
I just really do want to clarify around that point, because I think that's probably the most critical point. Do you think that their circumstances have changed in such a way that it's outside their control, and therefore we are looking at a health and safety request as much as a request for a simple connection?
There are a series of alternate methods available to each applicant. But as I said before, this application is slightly greyer than the previous ones that we've had through council this year. I think there will be significant costs for these applicants, regardless of whether or not they are looking to pursue a private solution or a solution through council provided water supply. The true cost of that we don't yet know. But I do sympathise with the applicants in terms of their current water supply situation.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Dyer. I just need to, I guess, further to Councillor O'Malley's question, because there's a proposal now to move something that goes against the advice of staff. So the question is, to use the word that's been bandied around, does the greyness of this situation in any way make you feel uncomfortable that we risk in any way setting off something that the President will set off something that down the line will be hard to defend?
So within this report, we've done our best to trade off the pros and cons of the situation, and on balance, we believe that option 1, declining the drinking water supply in this case, is the correct thing to do. However, as said before, it is slightly less clear-cut than previous applications.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, thank you, Mr Dyer. So I've got a really specific question following on from Councillor O'Malley. Is the plight of these folks' water supply a direct result of city forest action?
No, I don't believe so. It's that the catchment that they receive their water from in the past, and that we have taken water from in the past as DOC-owned land.
Further questions? No. Councillor Lord, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, well, look, I must admit I have been over the years probably more inclined to move these things and vote against the council wishes, but this one I do see different. It was originally a rural water scheme set up by the farmers so they could get water and get a good quality supply of water. It was taken over by the DCC, I don't know, early 2000s. At that point, the main driver was they wanted to upgrade the water and they wanted to have more water available for the airport, who was struggling. Their bores weren't coping with high quality water. The boundary to me is just, it's the case of the road. The supply on one side of the road and not on the other. And I think the other thing is that area has had 2 drops of 1080 in the last 3.5 years. Had dropped 2 years ago in June and had a drop last June, or 3 years ago in June and last June. So because the DCC no longer draws the water out of Mill Creek, the very creek that we originally took the water out of, they don't put an exclusion on. So for private citizens that are taking water out of that creek now, it's absolutely possible that 1080 does get into that water supply. Yeah. And there's plenty of evidence that suggests it doesn't last long in the water, that it may not harm, but it harms a lot of things above ground, and a lot of things above ground, the first place they go is to the edge of the waterway and die in it. So you get not just the effect of 1080, but also all the bacteria. And having been a farmer and worked in rural areas for a long lot of years, I know that things like one dead sheep in, say, for example, the Tokomarira River can shoot a whole catchment's E. coli through the roof. And 2 or 3 dead possums or dead deer can do the same thing. So I think I do appreciate that some people have a different view, but I think in this case well, we care about our residents and we care about their safety and their ability to get good, clean water, and I think they should be entitled. So I just would like to urge people to support this.
Councillor Houlihan.
I'll be supporting Councillor Lord's motion. I spent a lot of time as a conservation reporter years ago, and I did many stories on 1080, and I have quite a concern about 1080. I don't want to start the whole 1080 debate because it's very divided, I know, and very heated, but I think it would be great as a nation if we could look for other alternatives that are more natural. I have serious concerns about contamination in water, so I will definitely be supporting this.
Further speakers, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Bishop. I think I am wavering towards supporting this because normally I wouldn't, because I am really concerned about cumulative impact effects, and I'm really concerned about whenever we set up a precedent of effectively bending a boundary line, because if we do that, everybody who's come to us in the past has now got more or less a right to come back and say, well, you've changed your mind on this one. And so I think the thing that I will vote for is because of the presence of 1080 drops, but I believe that's going to be opening us up to many more of this. I mean, we may have to start actually, and maybe 2024 will have to be a consideration of how we deal with boundaries. Do we treat them hard, or do we say that there is an edge to it? But obviously, every time you say there's an edge to it, people say, I'm on the edge of that edge. And then they want to go a little bit further. So normally I strict with this policy strongly and say that we should go for option number 1. I am torn on this one because I do see the issue of the 1080 in the area.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I will be supporting this motion, hence I second it. The key part that I really looked at was one in the way the speaker talked to about this and actually clearly articulated they acknowledge paying a cost. And I think that is a key factor there. But the other part being is that in our papers we've got paragraph 31, and in that it says the water currently supplies treated water to 3 neighbouring properties that passes through 292 Waipori Falls Road. So the water is already passing through to further outlying properties. And I think that's a key element. We're not actually, the pipe never stops short and we're trying to add to it. That water is already flowing through one of the properties. I then, look at the capacity. There's clearly a cap on how much water usage could be taken. And, it is a slightly greyer one, as Mr. Dwyer said. And I think that's the part we have to accept. And I actually support this applicant, and hence I will be supporting option 2. Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I very much thank Mr. Dwyer for their candid, and his associate for their candid and straightforward representation of all of the issues here. But I fear that we might, because we've had these issues presented to us, and as a result of the 1080 drop on the dockland, these people are now exposed. I think we might be opening ourselves up on the other front to a health and safety liability. And when the pipe's already going through the property, and they haven't wanted it before, they're a very early homestead in the area, has never needed the water before, but now suddenly due to health and safety considerations, they want to tap into our water supply. I feel that we're exposing ourselves to risk by not allowing these particular people, which are quite exceptional in the various ones that we've had presented over the time. I think we should actually allow them to connect. The only other possibility that I would think of is to have Mill Creek declared an exceptional zone so that there's no further possibility of 1080 to be dropped in there. Otherwise I'll be supporting having a connection.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, Mr Mayor. Listen, in a perfect world, we simply connect everybody, I guess, who wants to be connected. But as the report says, it clearly states extraordinary water supplies are unanticipated and cumulatively may compromise the DCC's ability to meet the city's water needs from existing sources. It's very clear. And it does pain me for the individuals involved in these cases. As Councillor Gary said, they're always, always difficult. But we do risk setting off a process here against the advice of staff where that enables all those people who've come to us previously, who've been declined, to quite rightly feel aggrieved about those decisions we've made previously. I'm not a water expert. Mr Dyer and his staff are. They're the team, they're the experts, and I think, listen to his advice today, will be supporting option 1.
Councillor, you're foreshadowing that you'll move that in the event of this failing.
I will foreshadow that I move it. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I feel great sympathy and empathy for the applicant who articulated his situation particularly clearly. But the fact of the matter is that there are exceptional circumstances all over the city, and there are people who would consider they had health and safety issues as well. There are situations all over the city where water lines run right past properties, and I would suggest through properties. So while this does feel like an exceptional case, and it always feels like that for the person it affects, and I say that most respectfully, it is repeated across the city, and we have a policy for a reason. We've heard about capacity. I like the idea of us perhaps looking at what we might be able to do in terms of the 1080 drop, because it does seem to me these people have few options available to them. However, I will be voting against the motion on the basis that we would be setting a precedent and opening up a whole lot of other issues and people who we have said no to. So it is really difficult because, as I think Councillor O'Malley pointed out, you shift the boundary and then the people on that side of the boundary will question it. It continues and you've got to draw a line somewhere. So I'll be going with staff advice on this one and voting against this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
I agree with the last two speakers, and we'll have to decide how I vote based on what we are actually here to do, and that is to decide on what is in the best interests of all the people of Dunedin. Obviously, it would be by far in the best interests of the applicants to allow this connection, and I have great sympathy for it, and I can see why it would make a lot of sense, especially from their point of view. But we, as a council, are charged with essentially operating a blunt instrument, and that blunt instrument is part of everything that we do, whether it's rates, whether it's fees, whether it's rules and regulations. These are all blunt instruments, and the only way that we really have in order to maintain any consistency and even to maintain a rule of law is to accept that the rules fall where the rules fall. And in this case, there is a boundary. That boundary is well known, well accepted. Nobody's disputing any of those issues. I was interested that Councillor Wiley said that water is already flowing through the property, and that would seem to be an even more absurd situation where the water's already on the property but they're not allowed to use it. However, that's not quite how it is. In our previous applications, only a month or two ago, there was a water main running through somebody's property as well. But when you look at the technical issues involved with tapping into a water main and the potential for leaks or problems or whatever, all of those other issues do come into it. There are good reasons why we have to have this blunt instrument regarding boundaries and only supplying within those boundaries. It's with great regret that I will be voting for the recommendations on the order paper as laid down by staff, and not for the very reasonable opposing motion put forward by Councillor Lord. I think it would be a very human thing to do to vote for this in this particular case, but we have to have a consistency, otherwise we will create a great deal of uncertainty and a great deal of misery and a great deal of precedent-setting problems for the city as a whole going forward. I'm just sorry that these particular applicants have to basically pay the price for what would otherwise be a fairly reasonable motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hall. Further speakers? Personally, I share the nervousness that has been highlighted earlier by previous speakers around cumulative effects and the risk of relitigation of previous decisions and other points around the creep of boundary management and enforcement. But my greatest concern with this is that we are potentially heading into a period of significant reform and regulation in the drinking water space. And at the moment we have a policy, we have a limited capacity in the West Taieri Rural Water Scheme, and a policy that says that anybody who is currently within the boundary has access to that and then can buy units on a first come, first served basis. At the moment we don't know how many people have access to that by right but don't avail themselves of that. And I think in the coming months and years that regulatory environment is going to shift significantly how we deliver drinking water, and without knowing what the impacts of that regulation will be on the scheme, it's difficult to put ourselves in a position where we want to make exceptions to the rules that we currently have. And that's not ideal from a timing point of view, and hopefully that will resolve itself sooner rather than later in terms of knowing, if we get to a situation where people aren't able to use aquifers or bores to supply their drinking water, and therefore they're in a scheme where they have the right to access a municipal supply, then of course they will do that, and it would be put ourselves in an unfortunate position if then, partly as a result of decisions that we've made at this meeting, that makes it difficult for people who have by right access to that supply to be able to do so. So I will be voting against the motion and will support the foreshadowed motion in the event of this one failing. Further speakers? Councillor Lord, your right of reply.
Well, I guess there's not too many things I can address. The one thing I would address with water shortages or people saying about the capacity, the one thing is even now there's enough leaks in the scheme. If you go to 833 Mangatua Road, you'll see water leaking up through the road and down the side of the bridge that no one bothers attending to. So I think if you just fix that leak alone, you would drive two more units down quite happily to this property. And I think there is a real issue. I think the 1080 has been mentioned, and I think that's something that the last 1080 drop was unsuccessful, and it looks like we could have another one coming up within a year. So I just think that should be something I'd just urge you to think. And I don't really hold, I think the boundary is a line, and I don't believe that it makes significant difference to make these connections.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
By division, please.
We'll have it taken by division. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
No.
Councillor Elder.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
Yes.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lord.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes.
Councillor Staines.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
No.
Motion lost 7-8.
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh. Thank you. We've had a foreshadowed motion to move the recommendation as per the order paper by Councillor Walker. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor Staines. Is there anything left to be said?
No, I don't think so. We've talked about it. Just want to reiterate the point. It does pain me for the individuals involved, but as I said previously, Mr. Dyer and his team are the experts, and I defer to their advice.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
I said I was torn, and I ended up going back to what I think we have to do, and it's a shame that these requests are coming all the time, because I think we have to turn them all down. I think that's basically what we're forced to do because of the actual boundary line position that we're in and the precedents that we've set. And as soon as we say yes to any one of them, I believe we're exposing ourselves to everybody we said no to in the past, saying, why did you say no to me and yes to this person? And that leaves us just in this unfortunate position.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Is there a concern now that if we go ahead and say these people can't attach, connect to the water, that we could be up for a legal attack here? Because if these people can't drink their water, if there's a serious concern with it having 1080 in it, and if they're also saying it's caused, I don't know what's caused it, but some people here today have said city forest. I don't know whether that's true or not. I have no idea, but. It's not? So it's not city forests. Okay, well, we don't know what's caused the problem, but sounds like it's contaminated with 1080. I personally wouldn't be happy to drink water with 1080. I think when you vote for this, you have to ask yourself, would you be happy to drink water with 1080 in it?
Councillor Wiley.
This has been a very interesting debate, and some of the comments I've heard today have actually quite concerned me. A comment that we should always turn down, or to the words to that effect, turn down these applications. That means we're going to prejudge every application that comes in front of us.
Yes.
And not accept any applications if we're already making these comments that we should not, at this table, that we should not accept or approve applications for connection. I actually think that's a dangerous precedent that comments like that are being made at this table. And I feel deeply for some of the residents who may want to connect in the future to have heard that comment made and say, why bother? We are here for the community. We are here to listen to all engagement. And it just really frustrates me to hear those sort of comments being made at this table. We take each case, case by case. Whether we won this vote or lost this vote doesn't matter. But we should always entertain everybody's application case by case. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And I'll note that there's no current resolution to change the policy that currently allows for people to make applications where it is contra. Further speakers, Councillor Vanivus.
I agree with Councillor Wiley that we should look at every case on a case-by-case basis, and I believe that we have, and that the close vote proves that we have. We have looked at it on a case-by-case basis. We did have the ability to allow this connection in this case. It was narrowly lost. I believe that we will in future always look at each case as it comes up, but that we will have to measure each case against the rules that we have to work within, and that we will measure each case against the recommendations from staff that would have to action the particular proposal. And in this case, both the rules and the actions are fairly clear, and therefore, unfortunate for the applicants though it is, we need to preserve the overall view, and I believe that's what we need to vote on, and vote in this case for the recommendations as per the order paper.
Councillor Walker, your right of reply.
Just to say, words you'll not hear from me that often. I fully 100% support what Councillor Vanivus has just said.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
By division, please.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
No.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
No.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vanivus.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried 9-6.
Thank you.
9-7.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item 7. A summary of consultation submissions and recommendation to adopt the Waste Assessment 2018 and Waste Minimisation and Management Plan 2020. Keep going. Welcome, Mr. Henderson and Ms. Irvine.
God, how shocking is that? People are going to drink water tears. Shocking.
You happy to take the report as read?
Yes, Worship. Happy to take it as read and ask questions.
Perfect, thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Point 25 on page 43. The two new objectives to add into the plan. Can I just ask, with the partner with community groups, organisations, providing local waste minimisation services and facilities in the city, is there any budgetary stuff to go with that addition? I mean, how are we going to pay for it?
So at the moment there's no budget assigned to it. The WMP itself doesn't actually set budgets, it just sets basically there's a strategy in all but name. So it sets our direction, what we're trying to achieve, doesn't actually have budgetary implications that would be part of the 10-year planning process. It'd be fair to say that within existing budgets there's no allowance for it, for any greater work than we're currently doing. However, the WMP has a 6-year time frame, and the MFE, the waste disposal levy, is supposed to be increasing within that time frame, which hopefully would enable additional funding.
So the addition of these objectives then would be able to feed into the long-term plan when we reset the budget. Cool, thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, sorry if this is a repeat question. It might be just going what you've just asked. Delighted about the addition of 25. So the question is around that. What are the methodologies, I guess, by which these can be proactively progressed?
I suppose the best example I can come up with is, are you familiar with Wanaka Wastebusters?
Yep.
So they started as basically a support of a community-led initiative that has grown great guns and now is actually subcontracted to waste management for the Queenstown Lakes District Council. So that's sort of the mechanism or the methodology you're talking about, where sometimes those initial community groups can actually then form part of your integrated structure of your waste and recycling system for an area.
Okay, so follow-up question. Yeah, so I guess this is probably one crossing over with you. I presume you're aware there are groups already in Dunedin actively collecting waste and food waste particularly. Will they be, I think, sorry if you asked this, can they access funding to progress their goals to fit in precisely with what we're proposing?
Yeah, at the moment the waste minimisation grants that we work from the waste disposal level, so at the moment that's our primary source of funding for new initiatives. There are a couple of groups that we do support, like Kiwi Harvest, that actually do the food collection in the CBD area and then give that to social agencies for redistribution. So we do support some of those, but there is only limited funding, and there's only a couple of groups we actually ongoing support.
You've answered the question. Okay.
Just on that though, with signalled increases to the waste levy by MFE, we would anticipate the pool of funding available to distribute locally to increase accordingly?
Yeah, in the short term, with reduced economic activity, I'm expecting our funding will actually decrease in the short term. However, if the disposal levy at the landfill increases, then we would receive a share of that increase.
I just have a question, two questions. One is around the midpoint review, which is signalled here as a way of feeding into the long-term plan process for 2024 to 34. And I just wonder if this midpoint review is happening in 2024, whether that will be too late for it to have any meaningful input into the funding decisions in that long-term plan cycle?
So it'll be retrospective. So the Waste Futures project is where some of those funding decisions are going to come out for for council will come out of the Waste Futures program. So that midpoint review enables us, so most councils have their WMP is aligned with the long-term plan so that it can fit in. Ours is out of sync with the long-term plan, so the idea is to try and bring it into the long-term plan as well as retrospectively the decisions that council makes around the Waste Futures project. We'll be able to amend the WMP to reflect those decisions and what the new waste system is going to look like.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. And just lastly, and I'm pleased to hear you say it out loud, Rick, you talk about the plan being a strategy in all but name, rather than what you might consider a plan to look like. So where does that happen? Where do we get to discuss what we might be doing to give effect to this? Or is it staff's view that Waste Futures will be the vehicle for that in its entirety? You don't see anything happening outside of the Waste Futures project that would be necessary to give effect to the WMMP?
So the Waste Futures project is about the system, the infrastructure per se. So the educational programs, all that kind of stuff still sits outside. But the Waste Futures program is actually about what council will be investing, for want of a better word, into the waste system going forward. Not too sure that.
So picking up, I guess I'm picking up on Councillor O'Malley's question around what would we do to give effect to these new objectives, and I have no concern about what the new objectives are. But will there be a report come to the infrastructure and networks at some point saying these are the kinds of things that you would need to do to give effect to what your strategic commitments have been?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the first two obvious ones will be around the proposed Smoothhill landfill. There'll be a report coming up in the not too distant future around that, and also another report around the engagement that we've done on the curbside services and the result of that engagement. And a lot of the decisions about the system that flows on from that will come out of the decisions around what, if we're going to collect organics at curbside, then obviously we need to have some sort of processing facility and a system around to deal with that. So the Waste Futures program at the moment is where most of those decisions are sitting. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
We're going to hammer out this point. You just brought up actually organics at curbside, and I know that there are some groups out there who would like to do a local response to that. And I guess I'm going back to his worship's question again. Are we going to try to run this all out of one plan, the Waste Futures plan, or are we expecting that there will be things that are supportive of the WMMP, that the Waste Futures is more about the I don't want to use the word landfill too, but basically it's centred, its core may very well be the landfill and facilities that support it and what we do in bulk pickups. But there's going to be other activities out there that aren't using that facility at all. Are they going to be captured in other places, and will we see reports on how they come forward in time for the long-term plan, because we'll have to pay for them?
So the WMMP is required by the Ministry for Environment, and it's to outline the services, for everything from education through to waste disposal. So we need to cover off on all of that in the WMMP. I don't have the detail because the detail is being worked through via Waste Futures. However, we will still have to report our levy spend to the to Ministry for Environment. So it's really important that we do capture this. We're not working separately from one another. I mean, these two processes are very much integrated. In 2024, we'll hopefully have more detail. We'll be able to go back and put a bit more detail into the WMP. But yeah, that is our guiding documents.
Thank you. Any other questions? Someone like to move either the recommendations or otherwise? Move Councillor O'Malley, seconded Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I just want to also take this opportunity to thank Councillor Newell, who sat with me when we started working on this. And one of the things that we were struck with at the time was that a lot of the WMMP that we were reviewing, the council had not really acted on large chunks of it very much, and we were hoping that we were moving into a new era where we were actually using this as a much stronger guiding document. It is, in fact, a strategy. It is a poorly named document because it is a strategy document, and our plan is obviously the Waste Futures. What I would say is that with adding these two new objectives, I think they're fine objectives to add, and they represent a finer interaction with the community over a thing that I think the community is quite passionate about. And these small community groups, especially in Objective 8, I think they will be great delivery agents for us. I acknowledge, though, and that's why I asked the question, at the moment we don't have sufficient funding to pay these people properly, because they will be offering a service that if we were getting it from another form, like a large contractor, we'd be paying for anyway. So it's not like we're paying for something we wouldn't already be paying for. So I hope that as we come forward with setting up the plans, we set up the budgets appropriately to actually enable this objective and make it as strong as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Just reiterating, thank you for a great report, by the way. And I have to be honest, I'm over the moon, particularly about the recommended amendments in paragraph 25, supporting community desires to act locally. It's a great move environmentally, and it's a great opportunity to create some jobs where in a part of our community that's going to be, the needs are going to be growing. My only worry, I think I expressed, however, is this needs to be proactively progressed. This needs to happen and be functional at the earliest opportunity. It's a great step forward. Let's make it work. Let's give effect to it. Would be my only words. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to staff for the report. I too was delighted to see the amendments to objectives added, because the sense I have of the community is that there's a real desire to move forward with this yesterday rather than tomorrow. And they want to be involved and engaged, and they want to do local things, because this is something they feel they can be productive in and make a difference in their everyday lives. So I think the addition of those two things was tremendous, and I was very moved when I read something we're going to be thinking about this week, the submission from the Otago Girls High School and Virus Schools Group, which talked about small voices and small communities in small cities making a change. And so there's a real desire there. So thank you for the work, and great to see those two changes.
Your right of reply, Councillor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wiley. Make a time.
Thank you. I think the part of this whole process has been the level of consultation. And I think it was great to see that we had 306 submissions. And it showed that actually the community was very interested in what was taking place. And I would like to thank those submitters for actually taking the time to go through that process. And it shows how our community does want to get involved in these discussions and basically work with us and go in the direction where they see the city should be going. So thanks to them.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
I'm supposed to reply, so I'll reply obliquely to Objective 8 to go to Object 9, and just note that partly the commercial facilities that we will need to build as well and live up to proximity principle means that we will need to seriously invest in this area. So again, my feedback is I'm looking forward to see what we're going to see in the long-term plan for asking how to budget these things.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. I should have mentioned this at the beginning. Apologies. My intention was for us to break for lunch as close to 1 o'clock as possible, with the paper on George Street coming at 2 immediately after lunch. We're not quite there yet though, but a request has been made and there's been significant traffic stage right through the door, so I'll move that we adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes and return to deal with item 8 in the break, in the time between now and lunch. Seconded, Councillor Staines. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. correction to be made on the vote of an earlier motion. Was Adamson.
The original motion that Councillor Lord and Councillor Wiley moved for the water application to be approved for Waipori Falls Road was actually a division 9-6 and not 8-7. So it was still lost, but 9-6.
Oh, I wonder.
6-9.
Thank you.
Your Worship, I was at the restroom during the vote for the last one. Could I say I would be in support of that, of the last motion?
You just did.
Excuse the
So thank you.
pun.
Ms Ballantyne, Ms McTavish, welcome. You have to take your report as read. Questions, Councillor Laws? Councillor Barker.
Kieran, thanks for the report. I note that Council has put $500,000 for 1920 and 2021. I wonder if you've got any detail on how that budget's actually divided and spent.
So, in terms of, there's a divide between work on the mitigation side, which is carbon zero 2030, reducing emissions, and the budget towards South Dunedin Future, and the adaptation work program. So for this financial year that we're in at the moment, the majority of the budget is for South Dunedin Future work, and some work towards the rapid review, which is outlined in the report around that work's about, is underway now, working with council departments to identify climate change mitigation activity that's either in play or could be taken up, and also the same for adaptation. Does that answer the question?
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, and great report, as evidenced by my scrolled marker pen over it. I picked up on a real sense of, I guess, progress reading it. I have three questions, if I can be indulged. First question is, in terms of the Climate 2030 Rapid Review, have you identified an external provider yet? When do you anticipate the work being completed? And if I'm allowed to ask, what do you know is roughly the cost of it? That's not my three questions, that's question one, though.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I'll address each of those in turn. So yes, I think we can publicly announce that the successful provider for that rapid review has been finalised. Coffee will be leading that work, but it is a consortium-led approach, so coffee-led, but a range of different suppliers will be involved in that. In terms of timeframes, these have been pushed slightly due to COVID-19. So coffee has been onboarded and is underway. They will be working with teams across the organisation with the aim of feeding into the long-term plan. So the hope is having a final report back around September. And in terms of the final cost, or the cost of that, if I could seek your indulgence to circulate that separately, I'm afraid I don't have the exact number on me, and I wouldn't want to put a number out that's inaccurate.
Good, thank you. And second question, I guess we all acknowledge that the Zero Carbon 2030 will only be achieved in partnership with businesses and groups and a number of other people. Have you considered maybe making an approach to the DCC's grant subcommittee to ask them to perhaps embed within the application process for anybody applying to council questions about how they intend to adhere to our 2030 goals?
That's certainly an interesting idea. I think there are a raft of different opportunities to embed a focus on zero carbon right across the suite of council's activity. And certainly I think that process does already ask questions about alignment with the council's strategies, of which zero carbon is a goal within the environment strategy. So certainly I'd see our first emphasis being on council reporting and on work around our procurement. But once we've got those slightly more advanced, then the opportunity is there to ask a question about which other council templates or council processes the emphasis needs to be amplified across.
Yeah, oh sorry, I've got to ask questions. Do you think that it would be a good way to analyse such a broad range of groups on what they are doing and have doing in terms of just data collection and analysis by doing that?
It wouldn't be the first place I would put
I'm not
emphasis
suggesting it should be.
in terms of data analysis. One of the exciting additional pieces of data that we have commissioned, I think this is also in the report, is an update of the city's carbon footprint as a whole. And that will provide us with a sense of how the city's carbon footprint has tracked between 2014, 15 and now. Once we have that data, then I think the question will be which are the priority areas for additional information. The 14-15 carbon footprint suggested that transport in particular in terms of achieving Council's net neutrality goal will be really critical. So that's the area that I think certainly the transport teams would be interested to see some more data in which we might need to put a bit more emphasis on. Jury's out, I think, at this point as to how we best collect that information.
Cool. And final thing is just my obsession with typos. Can I assume in attachment A, when you refer to storm surges, kind times and flooding, that's a autocorrect error and should be king tides? That said, I think with the next item on the agenda, kind times might probably be a good thing to bear in mind.
Thank you, Councillor.
Anyway,
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thanks for the report. I was just going to say in paragraph 32, it says that your particular focus of your work has been engaging with the South Dunedin community, and I just note that there was 180 community groups that were targeted and only 38 responded, so 142 didn't. What sort of, I mean, I assume you're not just going to the South Dunedin Stamp Club and that, so why are people not picking up more interest, do you think?
So I think just in terms of that initial approach, it was a letter out to all of those different groups that have been identified. And you know, it's not possible for staff to meet with all of those groups at the same time. So I think we were quite pleased to get that initial group that were really interested in engaging with us, and over time we'll make more connections with those other groups.
And the 38 that have engaged, they are particularly good ones, like you feel you're meeting a wide breadth of the community through those groups?
I'm not sure of the detail of the first groups that have been engaged with us, but we are aiming over the next 12 months to get in touch with and meet, if we can, all of the different groups in South.
Thanks, Susan. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the excellent report. I had a question, forgive me if I missed this, I was distracted, but I was interested to know, do you anticipate any delay in the rapid review, delivery of the rapid review post-COVID? And any impact on the time?
The ambition when the rapid review was first recruited for was certainly had a more aspirational timeframe. However, COVID has complicated things, and so the ambition now is to have that final report, I think, by September. In terms of the impact of that on its usefulness to the long-term plan, we are working internally to ensure that the key timeframes are met. One of the ways that risk is being mitigated is working with the large infrastructure teams first, so that the capital spend, which is one of those big moving feasts, is able to be influenced by this rapid review early.
Very excited about the rapid review. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on page 138 to do with initiatives, objectives and details. In the past, there has been a technical working group mooted for South Dunedin, and given that GNS Science is quickly mapping the water movements in the area, what's happening in that space? Because in fact there needs to be a number of lenses on that across a number of groups.
So So there is a academic reference group in place for South Dunedin Future, which brings in a range of different academics, and that's both across the sort of science and more social fields. That's been underway for a while. In addition to that, there is a plan to put in place a technical advisory group, and that we're just working with the ORC at the moment on terms of reference for that group, hoping that will be set up in the next month or so. And I think it's still a question of who will be part of that group, how open that will be.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Councillor Lawfisel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for your work and ongoing commitment to this mahi that we need to do. I'm just asking, given that 43% of our emissions are from the agricultural industry, how are those stakeholders being directly engaged with?
Yeah, good question. So a proportion of that, those emissions from the agricultural sector are methane emissions, a significant proportion.
Yeah.
And as you'll note in the report from Council's previous resolutions on this point, the target that Council has set essentially has two prongs. One relates to all other gases and one relates to biogenic methane. Council's resolution was to take the lead essentially of the government on biogenic methane, and that means a reduction of 10% on gross emissions by 2030 in that area. What the impact of that is that it can be anticipated that government's own emphasis will be placed on meeting that target. So I wouldn't see it as a high priority area for Council's emphasis at this point. That being said, I think Federated Farmers and other stakeholders in that area will obviously be part of the conversation, not only about methane, but how we meet the all other gases component of our target.
Right, thank you. I just have a follow-up question, and it's, I don't know if it's probably not helpful, but given, I was just thinking in terms of the retailers talking about livelihoods and fear and anxiety, and the same thing with farming, and given the fact that we're in this position because growth is the problem, how do we build that into, like trying to find steady state economies that work for the people and the planet? How do we build this into our plan?
It's a really big question.
Sorry, I'm just...
I think what I would respond to with that is this target that the Council has set is a target that will require absolutely everybody's input to meet.
Yeah.
And so having a very broad church of people involved in shaping up a plan for the city around this is seen by, I think, the corporate policy team and certainly by every other team that I've had the opportunity to engage with across the DCC as being central to us achieving this target. So ensuring that we are providing the right tools, providing the forums, providing the information that is required for every sector to engage with. I think what is actually a very exciting opportunity for the city is key.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the next steps on page 139, and I'm wondering, looking at the next step B, have you calculated the financial cost of embedding zero carbon 2030 ambitions in procurement processes, forward planning and general operations? Have you looked at the financial cost of doing that to 2030?
So the short answer of that is no. However, we are in active discussion. The infrastructure team is supported by corporate policy, are actively engaging with a number of different utilities and authorities around the country and in fact internationally that have been working on this area. And one of the very heartening messages that we've had from, for example, Anglian Water in the UK is that by reducing their infrastructure carbon, they have in fact achieved almost an equal proportion of cost reduction in delivering that. So it seems that the clear evidence from the UK, from Watercare and others, is that we should, at least in the infrastructure carbon space, see a reduction in cost through an emphasis on emissions reduction.
Okay, my other question was, you've said that we need to get everybody involved in order to meet the 2030 carbon zero aim, but you've also said that it's not anticipated that 43% of that, which is agricultural emissions, they're only going to come down by 10% by 2030. So given that almost half of the emissions are only going to come down by 10%, why would you go to so much effort to try and get everything else down to zero?
So I guess council staff are just responding to the resolutions of council that have set targets for the city. There are two the target has been set in two parts. One relates to biogenic methane, and the clear signal from council was that it wished to align with government on that, hence the 10% target for biogenic methane. The other component is all other gases, and council's resolution on that was that you wish to meet net neutrality by 2030.
So you don't see a contradiction between a 10% reduction and a 100% reduction by 2030 in each case?
It's not a contradiction so much as a council policy.
A contradictory council policy then, one that simply cannot be achieved, and that is going to be kind of negligible, given that the half of the emissions are only going to be down by 10% if that's achieved. I mean, it's a difficult question, I know, but what I'm trying to get to is that why would we go to so much trouble to get one part of the emissions down when you've already accepted that a very major part of it is at best only going to come down to 10%?
So I guess there are 2 points I'd make. The first is we are responding to a council resolution,
sure.
Which has set two differential, has made two different targets essentially. Certainly this debate has been had out at a national level as well. In some ways the council's resolutions reflect that national discussion around the role of methane in climate change, and that's a very complicated discussion, and I don't pretend to be an expert in it at all. However, my understanding of the treatment, the differential treatment between methane and all other gases is that there are essentially two differences. Firstly, there is some debate about the way that methane reacts in our atmosphere and the duration of that gas and the impact it has while it's there. And secondly, there is greater ability essentially for New Zealand, or a wider range of opportunities available to reduce emissions associated with all other gases rather than methane. So that's my understanding of the national dialogue, and I understand that to be Dunedin City Council's position.
That's very clear, thank you.
Thank you. We could always be more ambitious, of course. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Worship. Actually, I think my questions were sort of slightly similar, but I was going to ask, and I think that's sort of been asked there, is how realistic, is it that we will achieve, zero carbon by 2030? Is that, from what you're seeing so far, do you think it's realistic? And where do you see us having, where do you see the barriers that we could perhaps look at improving?
Yeah, really good question.
Thank you.
So I'll take that in two parts.
Yep.
The first question, how realistic is it? I think that comes up to the will of Dunedin. So if Dunedin really wishes to do this. It will take everybody to deliver this. And certainly I don't think this council or in fact any other stakeholder should be under any illusions about the ambitiousness of this target.
Right.
That being said, there are many people who are applauding the council for that ambition. So that's the first part. The second part of that, around what the key issues are or the key sticking points, I think we'll have a better idea of that at the end of this year, following our rapid review, following the work that has been done to update our footprint. However, undoubtedly the transport sector is a really significant chunk of that non-biogenic methane part of the pie, and requires significant focus. And so it is heartening to see council start to take some, do some work in that area.
And would commuter rail help that?
I couldn't comment on any specific proposal.
Right.
We're hoping that we'll have some tools in place over time to initiate or to provide some better data on any given project that comes in front of council. However, it is certainly the case that the more mode shift that you can generate, then generally emissions do reduce.
Right. Our targets, how do they compare to other councils around the country?
My understanding is that the DCC's target is the most ambitious.
Out of the whole of New Zealand?
The most ambitious, at least on the all other gases front. Yeah, so there are many councils looking to New Zealand, looking to Dunedin to see, the sort of processes that we'll be putting in place. With 10 years to go, we need to be putting them in place now.
Yes.
If we're to have a hope of delivering neutrality by 2030.
And to do it, will it mean sacrifices by our residents and our businesses, like economic costs to them? What sort of things are you seeing with that?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think councillors will be aware that any decision that you guys, that comes in front of you has a raft of different pros and cons, and I wouldn't see any of the decisions to reduce emissions being any less complicated in that regard. What has really heartened me in this dialogue that we've been having with some of the other utilities and agencies elsewhere that have had a focus on this for a lot longer than we have, is that they are experiencing cost reductions in delivering infrastructure in particular that is lower carbon. And so certainly there is the opportunity there, at least for some parts of what we'll be doing to reduce costs at the same time.
Thank you.
Apologies. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Worship. Question around paragraph 24 of the report, and we look at how much council has invested in this to date, 1.1 million over the 2 years, 1920 and 2021. And I look at the contribution and the work being done, and I'd like to question, where is government at in supporting our funding and getting involved with us? Because you said, we're sort of leading this discussion, and I hope that government is recognising that and starting to throw money or invest money into councils in doing this work.
So if I could just say on the adaptation side, at the moment we're involved in a case study with the Ministry for the Environment and the ORC, looking at South Dunedin and what central government can potentially provide, not directly to Dunedin, but just more generally. It's one of 3 case studies that are being done around adaptation, and what improvements, I guess, or resources can enable councils to do their adaptation work.
So no direct funding to say, keep up the good work, we'll match you dollar for dollar or 50 cents on the dollar or anything like that, or, it's just a case of build a case study and we'll support you on that type of thing.
So in the adaptation side, that's all I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not sure in the mitigation side.
So I think that one of the interesting things about zero carbon work is that it cuts across so many aspects aspects of what the council does or what the city does. And so it's hard to generalise, or it's hard to say government are not investing in, because in fact government are investing in the suite of things that we will need to decarbonise. And so, for example, transport, to take the example I've been hammering this morning, council has co-funding from NZTA for most of what it does in the transport space, I understand. And so the question is whether or not those initiatives, those steps that we are taking, those investments that we're taking in the transport space, whether or not they are inherently emissions reducing, because if government is contributing to those by way of co-funding, it is inherently contributing to decarbonisation activity in the city. So the onus to a great degree is on us, I think, as an entity to put up projects for co-funding, whether it be through Provincial Growth Fund, whether it be through post-COVID shovel-ready projects, whether it be through usual funding mechanisms that are aligned with that zero carbon 2030 vision. And that's what we're hoping the rapid review will assist you guys with as decision makers. We're hoping that it will go a long way to helping identify which of those projects might help deliver this outcome for the city.
Okay, so the government has a policy around 2050. Council agreed to 2030 policy. So what I'm hearing from you is that they're funding indirectly through the likes of NZTA, but there's no direct funding to support us to meet a 2030 goal.
Certainly there is no government funding on the rapid review or those specific mechanical elements that we are putting in place to help the organisation, to use an overused word, pivot, in the city, pivot towards this low carbon economy. However, there's ECA funding available, there is funding through the Low Emissions Vehicle Fund. There are a range of different funding avenues for low carbon projects, just not perhaps the administrative or mechanical elements that sit in behind that help inform the policy, the background policy work.
Perfect. On page 135, it talks about other DCC projects with potential to contribute to the climate change work program. And in there you've got 4 examples, and I just want to highlight 2, and if you can just explain to me or clarify for me the focus on emission reduction and or climate resilience, and that's around Variation 2 and George Street upgrade, and how you see the emission reduction and climate resilience working in those 2 cases.
Those questions would probably be better put to the staff members that are involved in those pieces of work. I guess what our role is in policy is more trying to ensure that council's processes and the tools and the education or the training for staff is all there to enable an emissions reduction focus within each of those different projects, or within business as usual more generally. I don't know that. Yeah, no, I don't have anything to add. Yeah.
Thank you.
And certainly through the long-term plan process, when we undertook a high-level review of our capital work program in terms of what would contribute or detract from a low-carbon transition, it was the George Street work and the Tertiary Streets project work that was identified largely because it contributed to the goals around mode shift and dealing with transport as a source. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Just got a quick question. Point 35, you're doing community drop-ins at the community hub on Hillside Road. Are you doing them also in the South Dunedin Community Network rooms as well? Because they're on King Edward, like in where the new thing will be.
So at the moment they're at the hub, although they're currently on hold, but I guess that's an option that we could explore in the future.
I'm just wondering about which group. Are we using the South Dunedin Community Network as a vehicle of council for our interaction with the community?
Yeah, involved in the project.
Very good. And the technical advisory group, we're waiting on getting back from the ORC. Is GNS involved in that group as well, or are we still just at the DCC ORC stage?
So at this stage, who the members or how open that group will be has not been agreed or decided. So we're just working with the ORC around what the terms of reference, what the purpose of that group is, and I guess that will enable us to make some decisions about who's involved in that group going forward.
And will there be any discussion in those terms of reference about anybody else who's not on the group being able to have some sort of observer status so that people who are interested could see what the group is doing?
We can definitely explore that as part of that work.
Excellent, thanks. And I think you guys have touched on it already, but it's kind of interesting. We're coming up to the LTP and you're doing the rapid review, which should identify potentially activities the council can perform. What is the plan, and this may be more for the CE, to make sure each of the departments of council are communicating what comes out of the review in such a way that we have a coordinated activity across those departments? For example, you gave transport as an example, and I think it's a good one because the government policy statement has things in it which definitely link into this. When we do the review, will the review then kick out some activities that will then go on to things like, let's say, the transport department, so then it influences their behaviour towards the regional public transport plan and the regional land transport plan, that sort of thing? Is that how it will review? Is that how it's going to kick out?
Yeah, I think the anticipation from the review, the emphasis in the first instance is on looking across the suite of existing actions and evaluating those in terms of both their emissions reduction potential and also their potential to alleviate or commensurately exacerbate risks in the climate space. There has also been a piece that we've asked the supplier to do, basically a gap analysis, saying, look, these are the areas in which you're really going to have to place some emphasis in order to deliver that zero carbon 2030 goal. Given the timeframes that we have, it is highly unlikely that we're going to have a bullet-pointed list of exact initiatives that are going to deliver this goal. It's probably going to be more along the lines of a flavour for the organisation, and it will indicate areas that will need significantly more work, which then teams will probably need to think about how they react to. Certainly the outcome of the rapid review is not intended to be a prescription that says to teams thou shalt do this. It's meant to be more of a conversation with teams about how they might I guess shift or tweak their existing work program in the first instance, and then maybe looking out a little further how they might need to reflect this zero carbon 2030 program and the forward work program.
Okay, great, thanks.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, thank you for this very interesting report. I was curious, firstly, you said that you quoted Anglia Water as being one example of reductions in costs due to reduction in carbon. Do you have a list of other worldwide examples of such?
Anglian Water I'll send some information around to councillors following this, if I may. Chief Executive will give me permission for that. They are definitely the leader in this space in terms of infrastructure carbon. The useful thing about them as an example is that the UK framework, I guess, is there are analogies with the way that we operate here, so they are quite useful. The UK water industry is, they are all now targeting net neutrality by 2030, and they are learning from Anglian Water to deliver those outcomes. In terms of work that is happening more broadly, we are looking for examples actively to try to engage. So, for example, I've got a conversation with NZTA in the next couple of days, trying to learn a bit about how they are embedding emissions reduction initiatives or emphasis within their work program.
We've had a conversation with Watercare in Auckland. There is a network of staff members and TLAs across the country that are sharing best practice on this, but it would be fair to say it's an emerging area, and so we need to look at examples like Anglian Water that have got quite a lot of water under the bridge, if you forgive the pun, in terms of the way that they are delivering in this area.
Yeah, but there's a lot of other infrastructure elements and a lot of other aspects of life in Dunedin that will need adjustment in order to get that target, and water's only a relatively small part.
Absolutely.
But you haven't got any other examples of any other of those elements at this stage?
Which elements are you speaking?
Well, just in general, anything you think of that's going to help us reduce their target.
I think that the key thing, or the way that I see my role anyway, is I don't have all the solutions. My role is a facilitator for teams, and so Three Waters in particular have been putting their hands up and saying we need some tools in this area. What's really lovely is that by emphasising, by focusing on tools for Three Waters as an infrastructure team, that also has applicability to other infrastructure teams like transport. In terms of solutions, I think there will be a need to work team by team because, as you say, solutions are going to look quite different in each area, and they will need to be tailored, and the examples will be different. But I think, for example, we heard Ms. Duncan speak this morning on her experience working globally in the space of city development and urban design, and there is no shortage of literature or work happening in that area, for example, which the city development team are much more on top of than I am. So my role is to support those teams to find the tools and the information that they need, not to impose solutions.
And there's no measurement in place at this stage, so you don't know how do you think we've done in the last year?
On emissions reduction?
Yes.
So we do have a baseline.
Plus or minus.
Yeah, we have a baseline in 2014-15 for the organisation as a whole, and that has tracked through time. It would be fair to say that that the emissions of the organisation as a whole are approximately plus or minus the same as they were in 2013-14, the baseline year. However, I think there is much more room for gains in that area than perhaps have been found in the past, and certainly the emphasis that the organisation has now placed on work in this area will help drive those.
So that's referring to just the DCC as an entity?
Correct.
And what about in the wider community? Because our goal is for the wider community.
Yes, yes.
So
in terms of, so the information that we have on that is we do not have annual figures for citywide emissions. We have a baseline, which I think is the 14-15 year. We are getting that re-footprinted as we speak, and so we should have that data. I think August is anticipated to be the report back time for that, and that will give us a better sense of how we've tracked through time. The annual energy study, which is an annual thing, does give us some sense of the CO2 or the fossil fuel-based kind of component of that, and that there are signals from that study that petroleum and diesel use in the city has continued to increase, mainly from the transportation sector. So that's the only indication of the trends since 14-15 that we have at the moment, but hopefully Councillor will have better information for you come August when that re-footprinting exercise is complete.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Just alluding to what Jim was saying and talking about the Connecting Dunedin group and the regional transport plan, and noting that the Peninsula project and the one to Port Chalmers will enable or encourage mode shift. Is there any other opportunities, and I'm looking at Temosgiel, getting those kind of things put into such a strategy of, getting a cycleway to Mosgiel, etc.?
So I guess one of the things
Councillor, that the rapid review is, we're hoping that the rapid review will achieve is it will put the emphasis on the existing initiatives or the in-play or planned initiatives that will deliver emissions reduction, and we're hoping to have those at the very least prioritised in terms of their relative ability to contribute. Quantification of the output that any given project might achieve is quite a big step, and we may not be, the rapid review will not be delivering that quantification. We're hoping with time we'll have tools in place that will support councillors' decisions in that area and enable some quantification, but at this stage that's not available.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Worship. I know that you were referring to some of the things Mrs Duncan had talked about around moving into some changes that might help us reach our targets. Is the council taking the stance that Ms Duncan talked about with regards to making things, she referred to making things harder for people so that then they sort of have to change, you know, rather than, I mean, is that a stance the council's perhaps considered or already doing?
Sorry, I may have complicated things by mentioning Ms Duncan. All I meant to do by highlighting Ms Duncan is just using, I guess, or flagging up the fact that there is a lot of discussion in this space globally, and so Ms Duncan is one example of that.
A good example, you said.
Certainly, the body of work that, or the global discussion that she brought to the table this morning is a growing and I think very interesting body of work when it comes to emissions reduction. But I mean, by no means, I'm not aware of any council policy that specifically suggests that any given approach is the best approach to take.
Yes, I just wonder how that approach takes the public on a journey with us.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to preempt any conversations that the council is going to have this afternoon about the merits of any particular changes. It's not for me to comment on.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a willingness from Councillor Gary to move the recommendations per the order paper. Seconded, Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Walker?
Yes, I'll be brief because I know I'm standing between you and lunch. However, this is a really important topic, and I want to start by thanking the staff for the considerable amount of work and, as I said, an excellent report. I believe that the community is looking to see progress in this area. We've made a very clear goal of zero carbon by 2030. And we've made goals in both the mitigation and adaptation space. And the community is looking for concrete evidence of progress. I'm delighted to hear, I don't know that I've been aware of our leadership in terms of being really the council that people look to, but I'm not surprised. That's fantastic to hear, and I'm very excited about the rapid review. And I take the point that this has got to be whole of council, whole of city, and really whole of country too, if we're going to make this change. I wanted to particularly draw our attention to the lessons we learned during the global pandemic, which is still going on. The thing that I've noted in the community is a huge wake-up call on a number of fronts. One being food resilience, and we know there's going to be an impact from climate change on food resilience. And if anyone didn't understand what that meant, they sure as hell understand it now at a very local, personal level. The other area too would be emissions, because we saw some very dramatic photographs and maps really early on in the pandemic of emission reduction. In China in particular was shown before the pandemic and during the pandemic. And I found that particularly moving, actually, of what is possible when we think it isn't. And this pandemic has showed us how quickly we can do things when we really have to. So we know that time is of the essence. We're noting a report today, but I'm excited by it, and there's no doubt there's a whole lot of work to do and a whole lot of explaining to our community and taking our community with us. And no one doubts this is going to be a challenge. But given what we've just experienced, we know we're up for a challenge. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm also cognizant of time and particularly the cost of consultants. Ms McTavish, Ms Ballantyne, I love this report. It covers off many of the concerns about the pressure we are going to be under in terms of meeting very tight lines related to getting anywhere near the 2030 zero carbon goals. And none of us around this table should pretend it's going to be easy. But we should also be aware of the fact that there are fantastic economic opportunities in moving towards a zero carbon economy. I love the fact that the Climate 2030 Rapid Review is looking to embed its climate-related targets and goals into other DCC work programs, and I like that the review will be closely associated with the work of the 10-year plan. Overall, I like the fact that our zero carbon 2030 aspirations now have a more structured and, importantly for me, measurable strategic focus. So great work. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Bishop. We've set ourselves a very ambitious target, and I think that we really need to get moving on it. And in some respects, we've almost been standing still, figuring out what to do, and it's good to see the rapid review is coming, because I think it probably is the opening part. And I think what I think will be the challenge coming out of that review will be the implementation of it inside the council and how each of the sections of council appropriately talk to each other so as to achieve the recommendations from the review. And I do want to mention the Technical Advisory Group. It's been a very long gestation coming forward, so I hope that we can get to the point and talk to our friends at the ORC and get that done and going, because for the South Dunedin Futures component, that's going to be a very important part of understanding that as well. Thank you very much, and thanks for the good work.
Councillor Wiley.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to touch on the comment I made about government, and I look at the money that our ratepayers are investing in this through the annual plan last year, and I'm very frustrated that no government has yet, or this government or any future government, has indicated that they will invest in some of this work that's being done. And I find that quite frustrating, because we are working with their timelines. Actually, we're accelerating our timeline to assist them and meet their goals. And I think government needs to actually support some of this policy work and invest in it along with us. We shouldn't be putting it all in our ratepayers. There is an outcome here for all of New Zealand, and it's great to hear that our team is leading the way with councils around the country.
Councillor Fissel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to record my thanks to the staff for carrying on in the challenges that we face, not only pre-COVID lockdown, but since. And I just recall people saying in the debate last year to declare whether to or not to declare an emergency, people saying, well, emergency means things. I'm thinking of disaster relief or that kind of stuff. And for me, I'm just thankful that we listen to the young people, in particular the climate strikers, and the community that have been calling out and challenging us for a long time. So I just want to acknowledge those young people in particular. And we've been in an emergency for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elder.
I just want to thank you for all your hard work as well. And I want to sort of tautoko what Andrew Wiley has said, in that the government is all saying, yes, we want to do adaptive pathways and we want to work on climate change. And a lot of it is about talk, but in fact, we do need some investment. And particularly in South Dunedin with the adaptive pathways work we're doing now, I would love to see some co-investment in some of the solutions that come out of, say, Jenny's science study with Simon Cox as to what kind of solutions we can put into the infrastructure and around the infrastructure of South Dunedin. So thank you for your work, and I still think, if government is really going to put their money where their mouth is, South Dunedin is one of those places.
Further speakers? Oh, sorry. Bit poor sightlines in there, Councillor Sands, apologies.
Thank you. Firstly, congratulations on a great report. And the thing that stands out to me finally is we're getting some structure around what we're going to do. For all of my time on council, I think we've been moving towards recognising we needed to do something and making commitments, but finally we have something in front of us that's mapping out the steps we might need to take so that we can get on and do stuff. So congratulations. I look forward to seeing some of it actually appear in reports that come to us from the various areas in council, and good luck.
Councillor Vandervis.
Councillor Staines has just said that we're now getting some structure and that we're mapping out where we need to go. And I've been hearing similar sentiments here for far more years than I really want to admit to. In the last year, we've seen a 50-page energy report, 50 plus pages. We've seen a similarly thick CO2 report. We've got this report in front of us. We've got another report that's coming up, the rapid review, and none of it has been quantified in terms of what it's cost. None of the trees that have died in the process of creating these reports has been tabulated, and none of it, as I understand it, makes any difference at all to the environment. After all these years, after all this climate emergency declaration, we are still at a point now where we're still mapping out and finally getting some structure about what actions we might actually do. I've been driving an electric car for 5 years and powering it on solar power. I've done all these things years ago. The statements that I keep hearing around this table about how wonderful it is that we keep producing these reports, none of which has had any practical positive effect on the environment that I can see, I find quite worrying. I didn't mind the report that much until I read the next steps. The next steps on page 139, conducting the climate review, developing guidance tools, all sorts of embedding going on in every single aspect of what we're going to do. I've been hearing it for years, and to get more of it at public expense as next steps, to me, isn't evidence of any concrete actual positives for the environment. It's a job creation scheme for activists. I am going to vote against noting this report, mainly because the next steps, I believe, are an unnecessary financial imposition on the ratepayers who are paying for all this indulgence in basically virtue signalling through reports at the public expense. I'm over the virtue signalling. If someone comes to us with a particular proposal to do something that is actually going to actually help the environment, I'd be all for it. I don't see any of it in any of these reports that we've had. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you, and I welcome the support of colleagues around the table for the work. I find it extraordinary, Councillor Vandervis, that you can be frustrated with the lack of progress and then indicate your preparedness to vote against this because this suggests we might make some progress. But thus is the circular nature of logic sometimes. I want to thank staff for the work that has gone into this, and I share the frustrations that many have in this room about the lack of progress that we've made. That's not entirely of our making, but the breadth of the work and the thoroughness of this report is both heartening to read and terrifying to read, and I'm sure the Germans have a word to describe that because it illustrates the scale of what is in front of us. And picking up on Councillor Wiley's point, absolutely, the scale that we are faced with is entirely driven by the lack of action by governments of all levels, both this current one and all previous, at both a local and national level. But that isn't an excuse to not do what we can at this point to try and turn that around. And I'm excited about the rapid review. I have concerns about the way that the timeline of that work has slipped in such a way that it may impact on its usefulness in terms of informing our next long-term plan, because the next 10-year period obviously is the last 10-year period we have before 2030, which is the target, which means it is the single most important one at this point. And so, given the constraints of time, I think the approach of focusing on the larger capital work program in the first instance is probably where you're going to get, where we are going to get the best outcome. The COVID-19 situation has been raised. It is a reason for that work being delayed, but also it is timely in that we now have the opportunity also, both locally and nationally and internationally, to think about what it is that we want to rebuild and how we want our recovery to look like, what we want our recovery to look like, and how we might see that contributing to what are very pressing environmental concerns that this council takes very seriously and our community takes very seriously. And I'm proud that our community is more ambitious about this stuff than some of our political leaders are, and I see our role as continuing to push them in the right direction, whether there's a checkbook attached to that or not, because a lot of it won't be about funding. A lot of what will be required for us to be able to get to the targets we need is policy and legislation and regulation, and doing something a little more ambitious about tackling the externalities of our current system. We shouldn't be under any illusions that this will be hard, and it certainly will ask all of us to change our behaviours, both as individuals, as households, as institutions. But individual action alone isn't going to solve this. We need structural change at a higher level to be able to support our community to be as ambitious as we want to be. And so, quite aside from all of this work that's absolutely essential that's happening internally within our operation, there is also a political task for council as a political organisation to try and shift some of that stuff at a macro level, because without it we don't have much of a chance, I don't think, to be honest, of getting where we know that we need to get to. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I have to say I'm quite concerned about the target and then how it's going so far. And I'd really like to see us have some progress a little bit by next year, and some clear methodology about how we're going to achieve the 10-year target, and some clear measurement in place for each year so that we can track our progress and see how we're getting on. Similarly, I'd like to see us have a workshop with the councillors as a microcosm of the population at large, with the various elements within, certainly the ELT team and so forth within council, where we can sit around and participate in the discussion on this target and how we're going to receive it, how we're going to achieve it. Because I believe there's a great collective will to achieve it, and Councillor Vandevers has mentioned what he's personally doing, and many of us in the room are doing things personally, but the community at large is very keen to participate in this activity. Yet I feel that we get delivered a report now, vote on that, and you go away, and then it's wait, here's the next thing. And as has been mentioned, there's quite a lot of talk, but not much action. And I think we need to have some smart goals, specific, measurable achievement, and a realistic time frame to actually press on with. And I'm also alarmed with what our Mayor, Mr Hawkins, has said in terms of our ability to achieve this stuff lies in other people's hands, which also worries me, and I think that may well be the case, but I think there's much that we can do, and we should be endeavouring to identify that as quickly as possible so that we can get started on that.
Councillor Gary, your right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. No one ever said local government was quick. But we've been quicker than most, and we're leading the way. And it's not a time to throw up our hands and have a knee-jerk reaction and be overwhelmed by this, although it would be very easy to do so. It's a time for a considered approach, and I believe that's what we have in taking this forward at a steady pace. And of course, many of us and many of the community are frustrated it can't go faster, but it needs to be considered and careful and quick as we can. It's now mainstream for those of you who haven't caught up. This is mainstream thinking, it's not activist thinking. And most people in the mainstream listen to the science and understand the task at hand. The cost of not doing it is more expensive than the cost of planning for this and doing this carefully and looking at adaptation and mitigation, and we know that we've been told that many times. And we understand this has got to be the culture, be part of the culture of this organisation and for others in the city as we go forward, and that does not happen overnight, but we're moving in the right direction. And as to the idea that we need a project to have a look at and consider that might achieve this, well, folks, this afternoon at 2 o'clock we have a project before us to consider. So this is all about courage. We aren't making any great decisions today, we're simply noting a report, but I continue to urge my colleagues to have courage in this area, because this is not going to be an easy task for anyone, but we know it has to be done.
Thank you. I'll put the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
No, record it, please.
Thank you. And not to undermine the Deputy Mayor's right of reply, but I'm going to move that we adjourn the meeting until 2:30, given the length of time this agenda item has taken to allow people an hour for lunch. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting. Seconded, Councillor Wiley. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. See you shortly. Tato, welcome back everybody. We'll reconvene this meeting with item 9, Central City Plan, George Street update report. If we could change the screen so I don't have to stare at myself, that would be helpful. Somewhat distracting. We have, thank you.
Anything we feel.
We have 3 of our consultants available for questions that couldn't be answered by anyone other than those who had prepared the reports. And we'll take them one at a time rather than trying to operate a round table forum with the 3 of them. So in order, we'll take questions of Chris Wilkinson from First Retail, Ed Jolly from Jasmax, and then Den Aiken from Aiken Taylor, at which point we can take questions, or direct questions to staff that people have that haven't been answered by those who have helped prepare the supplementary reports that are appended to the agenda. So at this point you can welcome him in.
This is Chris.
Oh, Councillor Reddick, I understand you have something you wish to address.
I do. So this is a statement I wish to make in relation to any decisions that councillors are to make in relation to the Central City upgrade. I've applied for and been granted permission by the Office of the Auditor General to participate in debate and to vote on this issue, given my business interests in George Street. I also wish to make it known that I do remain open to hearing the views of other councillors before I make up my mind and vote on this issue, particularly now in the light of COVID-19.
Thank you. We'll just wait for Mr. Wilkinson to beam into the screens in front of you.
Nice.
Welcome, sir.
Oh.
We can hear you. So, I wasn't, it's really just an opportunity, Chris, for people to ask questions of the authors of the supplementary reports, insofar as we can't expect staff to be able to answer those sorts of questions. So, you're happy to take questions, I assume?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That internet connection doesn't inspire me with confidence, but questions of Mr. Wilkinson of First Retail.
Which report are we asking questions of? So there's a number of them, so which one are we doing?
You can ask questions of anything that that First Retail Group authored. Chris Wilkinson is their representative on this project.
I think it's attachment D. Attachment D. Is the economic reserve.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Wilkinson, I want to ask you a similar question that I asked you in the workshop that we had last week. And that is, when you look at George Street, you look at the concepts, what other main streets around the country do you look at that sort of capture the similarities that we're looking for with George Street and maintaining heart of the city?
Well, we're based in Wellington. We've done a lot of work with the Wellington City Council, aside from other councils around the country. But Wellington we can speak authoritatively on because we've been involved in many of those regeneration projects. And particularly recently, where Wellington is looking to develop more progression in its retail environment. So the environment around the Lombard and Bond Street area is a really good example where Wellington City Council's worked in partnership with local retailers and businesses and property owners to regenerate what was a pretty tired part of town, creating spaces for new, progressive, independent and artisan businesses to establish. It's been very successful, as well as other areas that the city is doing in terms of laneway developments.
Okay, thank you. And one of the other comments that I want to follow up on from the workshop was about hospitality and the importance of hospitality in the sense of a main street. Can you elaborate on that for me, please?
Indeed, if we look at where spending trends have gone, particularly in our younger consumers, there's been a big shift away from products to hospitality experiences. Well, experiences full stop. And when we look at the success of city and town centres now, we increasingly look to hospitality, contemporary hospitality environments to deliver those experiences. And a good example would be the hospitality experiences in Dunedin in the warehouse quarter, where many businesses will establish in those types of environments because they know that hospitality is going to underpin that attraction and retention of staff. They create those contemporary environments that people aspire towards. And we see the same thing happening time and time again. We work a lot in malls around the country and different parts of the world, and we're seeing a big shift away from retail to more and more hospitality experiences. Not necessarily more hospitality, but better hospitality, more contemporary hospitality. Dunedin delivers that in many ways, but not necessarily in some parts of the George Street area.
So ideally, how many more hospitality operators do you think would create that vibrant street appeal that we would require to add into the current George Street?
We're mindful that we are in a constrained economy, and the reality is that we don't need a lot more. What we need to see is those hospitality environments delivered in different ways. So there are some traditional hospitality environments that are finding it harder to succeed. We've got many of New Zealand's best hospitality operators in Dunedin right now. It's an environment that's got a lot of exemplars. So it's working with those types of businesses to see how they can continue to evolve maybe some of the more tired areas. There are areas where we have significant voids in terms of hospitality. And interestingly enough, we look at, say, for instance, the farmers block, minimal amount of hospitality there. And the retail is really struggling, and that's probably an indicative reason that retail is struggling. It's because there aren't those anchors that are drawing people on a regular, habitual basis and a favoured basis to the area.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hello, Mr Wilkinson, and I have two questions for you. The first one, for those who are listening to this live stream in our community, I wonder if you could comment on your background that gives you the expertise to comment on these matters, your origins in Dunedin and your work throughout the country. And in that answer, I wonder if you could particularly talk about Dunedin's unique features, because it's something that often we get told that, oh, Dunedin's unique, and no, it doesn't apply to Dunedin, these design features.
Certainly.
So that's
Certainly.
the first one.
So my background, I've been in retail all my life. 35 years as a retailer. We sold our businesses many years ago and moved into consultancy. We've got clients around the world. We are one of the leading retail and hospitality consultants in Australasia. Our business was Wellington's Business of the Year in 2016 for the work that we do as exporters of knowledge. In Dunedin, we've worked extensively, so we have worked for the Meridian Centre, we've worked for Otago Museum, we have worked for Dunedin City Council and its Wall Street development, and we've worked for a number of private enterprise businesses. Across Otago and Southland, Queenstown, we did the Queenstown Town Centre strategy. We worked extensively in Gore. We recently worked for Clutha Development. A lot of work in the southern part of the South Island. Through our work in Dunedin, we've got to know it extremely well. We've got to know many of the key stakeholders. We've talked at various events down there. So I spoke at the launch of the Heart of the City development. I have spoken at the launch of Collier's new office when they opened, they moved offices a few years ago. So we have a good relationship with many of the stakeholders, and we have come to really enjoy the area. We spend a lot of time there and enjoy it. But equally, we see where those opportunities are, and those opportunities are to develop what we would call succession. We know that there's a lot of money leaving Dunedin, significant amount of money. If you look in the report, it talks about the spending attrition that Dunedin has. It's the highest in terms of money going outside the region in New Zealand. So that's a very telling sign that we are not delivering what people want. in our retail offer, and that shows significant opportunity to claw that back through transforming our retail environment and offer.
So that segues very nicely into my second question, which was around that spend and that decline in retail. I wondered if you would be able to comment on the willingness of retailers to adapt, because you talk about that in your report.
I'm sorry, was that the willingness for the businesses to adapt, or
the willingness of the retailers to adapt? To adapt.
I'm sorry, the willingness to adapt?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so look, we do know that many of the businesses there, Dunedin has a unique situation that we have many owner-operator businesses there. People are very passionate about their businesses, but Dunedin has a very conservative business community, and I think another thing, Dunedin is very fortunate in the fact that it doesn't have malls it doesn't have a strong competition outside of its city centre. And so the danger is there can be an arrogance in the fact that businesses there is of right. So if we consider other city centres, there are a few other city centres that haven't had a major improvement in their public realms and evolution in their retail environments. And so I can completely understand, I've got many friends in retail who desperately try to hold on to what they had, but we know that retail and hospitality is changing rapidly. And our recent situation with COVID has just proven that even further, to see the absolute need to pivot, to adapt, to try new things, and to be very open in responding to how people's expectations and needs are changing.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I had a question for Jazz next.
That's fine. You're going to hold it till then. Councillor Elder.
Thank you.
Thank you for your report. And I'm just going to second point, community-led, and note that in what you were saying in working with the groups in Wellington, you were saying that you worked with landowners and retailers to kind of create a plan. Can you tell us more about that and how that works?
That's right. So Wellington has a unique format called our CBD, which brings businesses, basically it brings all the key stakeholders in Wellington City Centre together on an egalitarian basis. So no one owns this forum. It's there to give pace to opportunity. So if there is, it's a forum that allows businesses to understand what's going on, to support each other, to get the balance right between economic performance and welfare. And that's been very, very successful because it's brought everyone together on the same basis rather than property owners up here and retailers down here or council up here. And that's a unique format that, again, has been very successful, and it's got through a lot of the challenges that have been typical for for many other city centres.
So what do you call that forum again?
It's called Our CBD.
Oh, Our CBD, sorry. And so who's on that group? Is it retailers, landlords, who else is
So, that's right. So represented on that group is a wide spectrum of city council executives. Council is a part of that. Property owners, the New Zealand Police, the community services groups. It's been very instrumental in working around vulnerable communities. It's been working to help build support for businesses through the COVID situation. So it's been a vehicle that's basically brought together all of the stakeholders on a strong collaborative basis and collegial basis.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you, Mr Wilkinson. If I've understood you correctly, you're looking for a major shift from retail to hospitality.
No, not at all. We recognise that the shift is happening from retail to hospitality. That's across the world. And you'll see that through the market view figures. This is something that it's not something we are trying to engineer or change. It is just a phenomenon, particularly driven by our younger sector who are tending to shy away from those purchases of products that we were typically used to. So we know that spending is out there. We know how much money is leaving Otago in terms of transactions. The transactions, I think, are going up 14% year on year. And we're talking millions and millions of transactions that are leaving this environment. So it's not about shifting things to, it's about working out how we can get more people, local people, spending in our local environment. But we need to be looking at how we can use hospitality as that lever, as that anchor and the glue that brings people together.
I recognise that there has been a general trend for a long time now to go from retail to hospitality in central city areas. However, the hospitality industry in Dunedin was largely dependent on tourism, and that tourism has absolutely stopped dead. We now have an enormous number of hospitality businesses that don't have enough customers to keep going. Some of them are going to go broke, and you're suggesting that we restructure things to go to more hospitality when it's already drastically oversupplied post-COVID. Pre-COVID, what you say might have made sense, but how could it possibly make sense now that we're massively oversupplied with hospitality and there's no likelihood of any tourists coming in the next year? No cruise ships, no overseas tourists, nothing.
So our total spend in Otago is, from international tourists, is 4%, according to the market view figures. We are not talking about an increase in hospitality, as I mentioned before in that previous question. This is really about working with our hospitality operators to develop a more contemporary offer so that we are putting more people into our city centre. We know that people are going to other areas of Dunedin to spend because there are more contemporary environments and contemporary hospitality offers. So if we're able to work and draw more people back to our city centre, we also know that some parts of our city centre are no longer delivering what we would call succession within our audience. So while while these may be appealing to our age groups, they're not necessarily appealing to our younger age groups. And it's those successive audiences that we need to be working very strategically with to bring them into the city so that they see renewed relevance.
Okay, can you give some examples of the more contemporary hospitality that's being offered outside the CBD in Dunedin?
Yeah, certainly. So we can look at the warehouse area, we can look at the Emerson's Bar, we can look at some of the suburban, those cool cafes in the suburbs. And a good example, hey, in George Street would be Buster Greens. You know, we talked about that, and one of the secrets to the reason that Buster Greens is successful is because it's got a little bit of public realm that Brisbane puts some outside seating around. So that's just one very good example of how evolutionary food and beverage is working well.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Kia ora, Mr Wilkinson, and thank you for that great report. We've heard some feedback that some businesses feel that the engagement around the design, etc., hasn't been ideal. And I see in this is a really fantastic communication strategy. I'm just wondering if you have any advice for us about when we might implement the communication strategy for Dunedin.
So I think we are in a situation post-COVID where there is a lot of change happening right now. We are seeing significant recalibration of our retail and hospitality environments. We've been working non-stop since this situation happened. It is now a time to get alongside these businesses to understand what the current situation is and understand how best that we can manage this change. we're confident that a time like now is the time to do moves such as this. There are many parts of New Zealand that are considering infrastructure improvements through the post-COVID situation, particularly as part of the shovel-ready projects for the New Zealand government. So it is about contemporising our spending and making sure that we're doing things in alignment with the stakeholders.
So now, to put the communication strategy into place, do you think?
That's right, yes, it is. It's important to, Dunedin has got some of the very, very best marketers down there. We've worked in the past with many of the agencies, and it really does need a local solution. We've got some fantastic brand companies that can help in terms of articulating these messages, making sure that we are driving some of this local goodwill back into the city centre, and making sure that there is that continuance of spending and goodwill, which is possible.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
I'm really asking for your guidance, Mr Chairman. I want to foreshadow a motion that expands on the noting motion. Do you want me to let people know what that is now?
I don't think it's not necessary now. We'll get through questions of the consultants and then we can deal with it when we get to the report proper, if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank
Councillor
you.
O'Malley.
Excuse me, Your Worship. I think it actually could help with everybody. It might be some relevance to questions that we want to ask consultants based on the foreshadowed motion.
That's my fear. Is that we end up in a situation where we get into a debate that we are going to have politically with consultants who are here to answer questions on the reports that they have prepared and are appended to the agenda. So I think the most efficient way of doing it will be to exhaust those of the three that we have and then get to dealing with the report proper. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr Wilkinson. Two quick questions. Well, I hope they're quick. The first one is, I noticed when you're comparing the main centres, our breakdown in Dunedin is very like that of Wellington in terms of the local, regional and international markets. So often it's not, there'll be this statement, our town is not like the others, ours is different, but in fact could you say that in fact the Dunedin makeup is very like that of Wellington, so things that have worked in Wellington should reasonably expected to work in Dunedin?
Any project that we work on, the first thing we say is that there are no cookie cutter solutions. Everything needs to be approached on its own merits and our own, its own solutions. But I would say there are significant similarities, particularly in that makeup in terms of our spending, in terms of our reliance on sectors such as the education sectors, and also, while we know that the cruise is not a significant part of the business, if we look at the spending, certainly it drives a lot of people into the city centres, but it's not a massive spending driver for the retail quarter. But yes, there are similarities there that could definitely be explored.
Cool. And then I just want to touch on your comments about hospitality and retail and the relationship. Is it your opinion then that if you have hospitality mixed in among retail, it's actually quite good for the retail because of the foot traffic that the hospitality attracts, and then those people are effectively walking past the retail outlets?
That's right. I mean, it's an adage we've used probably too many times, is that you don't need to buy a new shirt every day, but you do typically buy a coffee. And the idea of these, we typically now look to be able to cite good hospitality in amongst retail. So developing strong clusters. Clustering is a really important part too. And I think that's another opportunity for Dunedin, is to develop strong clusters of like categories. We know that when there is significant spending attrition, it's because people find it easier and convenient to go on the internet. But if a town or a city centre is able to establish strong, defensible clusters of certain categories, like Wellington has done, for instance, then it creates a really good destination that people can feel confident in coming to, and knowing that there's going to be a range of products and a range of different prices and different experiences gives them more confidence to spend locally.
So just then to wrap it up for me, you would say then effectively the establishment of a destination is in fact what is a big driver for a success of a retail district?
Absolutely, and it needs to have hospitality and retail working in perfect synergy.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is, I think I've heard Mr Wilkinson correctly before. He was talking about shovel-ready projects. Were you saying that's one of the reasons why this particular project is one of the reasons why perhaps we should do it quite a bit quicker? Is that what you were saying? Just to clarify that.
Look, I would suggest that this has been a long time coming. I think that we have some fairly major deadlines coming up towards us in Dunedin. We've got the new hospital project underway right now that will ultimately create a very large audience right on the doorstep of the city centre. And it's important that we have a contemporary aspirational environment that people are going to feel comfortable coming. They want to come to as a choice. The hospital is going to create significant employment beyond its construction. It's going to have a lot of people coming there. Obviously, the university is expanding significantly as well in terms of numbers. It will do in the future. So it's important that the city centre is there and ready for these developments.
Can I just
another aspect I must say is we work.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, what I was going to clarify, I don't think this project is under shovel-ready, is it? Because it's already in our budget. That's what I wanted to clarify, because I thought from what you said before, it sounded like we had to move quite quickly because of grabbing the opportunity of shovel-ready. But this, just to clarify, this project isn't under that, doesn't come under the shovel-ready. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Raddick.
Yes, thanks for your excellent report there, Grant. It's very good.
Chris, his name is.
Chris. Chris, wondering about the hospitality sector. You're projecting no growth in hospitality, but you're going to move some. Your expectation is that some will move naturally to some of the areas in George Street. What areas of Dunedin have you identified that will suffer as hospitality vacates from there to George Street?
So what we would suggest is that the Golden Block is one of the key challenges at the moment. We need to develop more attraction for our younger consumers in the Golden Block, and then secondly into the Farms Block, we need to get more contemporary hospitality into there. Will other areas suffer? We don't think so, because typically these situations rebalance. The drive towards hospitality, the yearning for more contemporary hospitality is a phenomenon across New Zealand, but we're also seeing significant growth in our suburban hospitality office. So this drive back into the suburbs, localism and all these other aspects, again, they will be challenging aspects for the likes of George Street, because the competitive pressure is on George Street because of the wonderful stuff that's actually happening around in many of our suburbs in Dunedin and elsewhere.
Yes. One of the things that, looking at the plan that we have before us at the moment, I don't know if you're involved with that particular plan. When you come out of the Meridian and the Golden Centre, you're coming into quite closed areas. And one of the things that seems to me is that having a more open, because there's the volume of pedestrians coming out of there, it'd be quite helpful to have some open piazza type areas. And do you have any comment on that? Because at the moment it's very open as you come out of each of those shopping malls, similar with Wall Street, but the plan is to kind of close that in, which seems strange to me.
No, that's a very good question. It's a very, very good question, because one of the things that we know, and again, a good point is actually talking to the differences in our city centres. So we know that the challenges of weather in Dunedin is something that's on everyone's minds. When we've done work in the past there, it's been interesting to see the volume of traffic that goes through the back corridor or behind that links the Golden Centre, Wall Street and the Meridian through the winter period. So the weather is a key aspect. But what we do know is it's important to develop a degree of intimacy to the public realm. Intimacy drives warmth and comfort and encourages people to orientate to those areas. So you'll notice in places like Britomart in Auckland and many of the other parts of these new contemporary public realms, they'll use lighting, they're using trees, and they're trying to bring more of an intimacy to those areas that help people, draws people, and then encourage them to linger longer. We can encourage people to linger longer, then they'd spend more.
Yes. I noticed I don't see much comment on the idea of public performance space in those, along that street, because that's something also that really contributes to the city life. Do you have any comment on that?
Good point. I don't, we wouldn't say there is a need for, any kind of formalisation around it. I think that typically these days with performances, there's a lot more impromptuness. Dunedin has essentially its own performance spaces in the Octagon and those areas. So anything that was going to happen in George Street is more likely to be on an impromptu basis. But probably those questions would be better towards the landscape architects who have a bit more of an understanding of that aspect.
Sure. And you've just mentioned about the links behind the back of Meridian and Wall Street and Golden Centre in that block. So the traffic coming through there, you're talking about pedestrian traffic from behind. Are you talking about pedestrians coming through from the rear?
Oh, yes, sorry, the pedestrian traffic we talked about was, if we look at the footfall that goes through the back corridors behind the malls, it's an interesting phenomenon that pedestrian traffic is very high through the winter periods, and that just reflects the fact that Dunedin is a colder environment that people do want to shelter from. They want, they appreciate that degree of intimacy, that warmth.
Yes. So one of the things that you've identified, and is the public of Dunedin have identified, and certainly the retailers on George Street have identified, is the lack of parking availability. And despite the fact that we have a parking survey that shows there are some parks available, they are pretty hard to find at peak times. And so I think that's quite a disincentive for people going into George Street. Has that formed any part of your calculations and projections?
Parking is a key aspect for retail, and it's important, I think, in Dunedin, as we've seen in other parts of the South Island, to recognise that our cities are destinations, they're regional destinations, not just our local destinations. So we want to make sure that we've got that provision for those regional customers, which in Dunedin make up a fairly large percentage. Plus, we want to make the city centre a convenient destination. And I think that we do know that there is a significant amount of parking in Dunedin city centre, but increasingly a lot of that is permanent parking. So people using parks that essentially used to be shopper parks on a long-term basis. Right around the country at the moment, one of the big moves is to look at reprioritising longer-term parking into shorter-term parking. We've worked on a number of projects in the last 2 to 3 weeks where we're putting in 15-minute parks because of the massive shift for online ordering of everything from coffee to products in stores. So this is something that through a parking study or parking strategies we need to be looking at with the need, reprioritising what parking is there to be more beneficial for the businesses as opposed to necessarily the longer term commuter parking, which is not helpful as much.
Absolutely, that's a very good point. Do you have any suggestions of how we might do that in Dunedin?
Well, Dunedin City Council is a very large owner of parking in Dunedin, and I would be this is outside the scope, but what we do think now is a good time to look at parking in general. Other issues we're looking at the moment are using parking wardens as ambassadors for city centres. Big shift there right now, and what would be great is to walk down the street, have people welcoming you, and being a dual function for the city centre. So again, it's out of the scope, but we really need to start looking at new solutions to be a warm, welcoming and friendly city.
Yes, to make that centre attractive, yeah. So, thank you. And I had one other. What about the phasing and the sequencing of this project? Because to me it looks like the proposal is to just produce what's in the plan, and certainly the consultation that has taken place indicates that that will be the drive, just to instantly dump this into George Street and voila, there you have it. Do you have any comment on the sequencing or phasing in of the end result that you may have seen, the urban design?
The only comment I would have is that we've worked on a number of large infrastructure projects over recent years, and the most effective way is to hit these hard, and for the best efficiencies is to do them as one. We know that there are many ways now of mitigating the impacts of construction work. We've travelled the world looking at this. In September in 2018, we travelled throughout the UK looking at very large infrastructure projects specific to projects like Let's Get Wellington Moving and for other projects around the country in terms of large transport projects. So we've seen some of the best examples of what to do, and those types of strategies are easily adaptable to Dunedin.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. And just finally from me, Mr. Wilkinson, and I appreciate that the scope of the work that has been done wasn't of your making, but there are a couple of examples, one in particular around outdoor hospitality offerings, where I just noted that there were a couple of notable absences of businesses that aren't on George Street but are down alleyways off George Street. And just after some comment from you as to whether you would consider those sorts of spaces as being part of the same realm and therefore should be considered as part of that realm?
That's right, yes. This focus looked at all the street-facing businesses in George Street, but we recognised that many of the characterful businesses, the businesses that are actually creating that differentiation in Dunedin, are down alleyways, laneways, and again, that's been an overwhelming focus for other councils in terms of activating those spaces, because they're the uniqueness that draws people to our city centres. So yes, working with those businesses and helping them potentially even get some greater street front presence and connection.
So you would see those sorts of offerings as augmenting this work as opposed to detracting from what is being designed to support the street-facing businesses?
Without a doubt, yes, without a doubt. The key aspect that we need to see in Dunedin is a much more active streetscape. So we want to see more businesses, more retailers with active frontages, not blocking themselves off with displays. The trend internationally now is to create warm, welcoming, open frontages, encourage street dining as much as possible, and that's possible in a place like, in cold environments, we're seeing that working extremely well. So a lot of this is a mindset thing. Once we get these right environments, and as we talked about that greater intimacy in our city centre, then that's all possible.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And next we have Mr. Jolly from Jazzmax. Councillor Houlihan has a question.
Yes, I did.
Just wait for him to be admitted.
Is she there yet? Or?
Councillor Houlihan, as I can see her on the screen.
Who I am? I'll have to close my legs. I can't see myself. All I can see is Lynette.
Welcome, Mr. Jolly. Can you hear us?
Yes, good afternoon. I can indeed.
Brilliant. Welcome. We are not requiring of you a summary or a presentation. We're just here to take questions of the work that you and your colleagues have prepared. You're comfortable to do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hi, can I just check, you wrote the, or put together the quality of life survey for the CBD, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. That was Taylor, who will be next on speaking.
Oh, they're next. Okay, I'll hold my
I'll add
question.
that to the next list.
Yeah, the next one. Thank you.
Questions for Jazz Max? Very efficient. Very clear, your reporting. Councillor Raddick, you have an itch that needs scratching.
So, yes, a similar question to I asked the previous speaker about the open areas in the design as we go down George Street. Perhaps, where the foot traffic will spill out of the malls, 3 mall exits onto George Street. There's quite a tight space now, whereas to me, well, there currently is quite open where they spill out, except there's a street in the road. But it seems to be a good location to have piazzas and open areas, you know, for I suppose social interaction, and a more open area in the middle of this relatively closed area, sort of comfortable environment with the trees and you know, plantations and seats throughout the rest of the street. Do you have any comment on why, you know, on how that evolved, how you came to design that, and what your the thinking behind that is?
I think I got the gist of that question. I'm finding the volume coming through from you, Councillor, quite low. I think the question was about how do we look at what was the design process in terms of the Golden Block and particularly outside the malls, how do we look at those spaces and how they would be functioning? So I guess what we've looked at is a programming along the street where we've developed a series of different spaces of different sizes. Some will be larger, some will be smaller. And the idea there is to create a diversity of space so that you have both intimate and then you have more moderate spaces for social gathering, and then larger spaces where you may be able to hold impromptu or planned events. In terms of outside the malls themselves, we've consciously left some open space there because we recognise they're key desire lines. And in terms of the look and feel, the planting strategy will be such that ground level planting will be low level, and then you'll have your tree canopy above. So the sort of openness and sight lines will be maintained, but there'll be a much more diversity in terms of the space. I guess it is worth noting too that currently, yes, you exit from the malls and there is some paved areas there, but most of that space is taken up in road, carriageway and parking within that block. So we're actually suggesting and providing more space for people to occupy and alongside the access requirements for vehicles.
Thank you. I'm also curious about the phasing and sequencing of this whole development, and because it seems to me, reading from your report, the next steps are just simply tinkering with the final details, the type of plants and the layout of the pavers and that kind of thing. So we're pretty settled on this design, is that right?
Well, actually, there's a number of next steps in terms of design phase. So the next design phase, what we call is the develop design. So we go into that next level of detail where we start to really thrash out the metrics of those spaces we've just talked about. And then the final stage after that will be the detailed design where we prepare drawings and documentation such that the contractor can then go ahead and build to that specification. So there is a couple more stages of design to do and a couple more opportunities to have conversations.
Great. One thought that I've had, just as a personal thought, was that...
Is it a question of the consultant, Councillor?
It is, yes. But I need to expand on my thought first before we can answer my question. Sure.
We'll see.
We'll see. So, is that we have because this design is quite, cut and dried, the single lane and, straight away to a slow space, by allowing a bit more flexibility and certainly having that smooth transition, getting rid of the curved channel and changing the surface treatments and so on, so that we have the underlying structure for a fully flexible space that it could be wholly pedestrianised or whatever the needs may arise, so that we could ease people into it and perhaps change from 2-lane down to 1-lane and have sections of George Street closed off as required or desired for events or weekends or festivals and such things. But at certain times, possibly as we ease into this transition and get people used to the idea, we could still have 2-lane traffic and then possibly 1-lane traffic to give some flexibility as we experiment to find out what is the best fit as the street evolves, because we can't determine what businesses are going to go in there, what businesses are going to survive this.
I've given you some latitude, Councillor, but I'm still waiting for the rising inflection that suggests a question has been asked.
Yes. Could you comment on that concept versus this concept, which is, bam, it's done and we'll all get used to it?
So I guess the two different approaches that you've outlined, I would refer back to what Mr. Wilkinson's just said, and that to actually be the most efficient with the process and the time is to actually be bold and to actually go out there and build what you intend to do, and that a piecemeal approach may not work particularly well in this instance.
So when you say most efficient, you mean economically efficient, or in terms of acceptance by the community?
Everything to get value out of the project within the shortest period of time that you can get that value, socially, economically, all the benefits that the project brings to the city. The most efficient way you can deliver on those is to get on and do the project.
Great. Do you have any social acceptance data on that?
I don't. That's outside of my expertise. I don't collect social acceptance data.
Right. Are you aware of any such data existing?
Particularly on what? Sorry,
particularly
Councillor?
on projects such as this, transformational changes for Central City. And
yes, I think you can refer quite well to the Fort Street upgrade in Auckland that was done some years ago now. And I think particularly from an economic perspective, the businesses before and after construction did exceptionally well afterwards, after it was completed. And the response from the local population, the business community, was extremely positive post-completion. So it turned a typical inner city street into a shared space environment and brought a lot of vibrancy and activity to that part of downtown Auckland.
Great. Now, do you have any traffic engineering reports on that has informed your plan? There's two. There's the parking study, which you would have seen, and then there's also running in parallel. There's a business case, transport business case, and there's a lot of preceding work that DCC are working on as well.
who've been providing the inputs into the design process.
Yes. Have we seen that transport business case? Does anyone? Yeah, it's not complete. Thank you. Very good. And well, we have had the parking study. So thank you. I think it's probably outside your scope to talk about economic modelling and the after effects of COVID.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr Jolly, this is kind of late in the piece to ask this question, but I do so for the benefit of those watching the live stream, as councillors will know this. But you know, we often get comments from the community about, you know, outside consultants out of Dunedin, or Dunedin's unique and it's different to other places. Could you just give us a summary of your relevant background in doing this work and other clients you've worked with, in terms of a common theme with the experiences we're having in Dunedin and the urban design potential?
Sure. Okay. Well, I can give a bit of a quick overview of myself, and then the company, and the projects we've worked in within the Dunedin and Otago. So I'm an urban designer and landscape architect, qualified in both, with over 20 years experience in public realm and urban design. I work for Jasmax, which is one of New Zealand's leading public realm designers. We're architects, landscape architects, urban designers. And projects we've worked on within Dunedin context, Forsyth Bar's one that comes to mind. The dental school recently opened as part of the Otago University. I've also been working recently with QLDC in Central Otago, plans for Wanaka, plans for Queenstown Town Centre, and then in previous life I worked at Auckland Council, where I worked on various streetscape improvement projects in the CBD in Auckland.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we worked at Auckland City Council together.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
In the original presentation, I was of the understanding that all traffic would be flowing from north to south right through George Street. I see that the block from Hanover Street to Frederick Street will be flowing northwards. Yeah, all our buses are going to be going down Frederick Street. Our couriers are going to have to go around the block. Are we not going to overload the Frederick Street, Great King Street, Hanover Street intersections by couriers having to go up Hanover Street, deliver up George Street, down Frederick Street, right round the circle again, back and up Hanover Street and south? Is that not going to cause a major disturbance for deliveries, time-wise, as well as traffic movements?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Now, I can't speak to the transport modelling, but I understand that there has been some undertaken that's looked at the wider context, and that's why we've looked at what's called the retail quarter, as opposed to just George Street. So, in a nutshell, the movement network is such that the north-south traffic flow is diverted onto Balul Street, or then, as you say, down Frederick Street onto Great King, or further down to Castle. And George Street, still you can travel along it, but there is less ability to move through it, and hence there will be more space within the carriageway for vehicles to then do their delivery. So it's a destination-based movement rather than a through route. So it allows and opens up freedom for movement along the street.
Yeah, I was more getting at the likes of courier deliveries. You know, they're going to have to drive around the block each time before they do anything, and in the mornings we've got all the buses going down Frederick Street. At the present point, you have trouble going down Frederick Street and turning into Great King Street at this present point in time without closing off any access to George Street.
It's probably a question better put to the transport modelling, which will inform any subsequent stages of the design work, as opposed to a question that Mr. Jolly could answer now.
Yeah, well, I was just going by the plan that
thank you.
we got last week. To me, it just doesn't seem to flow compared to what we were presented back in last year.
Hold that thought. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to congratulate you on bringing in Ōkaha and Māori culture into the design. I really like that. And for native fauna and flora. My question is really about some of the work you've done with other communities and how you get those communities like retailers, landowners, etc. on board. Have you done any work in the sense of engagement, and what do you see as an important part of that process to get people on board?
Sorry, I find it very difficult to hear the question. Was that about what was the engagement process?
Yes, in your work in the past, you've done a lot of work with other groups, and I've seen some of the work in Auckland, which is great. Just how you get retailers, landowners, and everybody, including the Māori aspect, on board as part of this a stakeholder kind of engagement. What can you see as having been successful in the past?
Yeah, okay. Well, I think engagement's a really important part of any project when you're talking about urban streets. And the success of the project is really around people can see their ideas in the outcome. And I think the process that we've been running with Ōkaha and Mana Whenua particularly, we're really quite excited that there is a possibility here now to see that come into fruition. And I think in this particular project, we have probably the next stage where we can start to bring in some more of those layers from the community and cultural groups. In terms of other projects around New Zealand, I think that there are many of those. Often the projects in terms of public realm upgrades do have long periods for them to develop. So some of those key ideas that started out early don't necessarily get tagged back to where the genesis of the idea came from. But some of the projects that we're involved in the Auckland Central City upgrade program, the master plan for the central city there's a lot of engagement that influenced the design and process that turned into a series of initiatives, including Quay Street down on the waterfront and the whole of Wynyard Quarter. I think the light rail project that we've been, the city rail project that we've been working on in Auckland for a number of years now, that's the reference design for that's got significant amount of both cultural and community input into the design. So it's definitely a key part of what we do.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Jolly, the statement's often made that Dunedin has been lucky that it hasn't suffered from a lot of urban retail breakout that has damaged other places. Probably Christchurch, and to the greatest example that I'm aware of. Is that a valid comment in your opinion? And if so, is it a plus or a minus?
I think it definitely is a valid comment. I think it's not only just the retail. I think Dunedin is a fantastic place in New Zealand that has such great heritage architecture, and you know, it missed out on actually one of the worst periods of design through the 80s and 90s, where heritage building around the countries were being replaced with commercial buildings that had far less quality in their design. And yes, I think you could say from a retail perspective, Dunedin's definitely benefited. Christchurch is a good example. Auckland as well. Auckland's only just starting to reinvest in its city centre after it went wide. Wellington's a lot more compact city centre, so it's actually been able to survive with some vibrancy, even though you know, the malls in the Hutt Valley and Porirua and the suburban malls drag some of that retail out of the CBD. So I think there is a real opportunity that, again, to be bold and to actually play to your strengths in Dunedin, so that, you know, if an out-of-town retail mall comes about, you're really there fit and ready to fight. because I think, you know, that is a potential reality in the future.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan,
Thank you, Your Worship.
sure?
And I'm sorry.
are you sure you have a question?
Well, actually, I was just going to say I'm not sure if this question is for you, because it might be for transport. I don't know. But did you take into consideration what sort of considerations did you take into account with regards to the hospital build and this project around the CBD? Because both of them will be connected as far as, you know, movement around the city.
Absolutely, and I think, yes, it is a question to talk to DCC Transport. George Street and the retail court is part of a broader transport network across the CBD. So the way in which people move, whatever mode that might be, on foot, through cycling, in their cars, how servicing public transport will work is a connected network. We understand that there is some work ongoing on that, and we've considered the early outcomes from that within George Street, and have been told that George Street doesn't necessarily need to provide that through movement for traffic, for general traffic, as other streets can take up that role in the future. Currently, all streets are movement streets in Dunedin, and there isn't really a hierarchy to provide place streets or streets that are destinations. And George Street being the high street, the main street, it really does suggest that there's an opportunity to lean on some of the others to get your north-south across town movement that doesn't have any intention of visiting or stopping in George Street to use other routes which are designed for that purpose.
If the one-way, say, was closed with that hospital build, where are you proposing the cars would go if George Street is closed as well?
You'll have to ask DCC Transport on the future network in terms of the state highway and the one-way pair, what the future of that. I understand there is ongoing work on that, and they can talk to that.
Okay, does anyone here know?
I will take questions of the consultants.
Okay.
If we've got questions of staff, we can deal with it subsequent. Anything further? There appears to be no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Jolly.
Thank you very much for your time.
Next, we have Den Aiken from Aiken Taylor. Welcome to Aiken.
What up?
You happy to take questions of the work that you have prepared for us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hard to see why you'd turn up otherwise. Questions? Councillors, sorry. Councillor Houlihan, finally.
Third time lucky, right. Did you create the public life survey for the Central CBD? Let's just clarify that first.
Well, yes, our company did undertake the survey. It's a methodology that I can't say that we created personally. It's something that we've worked
You
up for a
didn't
while.
create it, right? Who did create it? Do you know?
So it was created, it's been going for approximately 50 years by a pretty renowned architect and urban theorist named Jan Gaal. He started the work in Copenhagen, and he's since run that across the world in all sorts of different cities. And
Oh, right. No, sorry. Sorry, just to clarify, I was meaning like the, consultation around that document. Was that your company?
Oh, no, sorry. That was definitely our company. and
Great.
myself.
Awesome. I've just got a question around that. So when you're looking at surveys that have a population of about our size, say around 130,000, give or take, what's a good number to get for, of respondents to get a good idea of what, whether people are happy or not about something that you're trying to get some response on?
So is this specifically with regard to the questionnaire, the Intercept survey?
With regards to the public life survey around the CBD?
So, we undertake a pretty standard methodology for the CBD. This particular one, generally they're just observational analysis. This particular one, we were asked to engage as best we could with some of the users of the street and to find out how they had got into the city centre, how long they're going to be staying, what they're going to be doing. So, I mean, the total observations we made were pretty broad, but with that specific moment of kind of engaging verbally with people and getting a response, really, really tricky to get big numbers out of those. The ones that we got, we bribed with coffee to give us...
Bribed with coffee.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's positive. And out of that, you got 65 people, is that correct?
65 people, yeah.
Okay. Is that really good representation to get an idea of whether to move forward with that?
I don't think 65 as a number by itself is, no. I think it needs to be...
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Councillor, if you're going to ask questions of people, I would appreciate if you gave them the opportunity to answer them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you want to add anything else to that?
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
My question's been asked, thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
So just trying to find my page. I started scrolling and then lost the piece. I noted, well, thank you for the report. I noted in it, it said that there were no special festivals or events on in the city. But yet there was no reference to the 2 cruise ship days where we had a significant number of people in the city. Do you have any comment to make to that?
Well, I guess the premise of these surveys is to come in and get things on a typical day. It appears to, from our perspective, from the number of cruise ships that come in on a fairly regular basis, from the information we've got, that what we gathered on the street was representative of a typical day that time of year.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you take the snapshot, do you also typically look at doing it at other times? So, for example, over a course of several months, getting a view in different seasonal conditions, environments. So, for example, like every 3 months, 4 times every 3 months.
Yes, absolutely. Just completed one, similar methodology you're speaking of in Nelson. We went back, we've done a winter and a summer survey and compared that data. The intent with the George Street survey and some other work that we've been doing on the Octagon was to come back down before now to do a kind of a follow-up survey. But clearly with the virus, COVID at the moment, that's not possible.
So you would only look at doing 2, you wouldn't look at over a period span doing like 3 or 4 to get a full capture or full set? Or do you think 2's enough?
Well, I mean, I think it would be really lovely to be able to do a seasonal survey, but there is quite a time constraint and a financial constraint, I think, associated with some of these. But we recommend to our clients that if at all possible, we at least do a summer and a winter survey.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask one more question?
Councillor Houlihan.
Sorry. Could I just clarify what the time constraint is? Why is there a time constraint?
A time constraint, sorry, not so much a constraint, just it takes a lot of time to undertake these surveys, so it's probably more of a financial constraint, I guess I'm thinking of it.
Thank you. In other surveys that you do, around the country or overseas, I'm sure, you do a lot of these when you're trying to get data. Do you use other methods as well as, going around chatting to people? Like qualitative and quantitative?
The primary method we do is observational data.
Right.
But there are all sorts of other techniques that we can use if the client would like that for the project, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure, Mr. Aiken, you do as many surveys as we paid you to do to come down on subsequent occasions.
Well, within reason, we certainly wouldn't send you off doing surveys if we didn't think there was any value in it.
Very kind of you. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, Mr. Aiken, thank you. Thank you for the fascinating survey, and I do like your methodology of observational data. I'm curious, you haven't reported data on the cars, the car movement traffic movement. Why is that?
Well, firstly, we weren't engaged to do traffic movement. And secondly, that data is generally usually available for most cities with the local roading authority anyway.
Yes, but of course it's not available at the simultaneous time frame in which you made this survey. But you weren't asked, so that's straightforward. That's all right. You asked the question about parking on George Street, and a surprisingly large number of people did report that the ability to park on George Street was a factor in their decision to visit. But what about, you didn't ask the question, the ability to park just off George Street or in close proximity or in any of the parking buildings or any nuances of other parking nearby George Street? Is that similar, that you weren't asked, or did you have some other reason?
Well, yeah, yes and no. We formulated some draft questions, which were provided back to the client and the other design team for feedback. The majority of the responses actually that were for parking were certainly about parking within the proximity of George Street.
Yes.
But no direct questions were asked regarding parking off George Street.
Yes. Great. And there's quite a large number of people that walk there, 30%, 29%, that's quite high. Did you inquire as to whence they came? Where did they come from?
Well, the best way to do that is actually a citywide survey. So then you can start really figuring out where exactly people are coming from. We tried to extend the survey as far as we could down George Street itself to see if they were walking from the far end, how much of that foot traffic was coming right through into the main centre. But if the further out you go, the better understanding you start getting of where and how far people are walking to and from.
Yes. So at this stage you had no understanding of where they came from. So they could have walked from 3 blocks away and considered that they walked because they found a park there, or they could have walked from their student flat, or they could have walked from Roslyn, their home in Roslyn.
Technically, yes, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Aiken.
Okay, thanks for having me.
And thanks to staff for managing to coordinate our consultant authors to be able to answer questions and being flexible with the time and making themselves available. Councillor Benson, Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm moving an expansion of the noting motion that would read, and I think, yes, if you could put it up, please, Ms. Adamson. And it would expand that notice to read that Council notes the reports and other documents on this matter, endorses the continuation of the George Street retail quarter section of the Central City Plan, and reconstitutes a Central City Advisory Group to provide feedback throughout the detailed design and business case stages of the proposals. And secondly, that Council asks staff to report further to Council in June as to the suggested composition of the advisory group above and its terms of reference. I think one of the...
I don't think you need to speak to it just now. It's possible. I just thought it would be helpful at this point, but we'll come back to it. But if there are questions that people have of the covering report, as brief as it is, it might be useful to take them first.
Sure. I think the internet might have gone out.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get it fixed.
Oh, thank you.
So we'll just have to talk to each other instead. Councillor Barker.
I have a paper copy so I can ask my questions. I just had a question about a few questions actually. One about the accessibility survey. I wonder what date that survey was done and submitted.
So the survey was completed. Can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry, I'm talking quietly. The survey was completed in March, so just before COVID-19 lockdown.
So I noticed there was quite a few recommendations of things that needed fixed on the way, and I know we've got a long period of time before we actually do George Street, and I wondered if any of those things have been addressed in the meantime.
No, so they are very recent, up to date things. There's one recommendation regarding the parklets, about them being made and tweaked to be more accessible, but they've been removed from George Street at the present stage. So that's the only update, I think, from
Yeah, it was mainly
what's in
around
there.
bricks, yeah, and danger there. Here's my next one. The user experience survey that some people mentioned, it just had was the only qualitative one in there, and it just had the 65 people interviewed, and I thought that was, for me, that was actually probably the most interesting piece of the survey, because the numbers are numbers, but this was about people actually coming and experiencing George Street, and I wondered if there was any planning to further engage or redo that survey with perhaps more robust numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, happy for council to make that recommendation.
And my just third and last question is that I thought there was a really great comms strategy in the Retail First document, and I wondered whether there was a plan and timescale to implement that strategy.
So you'll see in the next steps of the council report that further stakeholder and community engagement is being proposed, and that would be the recommendations that Chris has made in his first retail report would be our starting point with them to pick up that conversation.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Are you able to answer what streets you think we will use instead of if when during the hospital build?
This is a transport modelling question.
Yes.
So the plan is to strengthen Falul and Great King Streets. Dunedin City Council has a high-level traffic model that's been run, and I guess one of the important things to note is that Dunedin City doesn't have a congestion problem. It has a congestion problem at peak times, but if you compare it to a Auckland or a London or even a Queenstown, even Frankton to the CBT, our network has lots of capacity. So the high-level model has demonstrated that. There's being a detailed model built at the moment that's integrating with the hospital rebuild work, and it will run that sort of high-level model in a more detailed scenario once that model's been finished being built.
Have you talked to users of the roads about whether they think that we've got a traffic issue?
Not personally, no.
Right. Well, is that something that's planned? That we could engage with people who drive in and say, do you think, if George Street was cut off and the one way, how would you be happy to go through Whittle or Great King?
Yep.
Thanks.
Councillor Gary.
I just wanted to clarify a comment that Councillor Houlihan has made.
Sorry, can you speak into your...
Oh, I beg your pardon, I'm facing the wrong way. We are not planning to cut off George Street, are we?
No.
Thank
So
you.
it's two ways
Thank you.
in 2 blocks and one way in 2 blocks.
Okay, thank you. That just makes it clear. There was a lot of talk today in
Two-way and two blocks.
relation to earlier conversations around, and in all of the reports around consultation. And I just wanted to ask you, Ms. Ward, if you could just reiterate, please, around the consultation and engagement today, because the words consultation and engagement have been bandied around quite a lot, and I just wanted to understand what you understood by then and what you know you've done.
Of course. So council, please allow me a few minutes to explain this. So from February the 7th till April 6th, 2019, we engaged the whole community in a stakeholder and public engagement process. That included taking the consultation to the people of Dunedin. We achieved 1,198 submissions, which was reported back to council on the 16th of April 2019, with next steps to continue into this review process and the information that council has seen today, which then took us to the 11th of June council meeting, which looked at the high-level look and preliminary design for George Street. That consultation that was completed, as Ms Duncan alluded to in the public forum, was engaging with all members of our community, with the Chamber, with members of our economic communities, with the Heart of Dunedin, through workshops, with members of our arts and events community, with our environmental groups, with people who live in George Street, with our central city residents and many others. I please would advise council to go and revisit that consultation. That consultation asked people about a number of different options that were which were possible for George Street, which included one-way streets and two-way streets, or a combination of both. They made comments as to whether they supported the presentation, which is in the attachments of that 16th of April council meeting, whether they endorsed it, and then it was also taken to our Central City Advisory Group, which has been involved in the peer review process that the O3 and JASMAX has completed to date, which has got members from the ORC, from NZTA, from the hospital project, from the police, from the Chamber of Commerce and various others. So, yep, there's been a lot of consultation, ongoing conversation, but this is a huge project that has huge implications for our city, and we don't intend to stop those conversations yet.
Thank you for that. And my second question was around customers, because it's customers who shop. Do you see focusing on customers to be an important part of the next steps?
I think it's important to note that George Street is a vital heart of our city that has implications on everybody's day-to-day life. I've done many presentations across this city trying to engage people to engage with council more around our major projects. And I'd like to always remind people that not only do people do business in George Street, as we've heard today, but customers spend their money there, people live there, children play there, and it's used for a number of different activities. And it should be a public space for our community like any street in the city.
Thank you.
Councillor Millie.
Yeah, it's just a traffic flow question, and I want a confirmation if I'm reading this right. Is it, when it's in the one-way sections, is that one-way running north now in some parts? Because it was mentioned when we were talking to JASMAX that you're running your one-way north in that block up to Pitt Street, and actually in the picture that car is driving up towards Pitt Street, driving north on the road. So is that just a mistake in the drawing, and is it still a north to south one-way where it's one-way?
So the Knox blocks is two-way.
Yep, and the next block?
The next block is two-way as well, to allow vehicle movements into the hotel and the car parks and behind that.
So that means the Pitt Street intersection will remain a five-way intersection?
Yes, but we'll probably consider the traffic phasing there, but part of the thinking was that there was 90 odd car parks in that block, so 90, and trying to get 90 cars out of that at 5 o'clock when they're all leaving would probably choke up the road. So the thinking at the moment is to provide them two directions to exit the car park.
Okay. So then, because the reason that was becoming a north to south in that area was, one of the reasons was you would be able to turn that intersection and phase it as if it was a four-way intersection, which will assist with the traffic that's being moved to Falul as a necessary component of moving traffic off George.
So you won't allow southbound traffic into the road there, only northbound traffic out George Street.
Yeah, that will make it a five-way then when you do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But we can tinker with the phasing so that there's priority given at certain times, and it's predominantly four-way with some phasing for exit at peak times.
Do you agree then with Councillor Hall that that could be a major hooked up intersection?
Yeah, so I'd say this is a preliminary design. There's still detailed modelling to be done, a detailed business case, so nothing is locked in.
Because we're putting the buses on a right-hand turn through that intersection as well. Are we not? Yes.
Yeah, at the current preliminary design.
Thank you.
Councillor Lawfiso.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. Kia kaha. My questions relate to the Strawbridge accessibility report. So I noticed that there's quite a number of instances of non-compliance with the RTS 14 thing. And some of those installations, TGSI, tactile ground service indicators, were installed fairly recently, were they? Or, I mean, like, what assurances do we have for the people with disabilities that in this upgrade that we're actually going to take care of those? And as a side thing, a number of us elected members we were part of workshops and walking around Bath Street in particular, and we actually had to move a sandwich board sign so that the wheelchair could get up the street. So is some of that remedial work going to be as part of this long term? Thank you.
So the accessibility report completed by Strawbridge Accessibility is the beginning of our conversation that we agreed with the Access Forum, that all the way through this project we would be doing accessibility audits of the street to make sure as much as practicable we would be making it a really accessible place. The report uses the NZTA accessibility standard, so there is some room for improvements in George Street, as you've seen. It also goes in the second half of the report to note how the proposed design as it stands at the moment, how that would resolve some of those issues. But there is a place specifically where you revisit this conversation through the design stages, so at detailed design, how those construction drawings are put together, where tactiles are located, and their specific dimensions, that all will be picked up again, and then again just before practical completion to make sure that we've spent our money to the best ability, creating the most accessible street we can. So that is the standard way of approaching this sort of access issue.
Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, I've heard the answer to Councillor Geary's question about consultation, and I've been aware all the way through. I mean, I know there has been consultation, but we just have had people of late, particularly Brent Weatherall, come through last week and or the week before, and talking to Tony Clare this morning, and also Susie Staley, and thought that some of these people perhaps feel that the consultation has been more about telling them what you're proposing to do, and that's not in itself all bad, but some people don't feel like they've been truly consulted and actually had a say and shared their thoughts. So what I'd like to know is, and it's probably a question for Councillor Benson Pope as much as anything, I see he's put in there that we'll reconstitute the advisory group, but what I want to know that in future, going forward for this project, that consultation with the affected parties, particularly the owners of the shops and the owners of the buildings, would you say that's something that you're planning to, I won't say improve on, because that implies you haven't done it well, and I'm not suggesting that, but is that a preeminent part of the work going forward?
Yes, so I think the feedback that we've had from some members of the community has been noted. Some of those gentlemen that you referred to there have been inside consultation sessions, as you're aware, and the format of how they were consulted with is inside that 16th of April council report, and that format of engagement, we did engage with councillors in non-public workshop to agree the content. Essentially, it was asking a question. At that time, I was new to Dunedin and was keen to learn about how our city functions and learn about how we could improve it from everybody's perspective. And as you know me well, that's how I engage with things. But I think moving forward, as Ed has said, as Chris has alluded to, I see that as a really significant part of how we move forward. Council on the 11th of June agreed the activity plan, which was created in collaboration with the Heart of Dunedin, and I do see that as a vital part of the communication that we continue to have, and we have had continuously all the way through.
And thank you for that answer. And the other part too is that, just trying to think how to phrase it properly. Well, I've heard a lot of those people say things like, we are not against pedestrianisation, we are not against, like Tony was very clear this morning, that what he wants is, he wants something aspirational as well, and I think that's important, and as I do, I think nothing worse than doing a half a job and cutting your budget back so far that we can't do something well, and so I think that is important. But the other part of the question is, it's just slipped out of my mind. The other thing is the post-COVID. So we're in a completely different environment to what we were just a few months ago, and it could be that by the time we have COVID plus the additional interruption of streets.
You know what's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. Well, the other part of the COVID situation is we may have a completely different streetscape with people not being able to survive the next few months, let alone the rest of the interruption. Is there any thought about that?
I think, I don't think anyone can comment on the, very unprecedented circumstances we find ourselves in. And I think we proposed that we would break ground in George Street in April 2021. And I think that everybody in the project team, as we do at council, as staff, care about the future of our city to make sure that we're supporting business. So we'll just continue to monitor that as we go through.
There should be a sound technician at every table. Councillor Houlihan.
Right. What was I asking? Oh, thank you. Just to clarify from what Councillor O'Malley was asking, I was writing furiously, but I missed some of it. So can I clarify that from Knox to Albany, that Knox blocks, that's Frederick to Albany, that's going to be two ways, so it'll be the same, is that what you mean? And then from that block prior, so from the corner that goes through Frederick back to, is it Hanover? Yeah. So is that going to be two-way as well? Is that the proposal?
So the proposal in the Urban Design Preliminary Design Report that you've received in the papers for this meeting shows two ways through Knox Block. It has two-way street in the New Edinburgh Way, which is to detune the driver for the five-way intersection.
Can I just clarify that, so that Frederick to Albany...
Can you answer the question, please?
But I just don't know what block that is.
And you can ask a follow-up question if the answer isn't clear to you.
I don't know what that block is, though.
So the New Edinburgh Way Councillor is the block between the five-way intersection and the next road over, which I think is Hanover.
Frederick to Hanover, that's what I said.
Yeah, Frederick's a five-way intersection. And then there's the Golden Block where the malls are, and then there's the Farmers Block where Farmers is.
And which ones are one way?
So what are they?
They're one-way shared spaces.
So Frederick to Hanover is two-way? Is that correct?
Yeah, so you can see that councillor in the
I just need to clarify. So it's two-way.
There's two-way halfway through the block and a one-way through outside, up through the north to the five-way intersection. You can see that on that drawing.
Can we pull it up then? Is that possible?
That'd be good. That would be
Because it'd be good to visualise it, because I can't pull. It would be good because we're discussing it and I can't pull it up on here. To know, to go over it. And also a lot of us, I don't know whether you realise, had difficulty, thank you so much, with some of these larger documents. We weren't able to see them on our computers. So that's the problem, and they didn't print them because they said they were too expensive to print. So, okay, so Frederick to Hanover, that's going to be two-way as well, is that correct?
Yes, I think Councillor Barker's just put down from the
Okay, well, I'm just, if it's okay, if I could just ask, it'd be much quicker than me trying to find it in my eyesight without being rude to myself, but I'm not that. My eyes aren't great when I'm trying to rush to look at it. Golden Block will be one way.
Yeah, it's a one-way shared.
Okay, and the one prior to that will be one way, the Farmers, that's one way as well, is it? And then the one that's from that, well, that's the one that we've got the dots on at the moment. Is that one going to be one way or two way?
Yeah, indeed.
Which one, sorry, councillor? The one that goes up to the five-way intersection where all the restaurants are? Moray to the Octagon is outside the scope of the project. Moray to the Octagon is outside the scope of this project.
All right, so it'll only start from the Farmers Block?
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you. So the two blocks are one way and two will be normal, just the way they are now?
Yes, so sorry, say that again, councillor.
So two blocks, the ones from Hanover through to Albany will be normal, it's a two-way, and then the Golden Block and the Farmers Block will be one-way.
So if you look at the block between Hanover and Frederick, that has a number of car parks behind the facades of the buildings. So we need to allow a two-way access from Hanover Street and a one-way access from Frederick. So it's half-half. It's half one-way, half two-way, which is on the drawings you've got.
I find those quite hard to understand, to be honest.
Please note,
Yeah, I don't
councillors,
think
that
it's very
that's
clear.
subject to some more work. So that's the peer review of the work that
Right,
was agreed.
I just can't, I'm not, because I'm not an architectural drafts person or a transport person, I just can't understand that very clearly.
We can put it up on the screen if you let Catherine just put it up.
That would be great to talk, just because that's what we're all discussing, and I think it's just good to get clarity on that if that's at all possible.
Do you have further questions, councillor?
No, that was it, thank you so
Councillor
much.
Wiley.
Thank you. Actually, my question's for Ms Ward. Should we take a 3-minute recess?
Not if I can help it.
Here at midnight.
See,
meantime, are there other questions that don't require visual aids? Councillor Raddick.
Sure. I'd like to ask Mr. Drew a question about the parking situation on George Street, because, you know, the comment was made by Mr. Thompson that there's only 30 parks on George Street, and he's only talking that the 3 blocks closest to the Octagon. But I did a little exercise the other day, and I was quite surprised, actually. I surprised myself with the outcome, because it does speak to question 7 of the survey, the people survey that we have. Firstly, those parks on George Street are typically 5-minute parks, and some are 20, and some are loading zones and such like. But I thought if I average 10 minutes, if I took an average of, say, 10 minutes per park, because they're very much convenient parks.
Is there a question coming for staff, Sue?
Yes, absolutely.
If it could be reached with alacrity, that would be helpful.
Possibly. Well, it is a little bit. Okay, so Simon, perhaps I could ask you, if it was 10 minutes per park, how many cars is that per hour?
We can say there's 60 parks.
Oh, I see.
Oh, there's 60 parks, so that's gone up, yeah. But, you know,
Well, from George Street to Albany, from Moray Place to Albany, there's 69 parks on George Street.
okay, so 70 parks. Gosh, it's getting better. So, and if at 10 minutes per parking slot, the cars are, you know, you're generally using George Street for convenience parking, and as you know, the amount of time they stay, it's pretty short. And rounding it out to make it easy, that'll be 6 cars per hour times the 70, and if we round it out to make it easy, 10 hours in a day, it'll be 700 times 6.
That's certainly a question. I'm not sure what it means.
So the point is, how many cars a day is that using those car parks on George Street?
Under those assumptions, it's a lot of cars, isn't it?
4,200.
It's 4,000. It's 4,000 odd cars, which is a heck of a lot.
Do you have a question that doesn't require staff guessing an answer?
Well, 4,200 anyway. So the point being, there are a lot of cars going down George Street. I looked at the number.
Is it a point or a question? There's plenty of time to debate the issues there.
I was looking at the 30 parks in the tight area and the measurement of 11,000 movements, pedestrian movements per day. So what percentage of that, roughly 2,000 odd car movements versus the pedestrian movements of 11,000? What percentage is that? Do you think because the talk has been that the car parks on George Street are of no great relevance. There's plenty of other car
Councillor
parks.
Reddick, you're making some fairly broad assumptions and then asking staff to comment on them. It's not quite in the spirit of asking questions of clarification of staff and the report that they are presenting.
Okay. Well, as you know, being in charge of infrastructure, you think 20% of the foot traffic in George Street getting there by car and parking on George Street, do you think that's how does that number feel to you, Golly?
I don't know. I guess when I'm looking at the numbers in here, George Street, more than half of the parks are P30 or P60. So
on George Street.
On George Street.
Once you get down a bit further.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Question for Ms Ward. Just following up, and I just wanted like some clarity around the February to April last year and the stakeholder and public engagement. Or can you just expand on what you were saying earlier? I just want to listen to that again.
Yeah, sure, Councillor. You probably best reviewing the report from the 16th of April for all of the details. It was a while ago now. But
Yeah, I don't think it's the best use of the meeting's time to be re-summarising reports from last year's committee round.
So the word I heard before that it was consultation, and I'm just trying to get an understanding because here in the report, paragraph 5, it says stakeholder and public engagement was undertaken. Yet earlier you talked about it was consultation.
Yeah, Councillor, so there's different levels of consultation that we as Council adopt in our IAP2 principles. which are council strategy, as well as the ways of which we engage in the Global Street Design Guide that Sky referred to earlier, which is our urban design policy for council. So we have engaged stakeholders in consultation. You'll see in the report on the 16th of April that the community gave their verbatim comments, which were reported to this council, the previous triennium council, in detail about what people wanted to see. They were given free rein to say exactly what they wanted about how they felt George Street could change, and you'll see that in the reports as they're brought together and categorised by topic, which was reported to council. There was a broad section of the community that was engaged in that process, stakeholders, there was workshops, there was a social pinpoint interactive tool, as well as a number of presentations where I went into the evenings to encourage the community to engage in consultation with council, as well as a number of workshops where we asked those that came to those workshops that we would go to, have an open invitation to go to all of their other sessions of any other network that they were included in. A number of councillors, including myself, councillor, was involved in some of those workshops. And we did, myself and former group manager of transport, Richard Saunders, co-present those presentations, as well as a number of charrettes where we had maps where we asked people to design their version of George Street, and all of that obviously has been reported to council on the 16th of April.
It's very generous of you, Ms Ward, and the councillor is aware of this, being involved in that process all the way through in the last triennium. I just wonder about the value at this meeting now of re-summarising that work that most of us are familiar with or have had the opportunity to go back and revisit in advance of this meeting. So do you have any questions about the report before us now, councillor?
Yes, I do, Your Worship.
It's a metaphor for something.
Good question. Take the hint. Take the hint.
Help us all.
Van Division to the rescue.
Thank you, I can see that really clearly now, thank you.
You want to kick the TV if you don't know where you go.
So, thank you, Councillor Van Division. Ms Ward,
Yes, I couldn't make
can you
sense.
then explain the timeline over the next few months? And because there was no understanding for me in this report of what consultation would take place, and yet we've heard quite clearly that consultation is important going forward. What is the timeline? What is the projected pathway?
So we're just starting to develop that format of engagement for the next stage. You'll see, as I said earlier in Chris Wilkinson's first retail report, he goes to some great recommendations of how we can engage with stakeholders. So I think we need to put some more detail of how we're going to do that going forward and bring that back to council for discussion.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to get an understanding from with Councillor Benson Pope's motion and what you've just said there, in looking at timelines and how compressed this is, because I saw in one of the reports there seems to be a focus on having shovels in the ground in April next year. And am I correct in assuming that?
That's
So
the
that's
timeline,
been
so yes.
Sorry, Bishop.
Okay. And I'm listening to what engagement needs to take place, what you've just explained, and I'm also listening to what others feel engagement needs to take place. And that to me sounds like a very compressed, accelerated pathway to get the information. And then, so what I'm hearing from you is that's then going to come back to council, and again, this might be a question of you, Your Worship, that we will then be reviewing the consultation after that. Am I assuming correctly? Is that the pathway?
To some degree, it's in the hands of the meeting, councillor. But if and I'll let Councillor Benson Pope speak to his motion. I'm not here to answer questions on it. But you know, the staff will take direction of the elected members. That's usually how this works.
Just one thing to be mindful of is the hospital rebuilds coming up, which will draw in a number of contracting resource that we'll rely on, and then there'll be potentially 2 sites of disruption at the same time. So part of the planning is to get that piece out of the way before the hospital rebuild starts in earnest.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Aldo.
Thank you for all the reports. That's good information, and I'm pleased to see that that the thought that we need to look at constituting a more thorough engagement process from this point on to get the confidence of the retailers and the community. And I was just wondering, you were looking at Chris's document, Achieving Change, Maintaining Stakeholder Confidence. What were your thoughts around his ideas there?
I think they sound really great. One of the unique things that Chris has actually talked about here, which is the best practice in the UK and other places, is how to engage with our affected parties, but also how to mitigate some of that disruption as best we can. What we're proposing, as in any construction, even when we do pipe work, is significantly disruptive. So the activity plan that Council approved on the 11th of June 2019 is for those mitigations, and Chris alludes to some of those in his report. So it's picking that up and moving forward with it. But yeah, I think of the work that's been done today, I think it's really great, and it shows that from the work that was done previously that we're on the right track. So.
The other question I have, related to it's post-COVID-19, and retailers are in a very stressed position, and so are actually the landlords. We're hearing that they're having to decrease rents. And I'm just wondering, in that process, how we can reassure those people and handhold them through.
Yeah, I think that's just our continued engagement with our stakeholders. I think learning from each other as we move forward, and we'll pick that up. But it's, as I said earlier, Councillor, it's an unprecedented time for any of us to deliver a project like this. So, you know, beyond having those links and continuing to talk to each other, which is what we intend to do. So.
My last question is, given that we're thinking April next year, basically for shovel ready, have you had any feedback from retailers whether that is enough recovery time for them to go into another phase of being closed down or semi-closed down? Have we had any feedback or reports on that at all?
Not yet, but there are plans to meet with property owners and retailers in the coming months.
Okay, thanks for that, because I think
Councillor Gary.
Really important.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want a confirmation of something, and it follows on from Councillor Elder. In one of the reports, the consultant said how important that was to talk to retailers. Has there been work happening in the last 2 weeks by staff, not necessarily yourself, to get alongside retailers in the central city, and I believe in Rosgiel, to find out how they're doing in parallel to the very thorough consultation and continued consultation that we're doing? Can I just have
I understand that
Yep.
Christy has been doing that work.
Yeah, the economic development team have been out. I don't think my microphone works. The economic development team have been out. They've met with quite a large number of the retailers and a fair number of the business owners as well. You'll see that the business owners actually asked for us to do a bit of a tweak and said they thought the system would work better. We got their feedback. In fact, we made that change. Predictably, it was depicted as a U-turn and an abandonment of our original plan, but actually we were listening to the feedback and responding, which is what you would hope we would do, I would think.
And can I assume that work will continue?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. I mean, always the intention is at this phase, as we go into detailed design, to do an enormous amount of consultation. There's been an enormous amount of consultation already, although some have wanted to say there's been none. I think, how many submissions have you had to date?
So the 16th of April report shows 1,198.
1,198 submissions to date. That's hardly a lack of consultation to date, to be fair. I mean, that is 3 times as much as the waste strategy that you thought was a good number of submissions. I see you questioning that number, Councillor Wiley. There's been a lot of submissions to date, and there will be an enormous amount of consultation going forward. That's the way the process works. People get engaged once they start seeing the first set of plans.
Thank you for that clarity.
Further questions on the report? Councillor Wiley.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Bidrose, I just want to comment on, ask you a question. So you're saying that 1,198 people consulted?
No, what I saw in the report was 1,138 submissions were received. So that's written submissions, people who...
1,198
Oh,
submissions,
198,
which
okay.
was reported to Council on the 16th of April verbatim.
Okay, that was, because you just talked about that before, and again, I just want the clarity in my mind because I'm getting quite confused, as you can tell. Yeah, that's fine. The question I have is that that's the number of people that attended the workshops and the...
No,
No, it's the
that's
number of submissions
submissions received.
Councillor Reddick, then Councillor O'Malley.
Yes, just wondering about that report. Of those 1,200 odd submissions, it looks to me like about 280 of those submissions were in favour of pedestrianisation or partial pedestrianisation. Have I got that right?
So the report shows, Councillor, that of the people that chose to comment on the layout of the street, they are the numbers that are reported there. There were some submissions, as you can see, where they're reported verbatim, that some people just said slow things down, improve the air quality, more trees, more events. So we cannot put words in people's mouths, we can only categorise where they bring up a topic.
Yes, but very few people made a comment on status quo.
Yes, certainly.
I just would like to remind you, though, that we are not planning pedestrianisation and we're not planning semi-pedestrianisation. Those words get bandied around. So pedestrianisation is you take the cars off the street. We are not proposing that. That's not in the plan. Despite emails you might have received to the contrary, there is not some hidden plan with wide-scale pedestrianisation being planned by Dunedin. There is none. And semi-pedestrianisation tends to mean the sort of street layout where bollards pop up out of the ground and you might say pedestrian only from 4 o'clock in the afternoon till 9 at night, or pedestrianisation only from 11 till 1. That's semi-pedestrianisation. So some of the time it is pedestrianised. We have no plans for pedestrianisation. There is a plan that was voted on by the council to change the balance from 60% cars and 40% everything else to 25% cars and 75% everything else. But at no point along that street is there a plan for pedestrianisation, i.e. no cars. So it's important we stop using that language, because people are very irate because they think we're pedestrianising, and there are no plans to pedestrianise or semi-pedestrianise George Street.
Well, do we have any data on the traffic flow along George Street now, and the estimated number of cars that will flow along George Street once the changes are made?
The traffic modelling work is ongoing, as has been discussed, and will continue to inform this work as it develops.
Is that the same case for parking modelling? We don't have any parking at this stage.
No, that'll be part of the detailed design discussion, but you'll see in the next steps, traffic modelling is one thing that we want to continue on to inform these discussions with the community.
Councillor O'Malley.
Is the parking study under questions now? Can we just, or not? Is that part of what we're talking about?
You can ask questions of the parking
Very
study.
good. Just wanted to be careful. Just wanted to make sure I was still on board. I see in the parking study there's about 1,800 off-street car parks, and that's in the bigger parking buildings, and they're about 85% occupied at at peak occupancy. Does that imply that our parking buildings are starting to get used to their almost near maximal capacity? And would that imply that maybe we might need another somewhere?
I'm not sure. I thought that was an assumption that the consultants have made, because they didn't go in.
Oh, based on around.
So they've just assumed same occupancy in the off-street car parks. That was my reading of the report, but I can clarify that.
So because we do own the Great.
No, I think they did a count on both. I
So
thought
I'm talking about the Meridian and...
the Great King Street
I think Great Kings,
is
that's right.
85% at peak. So then my question is if we don't have an alternative to get people into town, say with the public transport improvements and other such things, are we facing potentially at some point in the not too distant future the requirement for another fairly large parking building to be put in a strategic place?
Yeah, that's something that you could conclude from these studies. If single occupancy cars and commuting into the city continue continues at the same growth rates, and it won't be long before another parking building is required.
So when we're conceptualising some of our spends, we should be considering that if we don't do anything in some other areas, we will be facing potentially the need to build a parking building at some point.
Something for council to consider in the future. Yep.
Cool, thanks.
Councillor Staines.
Just clarification on our parking, off-street parking, the ones that we manage. The comment was made by one of the consultants that we need to start to free up what are all-day parking. So of our parks, how many are all-day parks in those off-street sites versus, 2 to 4 hour parking for people in the retail district?
So I don't have those figures to hand, I'll get it for you, but my understanding is it's more than half of Great King is tied up in leased parking. Leased all day, all week parking.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got a question around the modelling we saw at the workshop last week. I'm just wanting to clarify, is the area that pedestrians would be able to use higher now than it was when the prior council in June of last year saw for the modelling? Is that correct? I think it's gone from 60 to 75%, is that correct?
Can I just clarify, Councillor, do you mean the amount of space allocated to the street with the 60%, 40%?
Yes, has it increased to 75, or am I it was quite a lot of information, I'm a wee bit, just wanting to clarify.
The design that was taken to council on the 11th of June was a two-way street in the Knox block and 3 one-way shared spaces. The review that Jazz Max has completed is as it stands here. So it's actually increased a slight amount of vehicular movement in the New Edinburgh Way. Essentially, it's more or less the same.
So the ratios, I think 60-40 you mentioned. Where did I read 75 somewhere? Was there 75 somewhere, or am I making that up? I don't know. I did think I heard 75 somewhere.
I think that maybe that's the current breakdown is that cars take up roughly 60% of the space, and under the and everything else 40%. And under the changes, everything else will take up 75%, and cars will take up 25%. So that's the shift. The shift is to allow all of the other modes of transport and picnic tables and gardens and trees and everything else to take up a bigger share, and cars still have a share right the entire length, but it's reduced to 25%.
Right, so just to clarify, we'll go from 60% with cars and 40% pedestrian use, so I assume footpaths and things like that.
Scooters, cycles.
Right, to 75% pedestrian, 25% car. Is that correct?
Yes, if by pedestrian you also mean things like cafe tables and build-outs and gardens and art and whatever.
Okay, thank you very much. And of course, we'll have the speed change. It'll be 10 kilometres rather than 30 or 50. We're 30 all the way through there, are we, or we're 50? 30, so it'll go to 10. Right, thank you.
Councillor Elder.
I have a transport question initially, and that is in the Stantec report, which was actually around the hospital rebuild, but did they not suggest that we may need a car park building?
So part of the consultation that's coming up from NZTA with respect to the one-way fares, there will be discussion on a parking building in there. Just to start that discussion with the community, and if it's in Central City or a park and ride type thing, I don't think that's been landed on, but just to start the discussion with the community around, does the city need another car parking building?
So that's related to sort of the needs around the hospital rebuild and staffing, and also patients coming and stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And could that theoretically be centrally located and then sort of have the ability to address maybe more than one issue at the same time?
Theoretically, yep.
Theoretically. The other question is actually just for the overall plan. This is a draft plan. It's not. as a draft plan, it's not set in concrete, is that right?
It's a preliminary design, and as the report outlines, there are subsequent processes that go through, right through to detailed design. And you'll notice that the preliminary design now, for those who were at the meeting in June, looks different to the design that was presented to us in June.
So it can, like, my next question is, we are encouraged to engage, so stakeholders are engaged, and they have an input into determining priorities, goals, participation and outcomes for success. So therefore an advisory group would be able to have input into, you know, how this might, we would have the ability to change some of the design.
That would be my expectation. I guess an example is some of the reports talk about wayfinding signage for car parks. So that group might help influence the design team to implement such a strategy as a mitigation measure.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, given that several speakers today talked about car parking, how to reprioritise long-term into short-term that we have identified, and that 80% occupancy, 85% occupancy at Great King Street, and very often I hear anecdotally it's full very early in the morning. You know, it would make it. Do you think it's a good time then to investigate the possibility of creating a car parking building? You know, get a parking study so that we can then investigate building a car parking facility in Dunedin.
I guess if council like, I mean, I'd refer back to an earlier comment that Sky Duncan made as well about also considering all the other possibilities, and I don't have all the details of the NZTA consultation that's coming up, but it's talking about a program of options, and car parking is one, investment in public transport is another, providing other kind of forms of access or equity, in our transport choices. I think all of those things on balance need to be looked at. I wouldn't want to say that a car park is absolutely needed right now. Council needs to look at all the options that are available to them.
So does that statement, is that informed by the fact that it is the greatest cause of dissatisfaction of Dunedin residents? Currently, only 22% are having this car parking in the town.
Yeah, it's high up on their residents' opinion survey, isn't it? Yeah.
It's their number one.
Yeah.
It's also their number two area of dissatisfaction in the town.
Not so much a question, Councillor. Have you exhausted your line of questioning?
I was just asking if the statement he made that we don't necessarily need to look at that situation now was informed by the 2019 residents' opinion survey.
I think Mr Drew's comments were more around there are multiple options to solving problems real or perceived around car parking, one of which is the provision of more car parking, the other is reducing the reliance on the need for it. I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth.
No, thank you. And I guess with COVID, there's a lot of people working from home now. Is that something that we will continue to see in the future? I don't know, but it's complex. That's all I'll say.
Quite so.
Sure.
So perhaps a study on that might be helpful. Do you think a study on that would be helpful?
On all the
Some
options
research.
available. Yeah. And I think NZTA are kind of working their way through that in the Connecting Dunedin form about, with the hospital being built in between the two one-way piers, what does that mean for our transport network? And then we're trying to link all of those discussions up, noting that George Street will potentially be one-way in some blocks, and what is the overall impact on the transport network, and what are all the options that are available to council and the community to minimise that impact.
The motion has been moved. Do you have a second to serve? Is there a second? A second to Councillor Gary. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Benson-Pope?
I would. Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. Well, I think this issue has been around for a long time. It's been around since prior to the last three councils. In fact, one of the reasons we're addressing this is that the work that was done in George Street, which was highly controversial at the time, some will recall, in the 90s, 80s and 90s, has served its purpose in many ways. Interestingly, many of the same sort of concerns were raised about increasing pedestrian flow, about expensive, inverted commas, treatments, about too many trees and the rest of it. And of course, the work that we see in place now was going to destroy one of the best urban centres in the country. Well, that hasn't happened. Fortunately, we have much less retail breakout than the sort that has destroyed other centres. And I think we need to support our retailers and our community and our inner city workers by continuing to ensure that that remains the case. That's why I'm delighted that this discussion is happening. I'm pleased that the moving feast of the recommendations of the design will continue to be so, because I think people have seen already in what the discussion has just been, that there are issues with access to existing parks, behind buildings and so on. But I think most Dunedin people realise how fortunate we are to have a compact central city. And from my reading of submissions, not the ones that come in at the last minute because they think they're going to unduly influence debates like this, but submissions in general, I've been delighted by the positive comments from members of our community about what is proposed. The final shape of that will be determined by an ongoing process, but the final result of whatever we end up with will enhance our city centre further, and will make sure that other decisions, like a very important associated decision that this council supported by a substantial majority to relocate major hospital facilities downtown, will also complement and cement a much more cohesive, tight urban structure than would have happened if that development had been elsewhere. That raises its own issues, of course, because mostly timing ones. And so I think while this was traversed a little earlier, it is important that we don't, it is important that we bite the bullet about this, and in consultation with the residents of our city and the property owners and business owners in George Street, get on with the work as efficiently and as discreetly as possible. At best, that's not going to happen until middle of next year sometime. I think that's probably going to give us a really good idea of how we're recovering from some pretty dramatic changes in our community. And I think there is also great potential for us making sure that we're first off the block, literally, in all sorts of ways. There will be major changes as a result of what we're going through now, but this city has always been resilient, and I'm sure that we'll take best advantage of the beautiful built form that Dunedin is proud of, and better transport. We know that we're currently investigating the loop bus idea with the Regional Council. We know that there are other issues about moving people safely around the city, and I think we should be celebrating a revamped central city of the sort that is proposed in these developments. I think the key part of this for me is that we have the opportunity now to stay ahead of the game in terms of what's happening in other cities throughout the country. We haven't been damaged badly by the sort of retail breakout that has done awful damage to Christchurch. And here, the only major issues we have were decisions not made by us, but by the Environment Court. So I think we have great potential, as we always have, to move. The catalyst is, of course, the work that needs to be done underground. And while one or two people may wish to contest that, the advice from the experts is unequivocal and I think most of our community would find it stupid in the extreme, if not criminal, not to take advantage of work that has to involve the excavation of streets and replacement of services, to take the advantage at that time of putting in place good, yet to be discussed finishes, quality urban design, and the sort of thing that makes cities livable and attractive to residents. The only other comment I'd make is that this is something I don't believe we should delay unnecessarily. I think the current timing allows us to get on with things with as little disruption as possible before the much larger build in respect of the hospital development really arrives, and I think we should take the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Post-COVID is now a new world for shoppers and businesses alike. Businesses previously that we spoke to are not the same. Their needs are not the same. Many of them are just getting by, and sadly, as we know, some of them might not even get by at all. As we heard earlier today from Tony Clear, he spoke about businesses being scared, how they need us to hold their hand during this time. We also heard from lawyer and business lawyer Susie Staley, who said that businesses are frightened and many of them are really just surviving, only just. And surely what we have learned from the last 7 days is that we need to bring the public with us on our journey. Engagement is essential in this process because people's needs are different. What does a post-COVID business owner want in our central city? Is it this? We don't know yet. We've just said that before. We don't know. Mr. Frew said to us that they haven't asked that question yet. So engagement is the key. We need to start this process again. Bring the people with us on our journey. It is not about what we want. It is what our city needs now. Let's stop, take a pause, start over, and bring our residents with us on our journey. Then we will have a central city we all want and a new plan for our new world.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship. If a train left Mosgiel Station travelling at 30 miles an hour and one left Dunedin travelling at 20 miles an hour, how long would it wait for the Ministry of Transport to wake up? The real point here being, we are talking about if one of the things we're going to need to achieve is a major change in how people get to the centre of town, otherwise we will be talking about another parking building. So we are talking then, there's a very big picture that has to be wrapped around the outside of what we're talking about here. This though, just getting back to the actual report, the concept of setting up a central city advisory group I think is a good one. The devil will be in the details, and I think in part D I would like that the councillors interface with staff about talking about who they would want from them on this committee, as well as other members of the public they think should be on the committee as well. Because I think the idea of the Wellington model of our CBD is a good one. It's a place for exchange of thoughts, exchange of ideas, and if anybody now that I think what often happens in public engagement is that you can put 1,000 ads in the ODT, you can put ads everywhere and say we're engaging, and nobody turns up until you say, I've drawn the plan, and then they go, why didn't you talk to me? And it's like, well, the ads were there, but you didn't see them. Now you know, I think if we do this, and we say, listen, if you don't get into this, if you don't work out a way to feed into this advisory group, then at this point you're choosing not to engage. And we have to make sure that advisory group is capable of taking feed that comes into it. I do note that the Aurora cable is not mentioned on our reports again, and I'm really, really concerned that we might forget it. So what I want to hope is just to say we acknowledge that other players will be wanting to change their infrastructure at the same time as ours, and I want to see it on those reports so I know that we haven't forgotten it, because it would be horrible if we did. I acknowledge Councillor Benson Pope's statement about planning policies. Our district plan has given us this shopping district. If we'd had a more permissive big box plan allowance, we would have had more and more spread out of the city, and this area would not be as vibrant as it is. People say, oh, we don't have the population for this. I think we do, because we've got a shopping centre of this size. The shopping centre's footprint itself is a definition of the number of people that use it. Therefore, we do have a population to support it being transformed into what it's being transformed into. So I look forward to what's coming next. I really look forward to the Central City Advisory Group being formed again, and I hope it works on the model of something like the Wellington CBD model, our CBD model. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lord.
Yeah, I think the item C there, reconstitutes the Central City Advisory Group, is absolutely crucial to me. I think it needs to be done. We need to have consultation that makes the people that are having that consultation, which includes very much the building owners and the shopkeepers, to feel that they are a part of the process. And I agree with Councillor Houlihan. Sometimes people say they're being consulted to death. Well, I would rather consult someone that far than not consult them at all. I think the other thing we have to consider is, while I am mindful of the fact that we've just had this COVID and it's ongoing, I also think that we've put our hand out to government asking for shovel-ready projects. And if we turn around and say we want to delay our projects, but we want their money for their projects, that's not perhaps a particularly good look. So I do think, unless the City Advisory Panel come back and absolutely push that for some reason we need to stop, and if half our retail disappear in the next month, we can always review this. But at this stage, I think we need to just proceed, and we need to spend some money in our city and bring the much needed jobs that are much needed. Talking to the colleague on my right yesterday, or was it Sunday, we were talking about a job he'd advertised and had over 100 people apply for. So there's a lot of people concerned about jobs. So the more jobs that we can provide, the better.
Thank you. Councillor Reddick.
Yes. Well, firstly, I'd like to thank the DC staff and all the various consultants for their diligent work on behalf of the Central City Plan. It's clear a tremendous amount of work has gone into these various reports. Thank you. And it's also been insightful to have some interaction about the reports and things today, because it's a very big decision for our city. I'd like to note the obvious alignment between Tony Clare's view and Skye Duncan's view when he said successful public spaces are the new anchor tenant. So he, being one of the larger property owners on George Street, is very much supportive of the whole concept of public space. But he also said that he's not been consulted, just told what was happening. And, consultation means different things to different people. So I think we need to have a process of inclusive, participatory engagement with the various stakeholders. So reforming the Central City Advisory Group would be certainly one thing, but I think we need to put those words in there so that we can chart a pathway forward that everybody, that most people can agree with. Richard Thompson also came along and talked to us. He posed some very relevant and equally important questions, most of which remain unanswered. So, and those questions are, he's looking for a knowledge-based debate. And it's, where do the customers come from? Why have they come? Why have they not come? What drives the behaviour of those who don't come anymore? And do the different demographics think differently? So our consultants have come up with a plan that will attract the people, but how will they get there? That is a critical thing. And so, unfortunately, the consultants so far haven't been asked that question and haven't brought cars into the equation, and it hasn't been considered. So I'd very much like to add another element to the proposal that's on the board, asking that the staff that we have a study, that we commission a study on car parking, because it's the greatest sort of cause of dissatisfaction of Dunedin residents, and several of the consultants themselves suggested that, and two of the consultants talked about car parking. One was quite specific, well, we need to change the commuter parking into shopper parking, because there is a lack of availability of shopper parking, and that is the retailer's greatest concern. That is their number one fear, that this change will take away those people coming outside their shops, a couple of thousand cars a day that they see coming in and out, and that will disappear. Now, people, and I myself, would prefer to be coming into a central city that was very similar to those pictures. The critical element of those pictures is they're full of people. And if the people can't get there and find somewhere to park and shop, then they won't come. Recently, I went to a beautiful town in France and picked a hotel from this side of the world that was right in the middle. We get there and hello, the whole centre street. The centre of the street, this is in Reims, in France, it was pedestrianised. So there was lots of people out in the street and the cafes and bars and whatnot, but couldn't get to the hotel. But the side streets leading to the hotel, I managed to drive up there and get a park just 20 metres away from the door. They were P5s. So the convenience parking was still in place, very close to the centre of the city. And then I could drive around the block and go underneath that main street of the town, and there was multi-level car parking under the ground. So that's particularly convenient, and they have that in Queenstown, but we don't need that here. But we need to free up. We have plenty of inner city car parking in the Great Kingstone car park and in the Meridian car park, but it's full of commuter parks. And someone told me about it. If you come into a car park and it's 80% full, you can barely see a single one. So, and that's true also of other venues. I've heard that from people that run venues. If your venue is more than 60 or 70% full, then it's too small, because people perceive that it's already full and will turn around at the door. So the car parking is a critically important piece of this work, because I don't believe we might want people to change, but so far they haven't. There's no increase in bus use over the last 10 years, and possibly a commuter train might help, but I think the people themselves, our residents themselves, they need to be quizzed about that, so we need some research on that. We need some research obviously from traffic engineers, some parking plans, and some economic modelling post-COVID, because right now we need to support those retailers. Their livelihoods are critically in danger right now. They are very, very scared. They would not be getting up petitions if they thought they'd been properly consulted and they were on board, they've been engaged with this whole process. And they clearly have not. 40 retailers. It was only 40 retailers. They banded together and arranged the petition. 6,500 shoppers said they're not happy with what's happening. Yet, you know, the consultants and I think many of the people in this room are very happy. I like the look of how it could be in the end, but we can't jump straight to the end. We have to take people with us. I think we have a duty of care and responsibility to do that, and I think we have to just press pause on this headlong charge to what we're doing and go back and do that research and investigation. Now, one of the things that Richard Thompson also said was he called for time and consideration to get the decision right. The Otago Daily Times has similarly called for a slowdown of proceeding. Even Generation Zero called for time to achieve a just transition. And similarly, Susie Staley was not happy with the consultation process and would like to see far more engagement. So we need to change that word from consultation to engagement and have inclusive and participatory included in it. So we have up there, I similarly have a change that I'd like to put in that amendment. And somehow I'd like to put a pause in there, because at the moment we're talking digging up that ground in April next year, and I have grave concerns that that is too soon. Personally, I'd like to have a full year before we got started. But that only adds a few months to the process, but it would send a signal to our residents that we have listened to their concerns. We're going to conduct some research in the meantime, and we're going to really in the manner that Chris Wilkinson talked about, his group that he has in Wellington, round their
Your time's
mind
up,
and get them
councillor.
on board. So I'd like to make those two changes to what we have on the board. How would I go about that?
Well, you couldn't. The amendments you're proposing are counter to the intention, so I would suggest that you foreshadow that you would move them in the event of this failing.
Yes, okay, therefore I can't support the amendment that we've got here. I'd like to
It's a motion.
foreshadow a motion making some changes to that.
That's fine. Councillor Staines?
Thank you.
I think there's one thing that all of us would agree on, and that is that George Street is looking tired, dowdy, unattractive, and is almost certainly having an impact on the desirability of our residents to visit it. If I think about the current CBD, it's not a friendly place. It's not a people-friendly place. And some of the information in the documents we've had are indicating that the amount of retail business being done is falling. Now, some of that undoubtedly will be online, but some of it will be because people don't go there anymore. Now, whether that is a perception of not being able to get a park, whether that's a perception that they've got to drive around in difficult ways to get there, we have to address those things. And if our retail is going to survive, we need to improve the environment. All people fear change. And so our job as a council is not to run away from change, but to help, be it the stakeholders, the businesses, the customers, the owners of the buildings, to see another way forwards and to start to accept that change. It needs genuine consultation, and I think we've tried really hard to consult with stakeholders on this so far, and I know that because I've been part of this process for a long time, but it seems that we still struggle to get enough input from those that are affected. And here I'm not saying just the retail businesses, just the building owners, but more importantly, the residents of the city that will use the space. So I do support spending some money on a survey that looks at customer perceptions, the people who will be there and go into those shops. And I think that was one thing that really stood out from the submission that previous Councillor Thompson made to us. We need to have that survey done professionally. It's important that it doesn't ask leading questions. If you ask a turkey whether it'll vote for Christmas, it certainly isn't going to. I think the way you ask the questions is really important so that you get a genuine preference from those people without colouring their perception. But I'm also, and I'm do share the fears that the retailers have of the impact. I had these fears right at the start of the process. They have never gone away. I've raised them with the Chamber, I've raised them with John Christie and the Economic Development team, that as a council we need to be very, very careful. And in the COVID-19 environment, that's just meant that it's even a bigger ask for us to make sure that we don't impact the businesses while we're doing this work. So I was really happy to see in the supporting reports comments on the number of options and new methods that can be used to minimise the impact, to keep the environment a place where people want to be while this work is done. So I think for me, I'm heartened by that. I think we need to progress it. I don't believe that delaying it for 2 months or 3 months will have any less impact on the businesses than it would if we went ahead in the normal time frame. But I will only support going ahead if we have really had the genuine consultation. We've got good information on and supplied that information to the retailers, possibly through the advisory group, on the options that we are taking and the methods that we are using, well, our contractors will be using, to ensure that they don't have to worry to the extent they do about the impact on their businesses. At the end of the day, if we get this right and we protect our retailers while we do it, the environment afterwards should be one which brings people into that area and gives the retailers a greater opportunity to sell. And that's what this is all about.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. My mother, in her second year of home science at Otago, was hit by a motorbike while crossing George Street. Her fur coat protected her from serious head injury, but she suffered a significant injury to her right arm. And in her own words, it took a long time for my arm to heal, as I had 3 operations on it and was out of action for 10 months. The injuries she suffered in that accident affected my mother for all of her 87 years. More recently, a local businessman was hit by a car travelling at speed while he was crossing the road into Dunedin's CBD, resulting in a serious concussion injury and significantly affecting his livelihood for some time. There's always a story behind accident statistics, and we would do well to remember that in the face of the accident statistics in George Street is something we're going to need to address as part of this project. And we know that the high number of accidents involving vulnerable road users in the context of George Street, we're in the top 1% of listed streets for high risk. And the intersection at Knox Church is in the top 100 worst high-risk intersections in New Zealand. Nothing to be proud of there. So we need to start and sit up and take notice of this as one of the matters we can and must address in the George Street project. And I deliberately started with that because everyone understands safety. In addition, the report on accessibility was clear that George Street is no longer fit for purpose, and a whole section of our community, those with limited mobility and disability, are excluded or limited because of this inadequacy. These issues cannot be addressed by an ad hoc approach, and they need a total redesign that can only be accomplished in this redevelopment. While there seems to be confusion in the community about the need for aspects of the George Street project, everyone understands the need to replace ageing infrastructure, which, if unattended, will cause disruption all on its own without warning. What seems little understood is that our need to dig up the street to replace the pipes will alone cause disruption. This work is not only below ground, but if following best practice will involve above ground work in the form of rain gardens. However, as we've seen in the report, there are always ways that disruption can be mitigated. The final and perhaps least understood matter in the need for is the need for retailers to adapt to changes in retail. It was a new era in retail terms, with declining spend and footfall even before the global pandemic. And we heard from Mr. Wilkinson today that we should not delay, we should be bold. One of the opportunities we have to support retailers into the future is when we dig up George Street to replace the ageing infrastructure, to ensure through urban design that it's turned into an attractive place as a destination, rather than a thoroughfare for cars, that it becomes a safer place for pedestrians and a more accessible place for all sections of our community. And this can be achieved through really good urban design. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to put in place a long-term solution on all of these fronts, and it cannot be achieved by piecemeal approach, and certainly not by putting back what was there before. Let's be clear, we're not proposing pedestrianisation, we're not proposing a car-free George Street, and we're not proposing to cut off George Street, but we are proposing that the George Street redevelopment will result in a retail area that encourages customers to shop in the area by making it more people-friendly, a place to linger, a destination. And yes, real-time parking information, plenty of mobility parks, and associated design features and adjustment of parks to suit the actual needs of shoppers is going to be important, as well as public transport. So I just want to say, what is the lens I look through when considering the George Street projects? First and foremost, it's as a customer. It's as a former small business owner. It's as a marketing consultant. It's as a traveller who's experienced other cities all over the world. It's through the lens of a student who was inspired in her urban geography classes by Professor Kearsley. It's as a parent pushing a pram up George Street and as a mother looking for a quiet place to breastfeed her baby. It's as someone trying to get an elderly parent out of the car and navigate the curb with great difficulty and then pushing a wheelchair up George Street. And it's through the lens of trying to find a mobility park in George Street. It's through all of those lenses I consider best practice, research, local data and expert advice, and listen to not just the loudest voices and not just those of the retailers, but people from all sections of the community. And overwhelmingly, the lens that I look through is a desire to make the very best decision for this city I love based on evidence. So that's what I'll be doing today, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I'll be supporting the motion. I think as Dunedinites, we all want the same thing. We all want to live in a place where we're excited to go to our vibrant centre city. I think the reports were just fantastic. We'd heard a lot of stuff about pedestrianisation by stealth, etc. We're going to remove cars and a whole lot of stuff going on out in the media, etc., etc. And I think reading these reports and the level of detail has certainly made my eyes be open. Obviously, there's some things that we can do better, which is the engagement with the retailers, etc. I think the Central City Advisory Group, using the communications plan in one of these reports, will certainly be a way forward, and I look forward to going down George Street when it's finished.
Sure. Thank you. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you also for all the reports. And I want to just say that post-COVID-19, I believe there's some stresses and strains that weren't there before COVID-19. One of them is for the retail sector and how they recover. And I believe that there's a lot of anxiety and stress in this space right now. And that is why I really took notice in the Infrastructure Committee the other week when the Chamber of Commerce, Generation Zero, Richard Thompson, AA, Brent Weatherall and 6,500 people submitted, as well as John Bezette, in the sense that they've got this anxiety about the changes going forward, and they believe they need far more engagement with the process. And so I'm really supportive of reconstituting a Central City Advisory Group to provide feedback throughout the detailed design. But I believe that we need to be not just consulting, they need to be inputting significantly into that plan. When I read the paper this morning, I'm excited about a renewed George Street. We need a new George Street. I love plantings. I love beautiful environments to go to. And I think most of us, and in fact all of those people who commented, want that as well. So that is why I think an advisory group is critical to the success of this. But one of my concerns is actually the timing. And I know that we would like to go ahead in April or whatever, as close as possible. But I actually believe that our steer should be taken from the retail sector in this decision. So for me, if I was looking at being a retailer myself, I'd be really anxious about the timeline. Yeah. And so I would prefer that we look at getting advice from the retailers as to when we should be starting this project. They're the ones who are impacted the most economically on this issue, and I believe they're the ones we should take a steer from in this case. So I'm looking forward to the George Street upgrade. I believe that getting significant input from all the stakeholders is really important. And I was really encouraged by your steer on how Chris was doing it in Wellington, and the idea of a Wellington look-alike central business planning group with all the stakeholders involved sounds really good to me, because in fact there will be things in the future we want to talk about. I also want to support Chris Staines's and Richard Thompson's advice on having a proper survey done, which Chris has mentioned. So I can support this, but I also want to add that I would like to see us consulting the retailers as to when is the best time to do this, because I don't believe I know what the best time is, and post-COVID-19 I don't know if any of us do either, and so we don't know what recovery looks like, and I believe we need to steer from the retailers in this direction. So I agree with this, but I'd like to actually add an amendment, and that would be in that line.
Sorry, you're moving an amendment?
Yes, I could.
What is the amendment?
That we take a steer from the retailers about the time when we should be putting this George Street upgrade in.
My understanding was that would be contrary to the intention of the motion, so it would have to be, you can foreshadow it as a subsequent motion should this fail.
Okay.
Councillor Vandervis.
I've been disappointed that there seems to be so little awareness around the table of what Councillor Houlihan has referred to, and that is an entirely different post-COVID environment. All of the reports with their immense amount of detail, so much detail in blurry print you can't even find the bit you're looking for.
Yeah.
All of it is pre-COVID. None of the assumptions that are pre-COVID make any sense now. And to suppose that we have any idea of what does make sense now is, I believe, to be presumptuous in the extreme. To wish or to assume, as Councillor Staines has, that all people fear change is, I think, to make a great mistake. It's not true that all people fear change. In fact, developers, contractors, consultants and activists all survive on change, can't do without change, and push change, because without change they don't have a living. Many of our retailers post-COVID don't have a living either. I found it extraordinary that the pre-COVID idea that you can move a central city from retail to hospitality, when the hospitality sector of this city has been absolutely gutted unlike any time in history, I find it absolutely extraordinary that people can basically with a straight face claim that we can move to hospitality. Hospitality has just died. There are no more cruise ship customers. There are no more overseas customers. And here we are, taking consultants' advice about the rise of hospitality, when in fact it has just collapsed. Councillor Staines has also said that he believes that everyone would agree that George Street is tired, dowdy and unattractive. I saw a photograph of George Street, quite a long photograph, that was dated 1957, and it looked pretty much how it does now. It was a damn attractive main street then, and I believe, as Councillor Benson Pope has said, that it remains still the best main street in New Zealand. The claim that we've changed it significantly in the last 60 years is not supported by photographic evidence. The claim that we can now know how to change George Street and that we want to do this incredible, unprecedented change post-COVID, to me, is simply just, it's not credible. We have a situation where we have the tired, dowdy and unattractive label being perfectly fitting of Christchurch's Cathedral Square after they pedestrianised that. I don't know how many people are old enough to remember what a thriving centre Christchurch used to have before they pedestrianised the Christchurch Square and turned it into something that was truly tired, dowdy and unattractive. Pedestrianisation didn't work for Christchurch pre-earthquake, and it won't work for us here either, and for the same reasons. The argument that we need to dig up George Street because we have to replace or maintain pipes has been sung at virtually every meeting I've been to recently, and I believe if we were to look at the expert advice of the ex-DCC manager Darryl Robinson's report, you would see that any maintenance that is required in our pipework can be done relatively easily, very little of it needing to be dug up. And we have a lot of technology these days where you can simply reline pipes from manholes, and a lot of those old systems, even the 150-year-old drains, are actually working really quite well. And I'm reminded that a lot of the London stormwater drains were actually built by the Romans and still going quite well. The idea that we can somehow know what is best for George Street
5 minutes is up, Councillor.
Is not reasonable. I ask you to vote against all of these proposals as being premature, as being not in the public interest, as being opposed by retailers, and as only being pushed by those whose jobs essentially are to change things, in this case, for change's sake. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's been a while since we've had to dust it off the relevant standing order, but I do need to move a motion to extend the meeting beyond the 6-hour time limit. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Aye. Careful what you wish for. Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you very much, Your Worship. Very interesting debate, and certainly confirms one thing, that we all care, just perhaps not how we were going to get there in the end. And on Councillor Vandervis, if my attempts to get a table today at lunchtime were anything to go by, hospitality certainly hasn't died in the city. And Councillor Radich, I'm still perplexed as to your very mysterious mathematical riddle from earlier. I'm lost. Anyway, firstly, I congratulate the previous council for being so visionary in bringing this project to this point, and of course to the staff for all their work to getting here also. As part of the current council, and as someone who ran a campaign based on progressive change, I am delighted to be able to support this exciting development of our city centre that can only enhance our chances of fulfilling our strategic vision of becoming one of the world's great small cities. I, for one, have gone on record in the past calling for the whole of George Street to become a car-free zone. But having listened to the experts, read the reports, and taken on board the recommendations of people who know far more about the logistics of urban design than I do, I've changed my mind. They tell me Dunedin is not that well suited for full pedestrianisation. I trust them. I trust their analysis. However, they have also told us that this preliminary plan in front of us is a forward-looking and progressive opportunity for this city. Again, I'm inclined to agree. In fact, I'm very excited at the prospect and to see how it develops. Like most people around the table, I understand that people can be reticent and want to hold on to the past. I get it. But retail, like society, has always been changing and evolving. But now, more than ever, ask a young person, just ask a young person, the customers of the future, how they shop, how they want to shop, you'll be surprised. George Street is currently a through route. Let's make it a destination to be proud of. Let's be brave and visionary and change the evolution of our offer in our main street. George Street, if it is to survive as the heart of our city, needs to create a new relevance. And let's be clear, other progressive people-centred cities elsewhere didn't get there easily. There was nervousness around change, but they took the plunge and they are now reaping the benefits. It may be hard to stomach facts and data from elsewhere, but hospitality and the visitor experience is now the anchor that brings people to a city. It doesn't mean that traditional shops don't have a place. There can and should be a symbiotic relationship. Other places have proved that. I see this exciting project as a win for business, for city aesthetics, for the environment, for our reputation, and most importantly, for our citizens, the shoppers, the customers, the foodies, the coffee addicts, the people with wallets. I'm a progressive who wants this amazing city of ours to be a visionary, forward-looking 21st century city. I'm voting for this motion because I believe this takes us one step further towards being one of the world's great small cities, a city to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the work that has gone into the information we've received. It was quite a detailed report. I also want to acknowledge that over 6,000 people who took the time to sign Brent Weatherall's petition. As one thing is clear, they were all passionate about George Street and had a very strong view, enough to sign a petition. In the last 10 days, I've learnt that over 95% of Dunedin residents that have engaged with me do not like blue dots or red dots. But again, they were very passionate about George Street and they all have a view. So to me, this is not about a design. This is about let's engaging with them. Let us actually put the design concepts up, create some models of what the vision of George Street looks like, and let's ask people. I have been in retail. I got out of it 5 years ago. I also know how much retail has changed in the last 5 years. We do need to acknowledge our retailers, and we do need to acknowledge the struggles our George Street businesses have gone through recently and what they will be going through in the coming months. We've also heard last Thursday, or Thursday a week ago, Richard Thompson, Generation Zero, Dougal McGowan, AA, they all wanted to be engaged and part of the process. Today we heard from Susie Staley and Tony Clare, and the key message I got from them was, if you're affected by the change, you should be consulted. Include people in the process and be transparent and inclusive. Everyone wants a successful business, retail and hospitality area. Sky Duncan, get the details right, refine design. Chris Wilkinson, bring all the stakeholders together, referencing Wellington and our CBD project. Include everyone and hear their views. Overall, we need to take the time and listen to the community. So what we know is that something has to happen in George Street. It needs to change and it needs to happen soon. What we also know is that engagement with stakeholders and listening to the community is vital for creating a great main street. I want our community to have the same opportunity with George Street as they did with the harbour side. They viewed the models and made comments on it. They saw detailed concepts. It was a very successful engagement process. We shared the vision, told the story, and people could see themselves using the space. I also get the feeling we're doing this ad hoc. At one moment we're talking about the Octagon, the next minute we're talking about George Street, then we're talking about the hospital rebuild and its effects. We need to know what the bigger picture of the CBD area is going to be and how it will work for our residents. What is the total vision? Even around this table, we will not agree on what George Street should look like and how people should move through it. But what we all agree is that the work needs to be done, but more importantly, we want an outcome that all Dunedin residents are proud of. George Street is the best main street in the country, so let's ensure it stays that way. Remember this item, the original motion, was about presenting and previewing the preliminary design work carried out. This was a preliminary report, and we need a lot more consultation. To that, I want to see a timeline of consultation going forward. I want to know all Dunedin residents have an opportunity to engage, as the 1198 did back in February and March 2019. In this motion, I do not see where those voices will be heard. I don't see a timeline to the process. So I don't see the need to rush this process. We are only going to get one chance at making George Street special, and passing this motion is not it. I cannot support this motion as I want greater engagement, more research and data, but more importantly provide an opportunity for stakeholders and Dunedin residents to express their views as it is their street.
Yeah.
I will finish with a comment I heard from Sky Duncan. Get the input of as many people as possible. Listen to the different voices.
Councillor Lofisel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to start coming out of left field, I guess, and I want to acknowledge that today, May 25th, is the 42nd anniversary of the state force used against Ngāti Whātua on Takaparawhau Bastion Point. And for me today, listening to all the backwards and forwards and stuff, and the kōrero of my colleagues, I just want to acknowledge mana whenua all over the place for their manaakitanga and patience. And so, for me, as a person who was born and grew up here, for me, the high end of the city, you know, George Street, is not necessarily a welcoming place. I have childhood memories, and you know, some of those retailers are still in operation. They're still in business, but they were the people who would instantly that I walked into the store, they would come and say, "Do you need a hand?" or they would follow me around the store. So I just want to acknowledge that experience and pick up on the fact that the survey noticed that children, there weren't children in that place. And for me, it's not about George Street, it's about our whole city. And I've talked about how people with 4 children cannot afford the bus fare and the entry fee to Moana Pool. So it's not just about the retailers. Yeah, they're suffering now, but there's a whole lot of other people that were suffering before then. And there's a whole lot of unemployed people. If we don't actually take a whole overarching approach and not just focused only on the retailers and George Street, what about the people, as Dr. Thompson said, what about the customers? What about bringing the people in? We've got to take a wider city-wide approach, not only for the retailers, they are suffering, but there was a whole lot of people that were suffering before then.
Thank you. Anything from you, Councillor Hall? No. For my part, I think the case for change is fairly compelling, and that's been detailed in great length by the reports that are attached to today's agenda. We have a poor record in terms of safety, a poor record in terms of accessibility, and economic performance, which cumulatively would probably make the case for intervention, even if there weren't a need to fix the pipes beneath the road. And picking up on Councillor Lorfisel's comment, there are a lot of numbers in all of the reports, but the one that stood out to me was 0. That was the number of children in our city centre, and I think what that asked me was, who is the city centre for? Who is it designed for? And more importantly, who does it specifically exclude? And I use the term city centre on purpose as opposed to CBD or Central Business District, because while business has always been critical to its form and function, it can't be its only consideration. And besides, as we know, businesses wouldn't succeed without people visiting them. It's certainly true that having a small child has reconfigured my understanding of how an urban form works. What was once a quick stroll through a couple of city blocks can turn into a marathon effort. And so the idea that you might make that more appealing for people by having places for people to stay and rest and be, rather than just travel through, I think is something that we need to encourage and needs to be applauded, and to say nothing of the greater degree of safety you might get should you lose control of a toddler in the main street. And in this line of work, keeping one on a leash is generally frowned upon. And I can tell you that there's no consumer. I can tell you there's no consumer more vulnerable than one with a small child at their side. But more so than who it is for, what excites me about this project is who it is about. And as has been alluded to, the absence of mana whenua in our built environment has always been deafening in this city, and I think that and now that we're addressing that, and not just in a token visual way, but incorporating a Te Ao Māori framework and Kaitahu values into the very design thinking that we are using to drive this project is a huge step forward in making the heart of our city less of a colonial museum. Because this project is about future-proofing the city centre. Below the ground, that means replacing vulnerable water mains before they fail again, which would cause significant unplanned disruption to all users of the city centre. But above ground, we need to be building the kind of environment that encourages a sustainable commercial offering, one that supports the current trends in an ever-evolving sector. And all of the international evidence tells us that you achieve that by creating a safe and attractive experience for people. And yes, thinking about what drives the habits, not just of young people, as has been mentioned, but those that will come after them. We seem to want to try and divide our community into segments: pedestrians, cyclists, bus passengers, motorists. But those divisions are entirely artificial, because most people are a combination of those things, and many people are all of them. On the issue of parking, it's useful to have some more up-to-date data to inform that debate, and I look forward to being able to progress to a point where we can have a more nuanced discussion about how that space is allocated and how long people can stay in specific places that suit the needs of the businesses currently operating in that area, rather than focusing entirely on volume, which has certainly been the case in a lot of the public discourse. And finally, there's no doubt that this project will be disruptive, and I think the attention given in the reports to minimising that, as Councillor Staines has said, I think that was helpful, turning the mind to how you might minimise the disruption and create a more welcoming environment for people while this work is going on. And the point is well made too in the reports that far from being a reason to stop doing this, the economic recovery from COVID-19 is a significant reason for us to be doing exactly this kind of work. Equally important, and this speaks to the communications plan, I think, is that we work hand in hand with our community as this progresses through the next stages, and I welcome the reformation of the Central City Advisory Group as one part of the answer to that problem. To take this through to the detailed design phase. But for this to be effective, I think it requires good faith engagement by all interested parties, of which Council is one. And to be frank, I don't think we have seen good faith engagement from all interested parties up until this point. And if we are going to get the best outcome for all interested parties, then that certainly needs to change as of this point. So thank you for the motion, and it has my support. Your right of reply, Councillor Betson-Pope.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, councillors, and thank you for a strong voicing of support for what's proposed here. I think there is an important timing element here, and I don't think our community will be well served by going around in circles for some weeks or some months to decide what we're going to do. Clearly there is other work in relation to the medical precinct that is going to be disruptive, is going to be, while it's very welcome, is going to be extensive and will create challenges of its own. And I think we have the opportunity, more or less on the current time frame, to get on with appropriate changes to our main shopping precinct before that work really ramps up. I'm not quite sure how the advisory group disbanded itself or became disbanded, but I think it's by accident rather than design, and I welcome the support for re-establishing in whatever form that group, and the motion is structured so that it doesn't dwell on a preconception that the membership is the same as before, that we can look at that. I think it's important that that comes back to us sooner rather than later, and so thanks for Ms. Graham for the timing and the specific date when we can readdress that. I think it's known to all of you that our block groups, by whatever name, are much less active now than they once were. I recall there was rather a bidding war at the time the current work in place now was done between blocks to get in first. That's not the case, and I'm delighted that we at least have one group still wanting to engage, but there were 2, 3 last time, I think, and that was quite a different physical environment. I think that's a loss, and I think there's clearly a challenge for us in engaging all the parties, and I'm not just talking about retailers, because I think and property owners, one of the things that is a key part of developments of this kind in any city is that the wider community is consulted. And I think the sort of discussions that will be facilitated by this motion will enable our staff to ensure that that's the case. Retail recovery will happen in the city. I think we are fortunately placed indeed in terms of the much more discrete physical areas we're dealing with, and I'm sure that as people look at the opportunities that we will present them by making the physical environment nicer and also physically more functional, because there's no doubt about the age of some of the infrastructure. And you'll recall, of course, that the work in place now actually was the first separation of foul and stormwater sewage from most of the main shopping streets. So that happened then. That the surface treatments now are clearly not maintained at the level they perhaps might have been. So that's a challenge for all of us in the city and the designers for the future. But I think clearly from the very positive comments, we're in a very good place to make sure the city takes advantage of quite an extraordinary core shopping street and takes the best advantage of that street for its whole community. So thank you in anticipation for your support.
Thank you, and in anticipation of someone else beating me to it, I'll ask for the vote to be taken by division. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
No.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Motion carried 10-4. Promise.
Thank you. I understand that there are subsequential motions, but I was going to suggest at this point that we would adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes and then come back and deal with those. We still have a few items left in the public part of the agenda. Secretary Councillor Councillor Walker, my apologies. I've made my case for the adjournment, I think. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's great, thank you. We'll be back at 5:51.
It was the kidney.
we're taking item 11 ahead of item 10, both from the Finance Department, lurking in the far corner of the room. Mr. Logie, welcome. Oh, sorry. My mistake. We've got a subsequent motion to deal with on item 9, and then we'll get to item 11.
What's this?
Right. So
It's been moved by you, Councillor Reddick.
Pardon?
It's been moved by you.
Yes,
Do you have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Seconded, Councillor Houlihan. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes. Sky Duncan was quite right when she said that cars don't shop, but people do. And currently, they use their cars to get to the shops. And as she said, we don't have a lot of other options other than to drive into Dunedin. And so that's one of the reasons why I've been very concerned about the process that has taken place to get to where we are now. Parking was not investigated because the research wasn't asked for. And the talk is of mode shift, but my observation is that private vehicles will remain the preferred form of transport. And, you know, given that that's the case, those retailers are in grave danger because people will simply not come into town as George Street is closed down. The advice from the experts we heard from, the retail experts in particular, was unequivocal. Parking is of paramount importance. And it's important not only for the retailers, the building owners, but also the shoppers. And 6,500 of them, I think, quite actually largely triggered by the parking situation, are worried. Because I think, for the most part, people embrace a pleasant place to come and shopping. They embrace pedestrianisation, a great many, not pedestrianisation, but embrace more shared space, I suppose, and you know, a pleasant environment. And they embrace the idea of being able to cross the road. That's the whole thing. That's where malls came from. So you can walk in and walk around inside an environment that's safe and very pleasant and have access to many shops without motor vehicles. So similarly, this is just extending those malls across the road and then into the next blocks. And I think, you know, that's a good thing for shopping going forward, but parking is the main reason, it's the main form of transport, that's the critical thing. So, moving from long-term to short-term, moving commuter parkers out of the Great King Street and Meridian car park is of paramount importance to free up shopper parking. And with that convenience and easy access, more people will come in and retail affairs will be dissipated, and the shopping centre, the jewel in our crown, will thrive. As Richard Thompson said, retail anchors a town centre, and in particular our town centre. And if it fails, then the heart goes out of the city. So it is critically important that we address this issue. That is the number one and number two issue that cause of complaint for our residents. And, you know, if the whole business is hard work now, as Richard Thompson said, what happens if the council gets it wrong? And this is the key missing link in the chain. So let's have a report on parking and the feasibility of, you know, building a place for it. There we have it. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
May I, during my speaking, ask a clarifying question of the resident?
Of the mover?
Yes.
I'd prefer you asked it in speaking and allowed him the opportunity to respond in his right
That's
of
a good
reply.
idea. Very good. So I think if the scope of this analysis is wide enough and the footprint in which we're talking about is large enough and that it takes into account things like the hospital and it takes into account potentially that a building of this type might be built at a distant site because it's serving a purpose. And during the cost and benefit analysis, the cost is not just monetary, but it is also transport planning. If you basically support car movements, what does that do to the uptake of public transport later? What does it do to the true flow of traffic in the city for the next 20 or 30 years? And not just how many dollars would it take to build a car park and what benefit would that give us? If the cost has a wider definition of what cost is, I can support this. If it's about if it's intended to come back and say we need a car park building, but that's not in the context of what else are we going to do, what is our whole transport like, I'm worried that the area of focus then would be too small. So, based entirely on what I'll hear on the mover's right of reply, is depending on whether I vote yes or no to it.
Councillor Houlihan.
Can I have a speech or is it question time? Is speaking?
You can raise issues in your comments that the mover can respond to.
Yep, no, that's fine. I've supported this because I would love to see a car parking building put in the Andrew Street, St Andrew Street area that's already got car parks loosely in there now. It's close to the city centre. But you envision this, if we had on the bottom of the car park a hub in a secure area for electric bikes, an area where we could have, cars. What they're starting to do overseas is share cars, so you could come in and you could get a car. They could be on the bottom 2 levels and then the other levels up above for car parking. I mean, and in some of those proposals or images we've seen over this debate previously with the CBD, some of those images didn't have any car parks in them at all in the CBD. Now, this could be a hub where people, because it's now been approved, so we're going ahead with it, so we need to think, okay, how are we going to deal with the traffic? We could have, some people will use, hopefully, commuter rail if we get it, and hopefully we'll have better buses and maybe we'll have a loop bus, but, and all of those things will help, and the loop bus could drop people off at this car parking building, so it could be like a transport hub. And I see that being really innovative, and we could see some really good entrepreneurial things happening around our city that could feed into that area. And that way, that's what I'm getting at, is that ideas like this, if we had those, people will say, oh, we don't mind that we can't park in town because this is really cool. We just need to go along on that journey with people. And I think if we make it easier for people and exciting, people will come into our city and do all the things that you've envisioned. That's what I feel.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. I support this idea because basically I've proposed similar in the past. I look at the Stantec report around the hospital and that area, but I consider also the tourists coming in and people wanting to visit all the places around Dunedin. And so a transport hub to me makes sense in the light of that. Not only just for tourists, not only just for people who are visiting the hospital, but for a wide group of people who could park there and then walk to town and enjoy town, or could hire a bike and bike on the peninsula, or could stay all day, depending on what their need is. So I see the benefit of a transport hub that not only provides for parking for people who visit the street, it provides parking for people who want to visit the hospital, it provides parking for people who want to have a location to keep their car and visit the rest of Dunedin through a loop bus. So I do see the potential of a transport hub and a car park building being an option to help us maximise the transport opportunities out there and give people options as well. So I think I'll support this request.
Councillor Hall, Councillor Barker.
Would we not need to look at the hospital? Are they going to supply any kind of car parking in the new complex, or are they going to be just left to park on the streets? Those are the things we need to address before we start this. Because if the hospital's going to put in parking for nurses and doctors and stuff, it's going to take a lot of pressure off a lot of the stuff we've got now. So I think that should be one of the first things that we actually need to address is what's the hospital doing about parking.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I'm torn on whether to support it, just as because we are in the post-COVID world and we see things like we used to have over 4 million international visitors coming to the city. Oh, sorry, not going to the city, that'd be large. Coming to New Zealand, so there will be a whole lot less traffic and a whole lot less people and a whole lot less necessity for parking in the next few years, there's also perhaps trends towards people working from home. And while we could look at a parking building by November, I think that things have certainly changed in the world, and I wonder whether it's not just about the parking building, but it's about the numbers and the transport around Dunedin that informs about what parking opportunities there might be, just for a short-term study or looking at it in a longer-term study.
Councillor Wiley?
I'm not going to touch my mic.
Wise man.
I will be supporting this. Again, I think it ties into the bigger picture of the whole CBD area. And it really talks about a city vision in the sense around parking. It's always a complicated issue, would probably be a good phrase for it. And the fact that actually we do have the hospital rebuild and other issues around the city. So I am happy to support that on that basis. Thank you.
Councillor Venavis.
The Chief Executive earlier on this year, I believe, has confirmed a rough estimate of $35,000 per parking space in a parking building. So we already have a pretty good idea, she's nodding, we already have a pretty good idea of what the cost is. Parking buildings are ludicrously expensive. They're not well liked. And in Dunedin, we have enormous opportunities for extra parking simply on DCC land, and to reverse some of the parking removal that has happened in the last decade. We have lost a lot of parking to cycleways. We've got parking lost to the hospital development that's proposed. We've lost parking to the Parklet experiment. We lost parking for the Octagon experiment. We have lost parking to the new bus hub. We've recently lost parking to safety signage, an unnecessary amount of parking lost to safety signage. All they needed was signs with a bit of an arm on them from the footpath. We've lost parking to post and chain barriers that have been put all around underneath the overbridge, for instance, and other places. We have lost parking to senseless no parking signs in a large number of areas, some of them reasonably central. And we have lost commuter parking to short-term parking at a time when many of our commuters, for instance, are hospital workers that simply can't get anywhere near their place of work. There have been attempts by council to sell the Philil Street car park that we own, to sell the Frederick Street car park that we own, and sell the Dowling Street car park. And all of these car parks have been threatened with sale, and I believe are still under threat. I don't think we can afford to build the size of car park that's needed in the CBD, especially with the hospital demands that are going to be there. I don't believe that we need to build a car parking building because we have far cheaper options available to us. Some of them would unfortunately mean that we had to make a bit of a U-turn on some of the decisions we've recently made. We could, in fact, should, for instance, unchain the DCC land that has been previously used for parking. And I'm talking about the bit between the one-way street system and the overbridge. There's a great number of parks that we lost there. There's quite a bit of unused DCC land around Dunedin that could easily be used for parking at very little cost. And this is all at-grade parking. Some of it wouldn't even need resurfacing. We could change much of our on-street parking to more angle parking. We've got an extraordinary amount of parking which is actually not a very efficient use of quite wide streets. In some cases we'd need to reduce the speed to 30 kilometres if the streets had a traffic issue for people backing out of an angle park. But you can get 20% extra parking in a lot of these streets just by angle parking at the cost of a coat of paint. We should encourage the University of Otago to optimise its parking potential, something which it has long failed to do. So we have a lot of options for actually improving parking around the city that don't involve a massive cost, don't involve another parking building, a parking building for which we have no land and for which we have no money. All in that I'm very keen to see an increase in parking, which has been reducing for years at a time when our population has actually finally been increasing. All in that I'm very keen to see more parking availability. I don't believe a parking building is the way to do it when we have so many other options. In cities all around the world where they don't have options, they are so aware of the need for parking that they build underground car parks that are not unsightly. And some of these car parks, I was at one in a relatively small city on the coast of France a while ago, where they'd actually gone 5 stories underground below sea level with this car park, just so that people could access the central city. Luckily in Dunedin, we don't need to do that. We have the land. We have had much better parking than we have now. We used to have a 10-minute city in which we could get from one side of the city to the other and find a park when we got there. All of that has been unnecessarily lost. The freeing up of the car parks we used to have.
Your time is up, Councillor.
And a bit of imagination regarding some new car parks on DCC land would make this proposal unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I'm in great danger of agreeing with Councillor Vandevers for the second time today.
Oh, please, don't stress yourself.
I don't have to if you don't want me to. Listen, I have no argument at all with Councillor Radic when he says that cars will remain the chief form of transport for the foreseeable future. I agree, that's obvious. But I am a little bit worried about the narrow focus of this, and as has been mentioned already, we're all very aware currently of the sort of costs that revolve around building yet another, as Councillor Vendor says, unpopular multi-storey car park. They are generally horrible places, in my opinion. I would only support a motion that looks at the wider, just a wider remit of parking options around the city. If you've read your annual plan submissions, you will see that a lot of people have called for park and rides. Very logical, and I think we do have the spaces on the periphery of our city. I know we do because I already have a de facto park and ride. So I just don't like the narrow focus of this motion, so unfortunately I don't think I can support it.
Thank you. Councillor Radic quoted Skye Duncan in her public forum presentation as saying that we don't have other options in Dunedin. And my interpretation of those comments is that we don't have other options in Dunedin yet. And I think our focus needs to be on giving people alternative options. And yes, people are worried about parking. That's in no small part because people keep telling them they should be worried about parking. And there is a disconnect between the perception of that problem, which is what is reflected in the residents' opinion surveys, and the reality. And we've seen that through, albeit a point in time, the parking study that was attached to the papers earlier in the report, which isn't to say that we don't have options around reallocating and reprioritising the space that we have. But you know, the theory of induced demand would suggest that you can build exponentially more space, and over time that space, it will solve the problem in the short term, but eventually you end up in the same problem because it's a band-aid, it's an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. It's just like adding another lane onto a motorway, which they've tried many times in Los Angeles, and it seems to have been wildly unsuccessful as a way of trying to mitigate their congestion issues. We have an integrated transport strategy that speaks to encouraging mode shift to active and public transport modes. We have an environment strategy with an ambitious target of being net zero carbon by 2030, which we've already canvassed today. Supporting multi-storey car parking buildings in the CBD would make a joke of both of those, in my view. And a lot of people have mentioned wider issues, whether it's the hospital or park and ride or the wider transport network or a transport hub. That's not what this emotion is. And even if the scope of this could be extended to do all of that work, that is a huge piece of work for a department that is not short of things to be doing in the transport planning space. And so I I would have concerns about whether the timeline in particular was even doable if it was to be extensive enough and broad enough to be of value beyond a report coming back to us asking what a giant tilt slab car parking building in the CBD would look like, when really what we need to be doing is supporting as many people as possible to not have to use that option. For those reasons, I can't support this. Further speakers? Councillor Raddick.
Yes, well, to me it's clearly identified as a very significant problem, and unfortunately I think it is a really causal factor in the viability of George Street, and it's very disappointing that so many people haven't spoken in favour of it. You know, many have, but it's going to be a critical factor next year and for the next few years as people's habits and their ability to get into that centre of town and find a park and consequently go shopping comes under pressure and into question. So I'm quite happy that the parking study be as wide as possible, but certainly the cost-benefit analysis and incorporating with that an analysis of the demand for parking and whence it comes. Anecdotally, I've spoken to many people recently, and they are crying out for some reasonably priced peripheral parking. They're happy to walk into work, but many of them workers in George Street are parking in the Meridian and parking in Great King Street and taking up what should be shopping parking. Consequently, we're hastening the demise of those retailers. And if we take away more parks, then that will happen more quickly, because we're certainly going to have an awful lot of disruption over the next few years. And even if we, as Councillor Vandervis pointed out, pulled in all of those other areas that are currently unavailable for parking on the flat that we had relatively little cost, certainly less than $35,000 per park, even if we did that, that would be a significant difference, to the situation facing those George Street retailers, for which I am very frightened myself. So I would like to make an amendment to this motion.
Not at this point, no.
Yeah, well, that's just okay. So there you have it. I mean, the choice is yours. The survivability of those retailers. This is a pivotal factor. Anyway, it's your choice.
I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Can I do it on a show of hands, please? Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion's lost. Thank you. Councillor Elders, has been dealt with. Nothing further on this report that people have? No. Item 11, financial result for the period ended 30th of April 2020, and you will have noted that there is, due to deadlines, etc., there isn't an attached financial review as there is for the month ending 31st of March. While they have reasonably good knowledge of the finances of the operation, I wouldn't imagine it would be encyclopedic. So people are free to ask questions, but Mr. Logie and Mr. Toombs may not have the answers on hand and can circulate them subsequently if people have specific questions that are unable to be answered. Happy to move. All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the financial report? Councillor Barker.
I have a question on the graphs on page 171, which is the budget operating surplus. Have those been adjusted post-COVID?
So obviously the budget hasn't been adjusted, but the actuals do reflect that. So that's why the graph's gone down in the month.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, there's the actual and then there's the budget, the green budget that goes up on the top left-hand side, so that hasn't been...
That's the original budget.
Okay, yeah, so we don't really know what's going to happen.
We can't change
We don't amend the budget way through the year.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. So we haven't got a forecast on what we think might happen?
At the start of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Very clear report, sir. It's been moved. Councillor Wiley, seconded Councillor Staines. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Any further speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 10, financial result for the period ended 31st of March.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Any questions? I shudder to think how long you've been here waiting for this, Mr. Logie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Thank you, gentlemen.
It's always a pleasure.
That was...
Item 12. DCC submission on the Office of the Auditor General Draft Annual Plan 2020/21. Ms. Graham, Ms. Pinfold, welcome. You're happy to take the report as read?
Oh, please.
Questions? No questions? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. When I was reading through this and looking at the details of the submission, one thing that's really been clear with COVID-19 and the issues around it, and one thing we've struggled in a lot of areas across council, is getting more accurate and real-time data being available. Government has a habit of being 6 months behind, 9 months behind when we need data, and yet they were talking in here, and I'm sorry, I probably can't find exactly where it was, the fact that they referenced the importance of data and sharing insights on what it looks like. But there was nothing about timing, and yet we didn't really talk about that in the submission. Do you have any comments on that?
So apologies, the staff member who would normally have spoken to this was unavailable, but the best I understand is that the AG has said that they have more information coming out about COVID shortly. In the preparation of this document, they hadn't quite finished their analysis, so there is a subsequent piece of work on COVID that will come out post this paper.
Yeah, but even in pre-COVID, we had issues with getting current relevant data, which helps shape our policy and information.
This is our submission, so if there is something that council wishes to change, there's a process for what we can amend. But this is the draft based on the feedback we had when we circulated this to councillors.
Further questions? Councillor Vandervis.
In the submission number 5, it's on page 182, says that the DCC commends the proposed work program relating to investment in infrastructure. When that was written, was the George Street to exchange 60 million surface treatments proposal considered to be infrastructure?
This relates to the AG's focus on infrastructure in the sector generally, not ours specifically.
Right, but when you're making this submission, do you consider the George Street upgrade to be infrastructure, or do you consider it to be something else?
I'm not sure how it's relevant to this submission, so I can't answer that because I don't think this is about their work program in central government, and we're saying we would like them to extend their program to look at local government as well. So I wouldn't imagine it's...
But local government infrastructure rather than surface treatments, for instance.
If the council...
Sorry.
I'm sorry,
Never mind.
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry, councillor.
Thank you.
Someone like to move the submission or amend it? Move Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Hall. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Further speakers? I just think it's commendable, in brief, that they are extending their remit, and hopefully the work, the breadth of the work is resourced adequately so that it can do what it's set up to achieve. Your right of reply, Councillor. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 13. Approval to grant drainage easement of a part of Ocean Grove local purpose, open parentheses, coastal protection, closed parentheses, reserve. Mr. West. I'll take advantage of this pause. I'd like to make a statement. If you think way back to the public forum in the earlier part of this morning, as Ms Yeldon was departing following her response to Councillor Lofisel's question about whether she ever intended to run for council, and she said no, I made a joke about that's what they all say. That joke was intended in the direction of my elected colleagues, not in the direction of the public forum submitter. So I just wanted to make that clear while we're still being recorded at this meeting. Thank you. Gentlemen,
Hello.
happy to take the report as read.
Yes.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Vandervis.
I'm just happy to move the recommendations as written.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Staines. Would you like to question? Do you have a question?
Yeah, just to clarify that the asset eventually comes back to the city. Is that once the drainage is put in by the developer, then it's taken over by the city afterwards? Is that the case?
Correct. The 12-month period from installation is the developer's responsibility. Following that, Three Waters would assume ownership of the infrastructure on the reserve.
And that's consistent with our future policies as we're looking at private and public.
That is standard for developments of this sort.
Excellent, thanks.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the report. And soakage dispersal structures are certainly not a world I circulate in. Can you do 4 or 5 sentences, just explain exactly what it is? It doesn't clearly say. Very briefly, what is one?
The structure.
Yes.
I'm not a water engineer either, so we've provided the design information provided by Geosolve. They are advising that it has the capacity to handle normal rainfall events. Before it's an endpoint structure, so before the runoff and rainwater arrives there, it already goes through various filtering systems. And
just lie to me.
Seriously. And the design is intended to handle a 1 in 100 year event. At the end of the day, we're talking about dispersal into a mountain of sand.
Great answer. I'll Google it.
There's a design on attachment A, councillor.
Was it?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, there's it tells you it's a PVC 300 millimetre pipe.
I'm just trying to. Yeah. I sort of got that bit, but it doesn't matter.
Councillor Lofisel.
Should have asked.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much. I'm sort of, what am I doing? I'm just maybe playing devil's advocate. I don't know. I'm pretty ignorant about Resource Management Act and stuff, but I'm just long term. This is strategic, long term, maybe 30 years in the future or 10. There's no impact on mana whenua thing in the summary of consideration. So if mana whenua were at some stage express an interest in having, I don't know, control or management of this thing, what would need to happen? And maybe it's not a question for you, Mr. West. Maybe it's for Your Worship or CEO.
Are you talking about the infrastructure?
Just management of assets like land, in terms of the treaty of Waitangi.
So my view would be that after 12 months, it is a piece of council infrastructure. And so your question would relate to all council infrastructure, and therefore that question would become a very large one, which would have to be resolved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Just looking at the system, the way it's designed, it's very much like a septic tank system, where it actually disperses the water out of smaller holes. You have 300 diameter pipe, 100 mil holes, it disperses it from here to that wall, so it's dispersed evenly on the ground, so it doesn't cause washout. It would actually do the area good because of remote growth.
Excellent. I asked the wrong person. Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Vandervis?
Good, Doug.
No, fine, thank you.
Further speakers? Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. I will now move that that council resolve to go into non-public session for the reasons outlined in the agenda, with the addition of allowing dispensation for Gordy to stay here and run the microphones, which Ms Adamson will include in a more formal way at a later date. Seconded, Councillor Staines. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. We'll be back momentarily.
Your Worship, just before we depart, I will need to stand back from the first item, so I'm going to leave the room.
That's fine, thank you.